In the dead of night, the continent's strongest mage was awakened by a familiar voice, looking at the old steward sobbing by his bed and the surroundings that were both familiar and strange. This left Miha unable to process anything, and only when he learned it was April of the 32nd year of the Tohen era did he dare believe it was real. Regression magic, a success rate of 1%. It was an extremely rare magic with no records of it at all, a technique considered impossible, yet Miha had successfully performed it at the brink of death, and he had returned to the past 25 years before he made the wrong choice that led to the deaths of his comrades. The first thing Miha did was check his current body's condition. This body had only just reached the third circle of magic, and it wasn't even fully developed. That was far too low for a successor of the One Paris family, a powerful clan of mages. While clutching his head in frustration, Miha discovered the bandage wrapped around it. After rummaging through his memories for a moment, he finally remembered why it was there. It was from being beaten black and blue by Alien for demanding to break off their engagement. Alien Lindo was the girl Miha was engaged to until he turned 20. After getting used to his body, Miha got out of bed and stood before the mirror. This body was a far cry from what he had before regressing, so weak and pathetic. Afterwards, Miha asked the steward, "Steward, was I too rude? What did the Duco say?" The steward answered carefully that they hadn't said anything yet. Hearing this, Miha sighed without a word. "All right, I understand. I suppose it wouldn't be convenient for them to do so." Even now, Miha remembered Alien's gaze perfectly, a look filled with contempt and disdain. Even after becoming the strongest mage on the continent, he could never forget it. That moment of powerlessness. Miha then made an excuse to send the steward out to have some private space to adapt to the current situation. At that moment, he recalled scenes from his past. He remembered journeying with the hero to slay the Demon King. On that journey, the warrior Secret, the hero, granted the power to kill the Demon King, always messed everything up with his damned righteousness. I've lost count of how many territories fell because of his mercy, and in the end, the entire party died a meaningless death at the hands of the Demon King because that sick freak Secret charged in head first. He was the first to die. Now, Miha had returned and was determined not to make the same mistake again. Meanwhile, in another room, Marcus One Paris Miha's father was fuming as he called for the steward. "Has that brat woken up yet? If he asks to see that girl again, I'll break his legs." The steward hesitated for a moment before daring to reply, "To be honest, sir, I don't know what to say. If the young master wishes to do that, I will inform you, master. But right now, he appears to be very angry." After being left alone, Miha was lost in thought. "My regression spell worked, and I've returned 25 years into the past. In order to defeat that Demon King, from this moment on, I must prepare everything perfectly for that battle." Miha then manifested his magic circle and began to correct the flow. The incorrect flow of mana. Mana normally circulates in a specific direction. The direction of mana flow is a crucial element, and if not handled carefully, it can easily affect its very nature. Currently, the flow is clockwise. The mana follows its designated path, circulates throughout the body, and then gathers in the region of the person's heart. This creates the magic circle. That's how a magic circle is formed, at least in theory. But Miha understood it differently. It doesn't necessarily have to gather in just one spot. The method Miha created was the self-circulation method. This was an incredibly insane training method that involved creating circulation points throughout the body for the mana flow to cycle through. Finally, it all gathers in one place at the same time. As he modified the direction of his mana flow this way, Miha's entire body grew scorching hot and felt like it could explode from the sheer volume and speed of the mana circulating within him. But he was no ordinary human. He was the 9th Circle Archmage Miha Onoparis. The image of that block-headed hero appearing in his mind only gave Miha more strength to persevere. Compared to what's to come in the future, this is nothing to me. After a period of struggling and agony, the links between the magic circles were completed perfectly. Only then did Miha dare to breathe a sigh of relief. This was just the first time using this self-circulation method. So for a first try, this is a pretty decent result. My magic circle has stabilized, and I can now use mana with maximum efficiency. My way of thinking was absolutely right. With the mana left over from the circulation process, I can even create another magic circle. It seems I've become a 4th circle mage. Taking this opportunity, Miha decided to take it a step further. He held his 2 hands out in front of him and simultaneously cast 2 spells, Ice Spear and Fire Javelin. 2 columns of blue and orange light erupted magnificently from Miha's palms. This is what's known as multicasting. Only mages of the 7th circle or higher are capable of using this type of magic. This is a high-level magic that should only be usable upon reaching a certain level. Logically, someone at the 4th circle like Miha shouldn't be able to use it. But because he had learned the incredibly complex self-circulation method, he could now cast some spells that were of a higher level than normal, but Miha still didn't seem very satisfied with this result. So I can only cast 2 spells at once now, huh? Back when I was a 9th rank Archmage, I could use many different kinds of magic at the same time. But the amount of mana I have right now is very small. Very. I can't use magic for a long period of time. Well, this is good enough for now. Just as Miha started to relax a little, his father burst through the door yelling, "Miha, do you have any idea what you've just done?" He thought his son would argue back that he didn't know, so he was about to scold him further. "That's right, of course you don't know." That's why. It was then that he processed that his son had just admitted fault, and his face went blank. "Huh. What did you just say?" Miha, with one hand in his pocket, replied, "I said I know, that I've ruined our family's reputation. You don't need to repeat it, father." Seeing that his son seemed to be asking for a beating, the Marquise's eyes glinted menacingly. "Then you're well aware that I really want to break your legs right now. Aren't you, Miha?" At that moment, he was terrified. That I don't know about. Father, hear me out first. I only did this because I have my own plan. I don't think it would be good to let the Duchess request a one-sided annulment of the engagement like that." These words caught the Marquise's attention. Their reaction was indeed a bit arrogant. How interesting. Go on. From what you're saying, it sounds like you know something. Of course Miha knew. A great deal, in fact. He looked up at the sky and recalled his past. "I, Miha von Paris, changed completely when I turned 23. Alien Lindell had to put up with my pathetic self in the years before I turned 23. Simply put, my current self is pathetic in many different ways. I'm indecisive, a weak and incompetent man with no opinions of my own. I'm pretty much the type of person Alien despises. It's only natural she'd see me that way. She's utterly disgusted by our engagement." Miha then sat down and spoke calmly to his father. First he asked, "What is the requirement for fulfilling the engagement with Duchess Lindell?" The Marquis, like a good student, answered immediately, "Not to learn any method of mana training, because to produce an heir, the two of you cannot mix 2 different types of mana. A successor is very important to a family, especially if the child is a knight or a mage. It's highly likely that it's inherited from the parents." Miha then smiled slyly. "Yes, that's it. That's what gave me this idea." "What would happen if Alien didn't follow that requirement?" "That's true. At first I refused because I wanted to break the engagement with her, but I kept feeling like something was off about her." After hearing this, the Marquise's expression suddenly changed. "Are you saying they're deceiving us?" Miha immediately replied, "That's right. Even before we were engaged, she was already a knight. That means she has learned a mana training method." The Marquis, still a bit skeptical, looked his son straight in the eye and asked again, "Are you telling the truth?" Miha said, without hesitation, that it was the absolute truth. Though he didn't mention he might have fabricated a few things, the Marquis immediately frowned. "That's strange. How could a rank 8 Archmage like myself not have noticed that? So how could someone like you know? I'm sure you know this as well. Just how serious this is, right?" To make his father believe him, Miha continued to lie. "Even though it was only for a brief moment before, I could still confirm that she has been training her body with mana, and her mana flow is not stable at all." Because this matter was extremely serious, the Marquis asked once more, "Are you sure? If a rank 8 Archmage like you couldn't detect it, and then there's only one trick they could have used." Don't tell me it's an ancient magic weapon." The Marquis, now realizing the problem, looked stunned. In contrast, Miha's face was full of confidence. After all, he knew everything from the past, so how the hell could he be wrong? Elsewhere, Alien was diligently practicing her swordsmanship. The training dummy was easily sliced apart by her in the blink of an eye. Just then, her father, Duke Lindell, approached and asked, "After that day, has Miha von Paris done anything else?" Alien immediately replied, "No, father, that utter moron definitely hasn't found out about anything." The Duke clutched his head, looking troubled. "I think so too, but who knows what could happen." Seeing this, Alien reassured him. "He was here 2 days ago, and I didn't see him show any signs of suspicion. And you also think he could never become my husband?" "Right." Of course, the Duke thought so too. He was just worried that if Marquis von Paris found out what they were doing, things would certainly get very complicated. After being reassured by his daughter, the Duke's worries subsided somewhat. That's right. Even if they were the renowned one Paris mage family, there's no way they would have found out. The magical weapon I placed on that girl Alien can now infuse aura into her body, and Duke feels that such a talented daughter would be a great waste to be used in a political marriage. But that was all just a load of crap. The real reason this father-daughter duo looked down on Miha was because they found a better catch in the Park Slope family. The replacement is Leon Park Slope, the sole heir of the Park Slope family, a heavenly sword known as the Next Sword Saint. When she heard the Park Slope family was coming today, Alien couldn't hide her absolute delight. Leon Park Slope is definitely a much wiser choice compared to that moron. Just then, the knight Sir Matthew Inn approached and announced that the representative had arrived. Hearing this, he was quite surprised, not expecting the Park Slope family so soon. But the person who arrived was none other than Miha. Butler Moden, who accompanied Miha, held his head in worry. Oh, good grief, did we really have to come here? Young Master Miha, will doing this really be okay? Miha gave a confident smile and reassured him. Calm down, don't look so panicked. He was here because of a previous conversation with his father. When the Marquis asked if it was truly an ancient magical weapon, Miha had replied, that's the one. That day. I was just making a scene to confirm it. I suspect they demanded to nullify the engagement because they knew I'd figured it out. After canceling the engagement, they can just make up all sorts of excuses. Hearing this, the Marquis held his head and sighed. If what you're saying right now isn't true, then things will get even more complicated. And our family will lose all face in front of everyone. But if I trust you and we stand up to the Duchess, it will become an entirely different problem. So are you prepared to take responsibility for this? Miha immediately felt an invisible pressure bearing down on his body. This was truly the authority of the head of the most powerful mage family in the Empire. Miha calmed himself and said that he wanted to handle this himself. The Marquis then stood up and left, but he didn't forget to warn him. If you truly insist that you are right, then I will trust you this one time. However, if what you've said is a lie, not only will you be stripped of your title as heir, but you will also have to renounce the one Paris name. Do you still wish to proceed? With the memories of a regressor, there was no way in hell Miha could be wrong, so he confidently accepted the terms. And that's why he was here today. Butler Moden, still unable to keep quiet, piped up again. I'm not at ease at all. You already have quite a bad reputation within the family. If things go sideways again, you'll have no way out. All of this just happened recently. And for you to come and see the Duchess like this... Miha couldn't take it anymore and cut him off. I need to be more proactive. Don't worry, Moden. Everything is going according to my plan. After being notified, Juke made an excuse about being busy and told the knight Sir Marcus in to inform Miha. Upon receiving the news, Miha acted incredibly sad and turned to leave. Just as Sir Marcus breathed a sigh of relief, Miha suddenly stopped and sat down by a nearby tree. When asked what he was doing, Miha casually replied, What do you mean, what am I doing? Do you have any idea how long it took to get back? To our territory. It took us several days to get here, you know. Are you saying I can't even take a rest? Sir Marcus Inn was now extremely worried because the Park Slope family was on their way. If they saw Miha sitting in front of the gate, it would cause huge trouble. Left with no other choice, Sir Marcus Inn approached and took Miha's hand. Lord Miha, I will escort you on your way back. Please leave this place. Miha's demeanor suddenly turned serious, completely different from before. Even if the engagement has been nullified, I was still once the fiancé of the young lady that you serve. I am the rightful heir of the One Paris family. Take your hand off me. A massive amount of mana and a terrifying killing intent erupted from Miha's body. It forced even a veteran knight like McQueen to step back. After brushing off his sleeve, Miha continued, Sir McQueen, let me ask you this. Are you someone of such great renown that you can lay your hands on a member of the One Paris family? McQueen immediately knelt and shouted, I am not, sir! He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. The kid who couldn't even breathe properly in front of him just a few days ago had changed so much. Miha then ordered with a piercing gaze, Bring Alien here and arrange a direct meeting. When the message was relayed, Juke was utterly astonished. He couldn't believe Miha. To think someone so meek could say something like that. While Zook was wondering how to handle the situation, Elian suddenly announced that she would go to the gate to meet Mika. Just then, Marcus Inn was about to report the unusual occurrence. I can feel it. But then he decided against it. Meanwhile, Mika was being scolded by the butler for his reckless actions. But Mika had his reasons. It had to be today because Count Park Slope was arriving. In Mika's memories, the prestigious Park Slope family would soon join the ranks of the Dukes. More specifically, it was the family of Leon Park Slope, the man who would be hailed as the next Sword Saint. He was one of the people connected to Mika before his regression, so it was best to meet him as soon as possible. Now that all the families Mika needed to deal with were gathered in one place, he had to move even faster. While Mika was lost in thought, the butler suddenly spoke up. I was wondering, have you by any chance been training when the Marquis wasn't paying attention, even if it was just for a moment? But the power I saw in you, young master, it wasn't the power of a rank 3 mage. Though I am no mage myself, I am the Marquis's aide. I truly believe I'm quite knowledgeable and discerning when it comes to these matters. Mika immediately understood what the butler was implying. So you're wondering if I performed a taboo to forcibly raise my rank, is that it? Am I wrong? After the butler nodded in confirmation, Mika unhesitatingly held out his hand to be inspected. After a moment of examination, it was discovered that Mika had 4 magic circles. Mika claimed he'd achieved it 2 days ago. Although it was suspicious, it wasn't impossible, so he managed to fool the butler who found nothing else out of the ordinary. Seeing nothing wrong with Mika's body, the butler was finally relieved. The two then joked with each other about how being kicked might have awakened some hidden power within him. But in the midst of their cheerful banter, Mika suddenly turned serious. Butler, what do you think would happen if House Lindell were to fall? Although the butler was confused, he still answered. Well, there would certainly be a great deal of chaos. I'm not sure just how severe it would be, but the Empire would not escape it unscathed. Why do you suddenly ask such a thing? Mika then replied that there was no particular reason. He just had no intention of letting the ducal house be destroyed. He then looked up at the clear blue sky, remembering the past. There was no doubt about it. The ducal House Lindell was a pillar of the Empire. The fall of House Lindell was the very thing that plunged the Empire into even greater chaos. Which is why, now that I've returned, I have no intention of just standing by and watching that happen again. That's right. Now that it has come to this, I have to change the very root of the problem. Just then, Elian arrived. Now what is it? What do you want? Didn't I already say everything that needed to be said last time? Seeing her, Mika stood up and put his hands on his hips. That's right. It's all taken care of. But just because you're finished talking doesn't mean I am, does it? Faced with his mockery, Elian grew even more serious. This isn't the least bit funny. The agreement for our engagement was officially finalized after our families last met. There is no room to accommodate your wishes anymore. Please stop this pointless charade and go home. Mika's expression turned serious as well. Let's take this opportunity to talk. Shall we? Why are you in such a rush? Are you perhaps expecting an important guest today? His words hit a nerve, making Elian flinch. She couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. At that moment, Mika gave a triumphant smile. Leon Park Slope isn't involved in his family's political games. He only cares about perfecting his swordsmanship. Naturally, there's no way. He'd know what has been happening in the family he's visiting or their current circumstances. Not that he'd care. There is only one thing: he is very particular about his principles. If the woman he is to be engaged to had unilaterally tried to break off a prior engagement, a man that righteous would never stand for it. Seeing Elian rendered speechless, Mika pressed on. You're right. This matter was officially decided through a mutual agreement. But wasn't that based on a certain premise, that there were no problems with the engagement? Hearing this, Elian grew even more anxious. She immediately cut in. There are no problems with the engagement. But Mika had no intention of letting up, leaning in even closer. No problems? Do you really think so? Elian, in that case, may I take that as the official statement of House Lindell? Unable to control himself any longer, Marcus Inn, who was standing beside her, lunged forward and slammed Mika against a tree. You've gone too far. Even if you are the heir to the One Paris family, I will not tolerate such insolent behavior. Mika didn't get angry at all. Instead, he looked directly at Elian. Elian, is this the best the Knights of Lindell can do? He's always been ill-mannered, but it seems he doesn't know when he should and should not interfere. Elian then ordered him to release Mika, but the knight actually dared to object. Unable to contain her anger, Elian shouted, Sir McQueen, do not make me say it again. You have a duty to uphold the honor of the Lindell family. After dealing with Miha, he followed Elian inside. On the way, the butler wondered if it was a bit inappropriate for Miha to go alone without the Marquise. Hearing this, Mika turned back with a radiant smile and said, What are you talking about? I came here with my butler, didn't I? You're the person I trust the most. Hearing those words, the butler was so moved he almost cried. After arriving at the drawing room, Mika requested to speak privately and not be disturbed by anyone. Elian didn't object and accepted his request. The moment she sat down, Elian got straight to the point. So what did you want to talk to me about? Mika didn't beat around the bush either and said it plainly, You lied. Elian immediately denied it, saying she didn't understand what he meant. Mika then continued, The promise between our families not to train your mana. Not while the engagement was still active. You remember, don't you? Elian was slightly startled, but quickly composed herself. I've told you before. We haven't broken any promises. If you have doubts, why don't you go and check for yourself? And another thing. Because you told the entire world that I am your fiancé, I don't feel comfortable being called that. Miha was resting his chin on his hands at this point. He obediently listened to her blatant lies. So she thinks I'm trying to trick her and just making a big deal out of things? Well, it's true I did seem pretty carefree and naive back then. Mika then said that he would verify her words himself. Alien immediately stood up to let him check, but Mika stopped her. I don't need to check right this second. I'm not even sure if your family was playing fair from the very beginning with how things have turned out. So why don't we prove it in front of them? Alien heard this, but had no idea who they was referring to. By the time she understood, she was completely frozen. Miha then looked towards the window and said, that's right. The people who will judge more fairly than anyone else. Let's prove it in front of the Park Slope family. Right at that moment at the entrance gate, Leon Park Slope and his servant had arrived. He was eagerly looking forward to meeting the 5th-ranked knight of the Empire. One look and you could tell this idiot cared for nothing but fighting. His servant, understanding him well, reminded him, I'm just reminding you, but please don't start a fight with the Count's people. Leon, having been called out, felt a bit stung. I won't do anything. Who do you think I am? But the servant's face said it all. Yeah, right. Like I'd believe you. Left with no other choice, Leon could only promise not to cause trouble. Then he asked his servant why his father had summoned him to the capital in such a hurry. The servant explained, of course he had to be hasty, lest the Count throw a fit. They don't want to be stationed at the border like this. And that makes sense. A noble family like this one, being stuck right on the border isn't a good look. Only families that aid the Empire are allowed to be successors. Any family on the border that is ignored by the Empire will be eliminated and disappear. The Park Slope family must seize this opportunity. Leon suddenly remembered something and asked his servant, Oh yeah, that girl. Didn't she break off her engagement a few days ago? The servant gave a sarcastic smile. That's right. She broke off the engagement just because the man was the heir to the renowned One Paris family. Hearing this, Leon asked, Oh really? There's no other reason. Isn't it because there's something suspicious about her? This guy's intuition is pretty good, even though he doesn't look all that smart. The servant immediately refuted it. Ha ha! She's from the Lindell family, a house of many great knights, and Marquis One Paris is there as well. If there were something suspicious about her, there's no way Marquis One Paris would just sit idly by. Leon thought that made sense, but he still felt that things weren't that simple. Back in the drawing room, Alien was completely shocked by what she had heard. What did you just say? Miha slowly approached her and repeated himself. Didn't you hear me? Prove it to everyone, because the Park Slope family is about to arrive. Don't you see this as a perfect opportunity to clear up any injustice? Why are you getting scared? Alien swallowed nervously and retorted, You have no right to do this. You don't even represent the One Paris family yet. But what Mika took out of his pocket shocked Alien, so much that she couldn't stay seated. It's the One Paris crest. When you have this in your hand, I'm now considered an official representative of the One Paris family. Once this medal is presented, the One Paris name will be on the negotiating table, meaning our family will be responsible for everything. If she lies, Alien will be seen as making an enemy of the One Paris family. With this new authority, Mika was brimming with confidence. Things are different now. If you're truly innocent, then you have no reason to hesitate like this, right, Alien? Upon hearing this, a panicked Alien screamed, Do you realize the weight of the words you've just said? If you cause trouble, the repercussions will depend on what the One Paris family can take responsibility for. Mika didn't seem to care. His eyes suddenly turned bloodthirsty. I suppose we'll just have to investigate and see. So what's your choice? Terrified, Alien lowered her head to the ground, not daring to say another word. Just then, a voice rang out, Stop! Don't say anything more, Alien! Upon seeing Duke, Mika broke into a radiant smile. You finally arrived. Now the real conversation can begin. Duke Lindell is the 5th-ranked knight of the Empire, one of the 12 Sword Saints, and the one who will lose everything to the Demon King. He is a key figure in avoiding future calamities. Looking at the young man before him, Duke couldn't quite believe his eyes. Are you really Mika? Mika immediately replied, Yes, it's me. After taking a closer look, Duke said, You're right. You really are that kid. Your appearance and temperament are the same, but you seem different. Did you receive the dragon heart from Marquis One Paris? Mika chatted with Duke without a hint of reservation, as if they were old friends. I haven't even seen it yet. My father's a bit of a cheapskate, you know. He wouldn't even let me take a look. At that, Duke burst out laughing like a child. It seemed Mika had piqued his interest somehow. Just then, Mika spoke up. So what are your thoughts? Duke sat down and deliberately asked, What are you talking about? Mika dropped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Don't play dumb. As if you don't know about the engagement between the One Paris and Lindell families. At this, Duke stopped joking and became serious. The engagement, we broke it off, because your rank was just too pathetic. Nothing more, nothing less. Despite being insulted to his face, Mika still wore a bright smile. Is that really the reason? Juke shamelessly insisted that was the only reason. Done beating around the bush, Mika said directly, I'll get straight to the point. During the time she was engaged to me, Alien was secretly training her mana. Upon hearing this, Juke burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, impossible! If my daughter were secretly training her mana, you think I wouldn't know? Mika, I am the 5th strongest person in the Empire. Mika didn't deny this. Right, it's true. You couldn't possibly not know. Juke's expression changed instantly. Are you suggesting that I'm lying? This powerful aura made Mika feel a bit of pressure, even though he didn't intend to intimidate me from the start. It's likely Alien learned to use mana in secret and he found out about it later. He must have weighed his options, the fool his daughter was engaged to, or his daughter's talent for swordsmanship. Which was more valuable? Juke then pressed his advantage. I understand you're very disappointed that the engagement was called off, but that doesn't mean you can act like this. Mika was carefully analyzing the situation. He must be certain that I couldn't have detected the magical weapon that fooled even my own father. And the pressure from his aura is making it hard to even think, clearly in the face of such overwhelming power. But Juke had greatly underestimated Mika. To someone who had once faced the Demon King, what was this little bit of pressure? Mika then presented his evidence. Not long ago, back when I was still clinging to Alien, she made a mistake. Right here, I caught a glimpse of something. I'm sure you know what it is. As Mika spoke, he pointed to his own neck, which made Alien's jaw drop. Juke almost lost control and lunged forward to kill him and silence him for good. Anyone else would have been killed long ago for discovering this secret. But in the end, Juke still refused to admit it. And what if that's all you saw? Mika couldn't be bothered to argue with the old man, so he stood up, brushed himself off, and started to leave. If you're so determined to deny it, then we can end this here. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back with a reminder. Oh, that's right. I heard Leon Parkslove is on his way here, so I might just run into him on my way back. The moment he heard this, Juke immediately shot to his feet and yelled, Wait! He had finally caved model. Although he tried to stall for time by ordering food, Mika bluntly refused, saying, Let's get straight to business. Juke had no intention of admitting fault and said threateningly, Are you just going to let it end here? Mika then remembered this man was the type to speak so casually. After a bit of negotiation, Mika stood up and promptly left. I'm glad we've come to an agreement. I'll be on my way now. See you later. Meanwhile, Alien's mind was in an absolute panic. I thought he had realized. It seems like he's up to something. But I thought he was just bluffing, and now that the One Paris family has discovered the flaw in the marriage arrangement, they'll make us pay an even heavier price. She couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Father, what are we going to do? But Juke actually smiled. Calm down, Alien. I thought he was a fool who knew nothing of the world, but I was wrong. And I thought I was such a good judge of character. An interesting person. Very interesting. Alien shot up in alarm. Father, I will take full responsibility if you need me to. This is all due to my own ignorance. The Duke immediately cut his daughter off. Nothing will change even if you do that. Besides, I'm the one who let this happen. If I had noticed sooner that you had awakened your aura, this might never have happened. So you can't say I bear no responsibility as your father. Juke was the one who regretted this situation the most. He could never have predicted that Alien could awaken her ability to use mana on her own without any teaching. A sword prodigy. As a father, Juke wanted to properly protect his daughter's talent. But that very desire led to the current consequences. To keep his daughter from feeling guilty, Juke explained the terms of the agreement. The One Paris family will demand a fitting price. Because we have broken the knight's code. But it's all right. They won't ask for anything unreasonable, as it seems that boy doesn't want our family to fall. Hearing this, Alien still didn't understand a damn thing. Seeing her confusion, Juke approached, patted his daughter's head, and said, Are you effing stupid? I'm saying he's not as foolish as you think. If you don't understand, just watch. From now on, there are many things you need to learn. Elsewhere, Mika was already waiting and blocked Leon's path. Realizing the person before him was Mika Wanaparis, Leon spoke politely. Could you please explain to me what is happening? If I remember correctly, I'm supposed to meet Duchess Lindell today. I'm just a bit confused. Is there something you wish to discuss? But the two of them went back and forth for half a day, and Mika still had no intention of giving a straight answer. Feeling like he was being toyed with, Leon's blood boiled. He released a wave of pressure. If you have something to say, spit it out, I'm busy. But if the pressure from the 5th-ranked knight of the Empire couldn't even affect Mika, what good was this childish display? Mika only needed to wave his hand to completely dispel Leon's pressure. Seeing his technique nullified so easily, Leon asked in a daze. Wait, what did you just do? Mika said gently that it was just a spontaneous act. So just hear me out and then you can get angry. Leon couldn't believe his eyes and asked again, "You're not Mika One Paris, are you? I heard he's—" Before Leon could finish his sentence, Mika had already admitted to being a fool. It's not entirely a lie. I don't need to deny it. What's important isn't the past, but the present. The Demon King's invasion is approaching. Besides that, Madman later became a mighty warrior. I will never forget when everyone fell while confronting the Demon King. Remembering the past caused Mika to unintentionally release a menacing aura, startling Leon. After they both calmed down, Leon decided to talk with Mika. This personality was exactly like the Leon that Mika knew. He looked hot-tempered, but was actually very good to his comrades. Mika then asked Leon, "You must be here to arrange your marriage with Alien, right?" Leon immediately shot back, "Ha, so you're the one who interfered to break off my marriage with her." Mika smiled and said, "Haha, no way. Alien is of no value to me anymore. The one I'm interested in isn't her. It's you." Leon suddenly feared for his backside and immediately backed away. Mika realized his slip of the tongue and quickly clarified, "Let me rephrase, I like women." Leon, not understanding why a straight guy would want him, asked again, "Me? For what purpose?" And then the wind rose, sending leaves fluttering and creating an incredibly romantic atmosphere. Mika extended his hand and said, "You will become my wife. My comrade. You're not a fool. You're a crazy bastard, just my type." In the war against the Demon King, Leon had defeated the commander of the 3rd Legion, Angel the Tyrant. Angel the Tyrant was one of the Demon King's fiercest generals, and countless soldiers had fallen because of him. Defeating him was an unimaginable feat. However, the price Leon had to pay was his own life. Even at the moment of his death, Leon's thirst for battle burned brightly. His greatest regret was that he could no longer continue as a warrior and fight alongside Mika. Returning to the present after their introduction, Mika and Leon went to a courtyard within the Lindell territory to talk. Talking to someone like Leon was never easy. Mika was already used to that, so he got straight to the point. "It's nothing special, just a rumor circulating within the Bureau of Theology. I think it might be passed on to the Park Slope family soon." After hearing that, Leon asked the theologian bro if that place was for scholars who specialize in prophecies, like the kind that forecast and prevent disasters. After Miha confirmed it was indeed that place, Leon waved his hand dismissively. "Ha! It's not the first time they've tried to spout such dangerous-sounding things. Why worry so much over a baseless prophecy?" When Miha said that it should be taken seriously, Leon burst out laughing. "Seriously, haha, sure, but that needs to be proven. A Demon King in this day and age, an educated nobleman like you thinks there is. How can you believe such nonsense? This world has yet to feel the threat of the Demon King, but a prophecy has appeared before the very first signs have begun to occur. The prophecy of Cassandra. It was unlike any prophecy before it. This time the prophecy spread far and wide across the world, yet no one believed it. For the time being, nothing out of the ordinary would happen, until it already had. Only then did people begin to change their views on the prophecy. That is, everyone except Miha. He was someone who had experienced the despair and helplessness of facing the fangs of the Demon King, so he understood it best, even though Leon seemed to be scoffing. But Miha remained calm. "It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. The main thing is that I want you to cooperate with me." But Leon still paid him no mind. "Stop talking nonsense. I have no intention of listening to you just because of some prophecy. I've heard too much of that stuff. I'm sick of it." As Leon stood up to leave, Miha suddenly spoke up. "Moulier's mana cultivation method." Upon hearing this, Leon froze on the spot. This was understandable. No genius sword saint can be born without learning from their predecessors. This was the period when the unique style of Leon's swordsmanship was beginning to form, and Miha was certain that Leon hadn't come up with it on his own. Seeing Leon's astonished reaction, Miha continued, "Bec do Moulier, one of the founders of mana cultivation. A genius among the 5 strongest swordmasters in history." Leon was now starting to lose his composure. "So, what's your point? Waiting for just that?" Miha smiled and said, "If you accept my invitation, I will teach you the complete mana cultivation method that Moulier left behind." Leon immediately shot up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Nonsense! Moulier only left behind a single book and nothing more, and even that one book." At that moment, Miha interrupted, "Is incomplete. I know." Miha was now even more confident in his actions. "So it's true. Leon Parkslope has been training his swordsmanship based on the incomplete method Moulier left behind, and I, Miha One Paris, am the one who clearly remembers the missing part." Miha then laid out his condition for the exchange. "I'm not asking for anything big.
nor do I care if you're engaged to Alien or not. I just need to know one thing if Cassandra's prophecy is true.
And what choice will you make? Leon was now extremely confused. The prophecy? I can't understand why he's risking his neck for something like that. Could it be real? But Moulier's mana cultivation method. I can't give that up. According to the rumors, he's such a liar that the Lindell family proactively requested to call off the engagement. Just who is this guy? The person in front of Leon now is completely different from the rumors. He's not a good-for-nothing at all. After thinking for a long while, Leon confirmed again. You said you don't care if I'm engaged to the daughter of the Lindell house or not, right? Miha answered without hesitation. That's right. I don't care. She isn't important to me anymore. Leon continued. Even if you don't care, your family will. Miha let out a smirk and replied with a swagger, Do I look like I care what the higher-ups in my family have to say? This attitude made Leon a little more interested and calmer. My initial impression of you was awful, but thinking back on it, you're not the kind of fool the rumors make you out to be. Anyway, about Moulier's mana cultivation method. How will you prove you possess it? Miha knew this was going to happen. After all, who would believe mere words? Without hesitating, Miha decided to prove it with his actions. The two of them then went to the Lindell family's training grounds. Miha was currently as weak as a snail. Even holding a sword was a struggle. Only after using a level 4 strength enhancement spell did things get easier for him. Seeing a mage brandishing a sword in front of him made Leon a bit confused. What are you doing? Miha looked towards Leon and smiled. You asked for proof that I know the other half of that book. Watch me! I'm about to show you something insane! Hearing this, Leon felt as if he was being toyed with. You're going to prove it. You're going to explain Moulier's mana cultivation method, a mage like you. The principles of Moulier's mana cultivation method are not that different from others. The difference is that Moulier's method carves a one-of-a-kind seal onto your body. Compared to other methods with a mana limit of around 40, Moulier's method pushes the limit up to 70. Then Miha told Leon to demonstrate what he had learned for verification. Although Leon was still suspicious, he still obediently complied. He closed his eyes and began to circulate his mana. A powerful blue light enveloped his body. Seals began to appear on the back of Leon's hand and on his forehead. Although they weren't very prominent, Miha could be certain that it was Moulier's characteristic seal. To think that with only half the book, Leon could train to this level. But that was the very reason for his anger. Leon was thrilled when his father found Miller's book, but only after he had finished his training did he realize it. It was only half complete. Fate really is on your side. But the Leon of the past had already perfected Miller's mana cultivation method and passed it down to Mika. And now it was time for Mika to return it to its rightful owner. Mika then told Leon to watch closely because he could only do this once. Mika gripped the sword in his hand and began to channel his mana. His entire body was enveloped in a blue light exactly like Leon's, but much stronger and more stable. Just from a single glance, Leon fell backward in astonishment. He couldn't believe that the very thing he'd been pursuing for so long was in the hands of a mage. At that moment, Mika was drenched in sweat, having to grit his teeth and use all his strength just to maintain this technique for 30 seconds. After all, mages and warriors use mana in completely different ways. After witnessing this, Leon was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Mika wasn't a warrior. After the demonstration, Mika looked at Leon, who was sitting on the ground, and asked, Is this enough to prove I know the method? Leon finally snapped out of it, running his hands through his hair in frustration. Ah, damn it! This is giving me a headache. Just teach me. I'll accept whatever you say, please. Leon thought he would have to beg and plead and accept some difficult conditions to be taught, but he was stunned when Mika agreed, immediately leaving him speechless. Nothing that had happened so far made any sense, which made Leon ask again, What did you just say, Mika? Then flashed a bright smile, turned, and started to walk away. I'll teach you. Obviously not here. You'll have to come to the Omnivorous family estate yourself. I'll teach you everything there. Leon felt a little uneasy, so he kept telling Mika to keep his word. Mika waved goodbye as he walked straight out of the Lindell family's training ground, but after just a few steps he was stopped by Juke. Seeing him, Mika greeted him politely. I was just about to come and say my farewells before leaving, sir. I didn't expect to see you here. With an ice-cold expression, Juke replied, You were already leaving. I assume you finished all your business. From his words, it was clear Juke had seen everything that just happened. This was the Lindell family's training ground after all. Mika maintained his calm demeanor and smiled brightly. You saw, did you? For someone like you, sir, I'm sure it wasn't difficult to see. Juke's attitude suddenly changed. I saw everything. First of all, I apologize to you and the Omnivorous family. As for compensation, you are free to decide the terms. Mika was a bit surprised that the fifth strongest man in the Empire would bow his head and apologize so easily. Not only that, but Juke also agreed to compensation even before Mika had said what he wanted. Truly the head of a great house, Juke always remained calm in any situation. Mika then spoke casually. I must also apologize for coming to see you myself. I hope your request for a marriage alliance with Leon Parkslope goes smoothly. Knowing he was being mocked, Juke dropped the polite facade. A marriage alliance? You're more cunning than I thought. That marriage is probably in tatters by now.
Just as you planned. Leon has a very thoughtful personality. He probably thought the broken engagement was because you weren't worthy, but after meeting you today, he'll think there's something strange about it.
That it wasn't like the rumors. Let me ask you this. Do you think I can regain the trust of the Onaveris family? Before you were so eager to break it off. Now that you see our protagonist is a catch, you regret it, don't you? Nice try. People as clever as you are a dime a dozen back home. Mika then laughed and said, Of course you can. The Lindell family just needs to show its sincerity. These words were filled with hidden meaning, and of course, Juke understood it perfectly. From now on, the Lindell family would have to fully side with the Onaveris family if they wanted to regain the trust they had lost. Just then, Mika posed a question.
Excuse me, sir.
If there were a suitable teacher for Lady Eileen, what would you do? Juke was a little surprised to hear this. A teacher. Are you saying my family's swordsmanship isn't suitable for my daughter? Mika quickly explained, That's not it. But whether it's the best for her is another matter entirely. After hearing this, Juke stroked his beard in thought. He was wondering if he was being tricked. After careful consideration, Juke decided to trust him this once. After all, what he had just witnessed on the training ground was truly incredible. When Mika returned home, his father patted his head in praise. I heard the news, my son. I was right to trust you. Who else could have exposed that treacherous Lindell scheme? Ha ha! But Mika saw right through that fake smile. If his judgment had been wrong this time, there would have been no mercy. That's just how the Onaveris bloodline is. Being seen through made Marcus a little displeased. He returned to his seat, and his expression turned serious. There's a letter from Duke Lindell saying he will come here himself as an apology. It seems he intends for us to keep this information a secret. For a family renowned for its chivalry, this news would be a fatal blow. Thanks to you, we've gained a great deal. I never liked the Lindells anyway. Did the Duke say anything else? Miha answered without hiding anything. Nothing much. He asked if it was possible to regain the Van Paris family's trust. Of course I said yes. They just need to be sincere. Marcus was very satisfied with his son's answer. It would be foolish to show our hand directly in a situation like this. Just then Miha spoke up. Father, if you're going to entrust this to me, then give me full control. I was the one who resolved this issue. I also want to be the one to finish it. Faced with his son's request, Marcus replied coldly, Humph. So you think your wings have grown in, huh? It's true that you handled it. But since this is a matter between noble families, there's still much more that needs to be done. Instead of backing down, Miha stated his position even more clearly. That's true. But to be blunt without you, Father, no one would pay this any mind. It might be a bit greedy of me, but I want to see my own work through to the end. The fingers Marcus had been tapping on the desk suddenly stopped after hearing these words. Duke Lindell is a cunning old fox. He's known as a symbol of chivalry, but he's quite adaptable. Doing this means you'll have to face him yourself. Miha met his father's gaze with a resolute look and replied, I know. I've lived long enough to have experience in these matters, so there's no need to worry. Faced with his son's determination, Marcus finally relented. Fine. You'll have to do this kind of work eventually anyway, so go on, do it. Miha then promised not to disappoint his father and turned to leave. Just then, Marcus spoke. All right, Miha. You did well today. Miha could feel that these were his father's true feelings. He had finally received recognition from him. It was such a happy feeling. Miha then bowed and quietly left the room. At that moment, Marcus couldn't help but wonder what had caused his son to change so much. The image of a young Miha with his beloved wife was still vivid in his mind. Although he had entrusted this matter to Miha, Marcus would still make his own preparations. I suppose I should also prepare to negotiate with the Duke. Just because I handed it to him doesn't mean I have to take a back seat. Now what should I do? To make everyone think I'm going to give him a real shock meanwhile. On the way back to his room, Miha was lost in thought. Before my regression, the title of the strongest magic family led to our downfall. There was only one reason that could cause such a powerful family to collapse. Internal strife. Members of the family fought amongst themselves for the position of family head. In the power struggle among the elders, I was used and contributed to the family's fall. But this time will be different. After carefully considering what needed to be done, Miha spoke to the butler. Butler Viscount Nostra came to see me a few days ago, didn't he? Yes, 3 days before the engagement was called off. The butler answered immediately without question. Your memory is correct, sir. It's not surprising, since you are the sole heir to the family. Viscount Nostra, a 7th Circle mage, and an important vassal of the family. He was the one who assisted Marcus in his youth. He is very talented, but he has one fatal flaw. He craves power too much. Instead of being an important vassal, he wants to be at the center of the family. Though for now, he hasn't had a chance to do anything yet. But Miha decided he would eliminate this threat from the very root. Upon hearing this, the butler looked puzzled. Now that you mention it, young master, I do find it strange, because you were the one who relied on the Viscount the most, Miha said as he pushed the door open and entered, revealing the reason. Didn't I tell you? He was the one who taught me how to form the 3rd magic circle all wrong. The butler jumped in shock. To sabotage the family's heir is an unforgivable crime. Right after his regression, Miha discovered that his 3rd magic circle was unstable. It and the one who made it so was the Viscount. At the time, Miha was just overjoyed that it worked at all. Looking back on it now, it's truly humiliating. In any case, it's best to cut out elements like that, perhaps because he was a friend who had helped him in a difficult time in his past life. Marcus was never able to truly cut ties with Viscount Nostra, and that was the beginning of the fall. Of course, Miha didn't want that to happen again, so he decided to strike first. He gave an order to the butler. Butler, could you bring the Viscount to my room? The butler expressed his concern that this seemed a bit sudden and that it would be difficult to summon the man, but Miha just gave a confident smile. Don't worry. By now, he's probably wondering why we haven't called for him yet and is already waiting. Just as Miha had predicted, Nostra arrived immediately after being summoned. The moment he entered the room, he was grinning from ear to ear. Young master, I heard you summoned me. I rushed over when I heard you had made a decision. Have you decided to choose me as your instructor? Miha immediately pointed at Nostra and said, about that. I have a proposal. Let's you and I have a duel, without using magic circles. Even now, Miha clearly remembered the moment his entire family was slaughtered. Back then, Viscount Nostra, who was in power, had brought about the family's demise. Half of the family members had perished. They struggled to survive, barely breathing. The Demon King's subordinates had appeared. Marcus, the family's strongest mage, had long been bedridden. The other high-ranking mages had also abandoned the Mika clan by this time. There was no way to fight the Demon King's subordinate. Viscount Nostra was the family's last hope, the only remaining level 8 mage. While everyone was holding their breath watching him, Mika also watched him with a sliver of hope. He didn't know what kind of magic he would use, or how he would defeat the subordinate. The Demon King's subordinate was arrogant, but Nostra's response plunged Mika into despair. Nostra surrendered to the Demon King without even putting up a fight. A mockery of faith shattered in an instant. The entire family had completely fallen apart. That's why Mika has now decided to defeat that damn bastard. After receiving the challenge, Nostra was a bit confused. Seeing this, Mika spoke up. I don't mind learning magic from a Viscount, you know, but I'm not sure if it would be worth my while. Unless you experience it for yourself, you'll never understand. So I'm also not sure if the Viscount here has the skills required to teach me. Nostra immediately questioned him about that day. Are you saying the level 3 magic circle I created for you wasn't enough? Mika didn't hesitate and answered bluntly, it wasn't enough, making Nostra tremble with anger. He lost his composure and yelled, I have taught you everything I know, and now you dare say you don't trust me. Mika then explained calmly, Calm down, Viscount. I never said I don't trust you. I only said I'm not sure. I want you to prove that you're worthy. That's not too difficult, is it? Hearing this, Nostra seemed to have an inkling of what was going on. Mika continued, Let's make a wager. No magic circles, just a duel of pure magic against each other. If I lose, I will honor you as my master. I swear it on the name of House 1 Paris. Nostra hesitated for a moment, then asked, A wager? And what if you win? Mika didn't ask for anything grand, only for his opponent to become his student. And so Nostra accepted the wager. After returning to his room, Nostra couldn't contain his joy. What kind of free gift is this? Fighting without magic circles might sound very disadvantageous, but if Mika knew the vast difference in power between levels, he would never have made such an offer. The limits of an amateur. Even if he is from the 1 Paris bloodline, Mika is still just a child who knows nothing of the world. Clearly, the kid is just trapped in a fantasy, where he thinks he's special. Climbing to the head of the family is impossible, but seizing a position that even the family head can't touch. Yeah, that is my goal. And an opportunity to climb to that position has just arrived. Yes, this is a huge opportunity. A chance to be written into the history of the mage family. 1 Paris Mika. even if he's forced into it, will yearn for my teachings to reach level 3. Yes, I will become your master and become the center of the One Paris family. And so Nostra laughed like a madman for the rest of the day, but he had no idea he was about to face the experience of a level 9 mage, the strongest on the continent. Even though Mika was only a level 4 mage now without using magic circles, he wouldn't lose to anyone. The next day after hearing the news, the butler ran like a madman to find Mika to dissuade him. "Young master, I've heard what is all this. You've challenged Viscount Nostra to a duel." Mika admitted it without a hint of worry. Right now he just couldn't wait for the duel to begin. The butler still couldn't understand what had gotten into his young master to make such a decision. "You can't a duel, and with the Viscount of all people—" He was so panicked he was stuttering, unable to form a complete sentence. Seeing this, Mika said, "There's no need to make such a big deal out of it." But this calmness only made the butler more worried. "You think I want to make a big deal of it? You agreed to call that man your master if you lose. Letting him teach you means handing all your power over to him." Mika admitted that this was true, leaving the butler gobsmacked. His young master was acting like a fool, forcing the butler to warn him repeatedly, "Nostra is a treacherous man. He's not someone you should call master." Of course, Mika knew that. Even now, he clearly remembered the sight of him bowing his head and submitting to the demons in front of everyone. Mika told the butler that Nostra wasn't even worthy of being called his master. This made the butler even more confused. "Then why would you do such a thing?" Mika then explained, "Because if I don't go this far, he won't fall into the trap." "Butler, do you know why that Viscount can still remain in our family despite everything he's done?" Of course the butler knew. He had served the family head for a very long time after all. "It's because he has been very close with the Marquis since they were young." After hearing this, Mika continued, "Yes, that's exactly why. He was my father's comrade and confidant in their youth. Father would never kick him out. Because he still holds a great deal of affection for him, so it's my turn to take care of that man. With this wager, I will make it impossible for him to do anything shady ever again. A wager between mages is eternal. Magic is perfected through language, and a wager is a promise woven from those very words. But if anyone dares to break it, they will be punished by magic itself. That means if you win, you'll gain the upper hand in the power struggle. That real power is what you're after." After having it spelled out for him, the butler understood. Indeed, this was a good plan, but that also means, "Of course you'll have to defeat the Viscount. Can you really do it, my lord?" Miha flashed a confident smile and winked. "Can I do it, you ask?" "Butler, I assure you, Viscount Nostra will never be able to defeat me." The butler wondered why Miha was so confident, when the power gap between them was enormous. Miha then explained, "I've set a condition: the Viscount can only use magic circles that I am also able to create." Upon hearing this, the butler was stunned speechless. "What? Because a 7th circle mage is limited to using just 4 circles. Is that possible? Are you being serious?" The moment Miha said he was serious, the butler pulled an envelope from his pocket. It was the letter of resignation he had prepared in advance. The butler no longer wanted to follow a young master who seemed to be a complete idiot, always pulling crazy stunts like this. But life isn't a dream. Miha used fire magic to burn the letter to a crisp, instantly, as if a capitalist would ever let an employee go that easily. "You're meant to be exploited until your very last breath, just like my boss." Sob. Watching his chance at a peaceful retirement turn to dust before his very eyes left the butler speechless, even as Miha kept repeating, "Trust me." But the butler was still sane, so there was no way in hell he could believe something so ridiculous. "It's impossible. How could you, my lord, someone who's only recently managed to create 4 magic circles? It's possibly defeat Viscount Nostra, a 7th circle mage? I may be old, but I'm not an idiot." Ignoring the complaints, Miha remained very confident about his upcoming victory. "But whatever. Don't worry. I wouldn't start a fight if I wasn't sure I could win." Even though he said that, the butler still couldn't understand how victory was possible. Miha then explained the reason for his confidence. "It's simple. The Viscount's 7 circles are unrestrained and forced." Their eyes met, gleaming with absolute trust. "Yeah, only in your dreams. How the hell could anyone believe him in this situation?" The butler then took out his second letter of resignation. Seeing this, Miha immediately stopped him. "Hey, butler, put that away. I'm not approving that resignation. Now listen, to master high-level circles, you first have to frequently practice using low-level ones, but Viscount Nostra skipped that obvious step. He thinks he has succeeded, but that's not the truth. Forcing a magic circle comes at a steep price. That's why the Viscount is not like a normal 7th circle mage. He can simulate them and can still use 7 circles. But it's only for show. What about in a real battle? Not just for a performance, but when magic has to manifest in a flash in just a few seconds. If his opponent has a deeper knowledge of magic than him, then what he will never be able to win. After finally being convinced, and with the butler now placing his trust in him, MANHWA went and informed his father. And as usual, Marcus had no idea what the hell his son was spouting now. "As you have heard, father, I will fight the Viscount with magic, and I came here to invite you to witness the battle." Upon hearing this, Marcus's eyes widened, and he slammed the table in fury. "You just said you would take over the family business less than a day ago, but what the hell is happening now, my son? Do you need me to break one of your legs to bring you to your senses? Wasn't it enough that I taught you magic? Why are you doing this?" Marcus buried his face in his hands, disappointed, his voice gradually softening. It seemed he was still convinced his son wanted to become Nostra's student because of the bet. MANHWA realized this and clarified, "I'm just laying out the terms. I don't intend to lose. Who would bet on themselves to lose? I have to win. I will win, and I'll make Viscount Nostra my student." Seeing his son was completely delusional, Marcus went to grab a giant club. A mad dog needs to be beaten. Marcus had realized that arguing was useless against his son, so only a physical approach could knock some sense into him. That was that. And so he prepared to beat his precious son like a dog. To protect himself, MANHWA quickly clarified, "I am perfectly sane, father." "Yeah, right. What crazy person ever admits they're crazy?" After spouting such nonsense, who would possibly believe him? Seeing his father still didn't believe him, MANHWA continued, "Viscount Nostra is a vassal of our family. What's wrong with the family heir putting a leash on a vassal?" Seeing his son was deep in his delusions, Marcus tapped the club in his hand, preparing to strike. Leash him. Someone who just recently acquired 4 circles is confident he can win. MANHWA was confident that he wouldn't have done this if he couldn't win. When asked what would happen if he lost, he casually said he would become Nostra's student. The moment the words were out, Marcus slammed his staff on the ground and shouted, "That is precisely the problem. What am I to do with you? You know what I want, don't you?" Seeing his father's furious expression, of course, MANHWA remembered. Marcus always wanted to break his precious son's legs whenever things like this happened. MANHWA calmly promised, "I will gladly offer up my own legs for the peace of the family." Only then did Marcus accept this duel, and he would be the witness. After leaving the room, MANHWA finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. As planned, the duel was set now that he had his father's permission. So all that was left was to win. Viscount Nostra was certain he would win, but victory would surely be mine. He must be thinking about how to make me submit in the most obedient way possible, and how to use me as a tool to devour this family. But that would never happen. In fact, persuading the butler and his father had given MANHWA more of a headache than winning the battle. Now on the boy's face was the smile of a victor. He was greatly looking forward to the duel. MANHWA then went straight to the Archmage family's magic training room. The place was exactly as he remembered it. This room could even withstand his 6th circle magic. It wasn't just an ordinary room in the Archmage estate. It was reinforced with multiple spells and protective barriers to resist the effects of magic below the 6th circle. MANHWA raised his hand forward and cast a 1st circle spell, Magic Arrow. A purple mana arrow was instantly created and shot forward. The reason this spell is classified as 1st circle is because it only requires a few calculations to create, and many mages can do it. Thus, it is the most basic, unrestricted spell. A mage can turn it into a more advanced spell through experience, for example, by controlling the arrow to move at will, instead of just designating a specific target. When that happens, the difficulty increases by several levels, the required calculations increase, and this basic spell is no longer 1st circle. When cast skillfully, it can reach the difficulty of a 5th circle spell. After guiding the mana arrow around the room, MANHWA made it explode in midair. A large purple explosion was created with astonishing destructive power, forcing mana from his body into an arrow, launching it, and then detonating it, a masterful maneuver. Mastery of these basic spells demonstrates a mage's understanding. It's also the difference between a high circle mage and a low circle one. After testing, MANHWA's control hadn't changed much from before. Even though his body was smaller and he had fewer magic circles, his mind and experience remained the same. The duel would begin in another hour. But MANHWA had no intention of resting. He was going to test a few more spells. In his past life, everything Nostra taught him was chaotic and forced. Although he formed magic circles quickly, his learning never progressed past a certain point. The 8th magic circle. It was formed quickly, but it was unstable. Because of that, MANHWA had to forget everything he had learned and start over from scratch. If he didn't have a once-in-a-millennium talent, he probably wouldn't have been able to relearn it all. Lost in thoughts about the past, MANHWA didn't notice the time fly by. Soon it was time for the duel. Nosha was also heading toward the room where the battle would take place. As he walked, he daydreamed about the scene of his victory and becoming Mika's master. Only then could he become one of the pillars of the Onparis family. But suddenly, Nosha's heart throbbed with a pain so sharp that he collapsed to the ground. It seemed this was the consequence of creating chaotic and forced magic circles. Just then Marcus approached from behind. "Viscount Nosha, are you making a wager with my son?" Nosha, still kneeling on the ground, couldn't get up from the pain. He looked up and whispered, "Yes." The young master proposed it first. "It is a test for him. I also think he needs an experienced guide." Hearing these lies made Marcus's blood boil. "You a guide? You saved and helped me a great deal when we were young. I have always remembered that. That is why I am only observing and not interfering at this time." Nosha understood the hidden meaning in these words. He seemed bitter, but still played the role of a loyal subordinate well. "Of course, my lord. You have always looked after me, I know that. So that is why you have given me this opportunity." Marcus ignored Nosha and walked straight toward the room. "An opportunity, is that what you think?" "No, but it doesn't matter if you think so. Not until the duel is over. I don't wish to say anything more." This blatant disregard infuriated Nosha. He stood watching from behind, staring at the back of a man he could never reach, even though they had grown up and fought side by side. But now he was nothing more than a dog of the Onparis family. This was what made him determined to seize power by any means necessary. After entering the room where the battle would take place, Marcus greeted his son, then settled into the observation area. "As you wished, I will be the sole audience for this duel. No one else will know its outcome, and it will be kept secret. But the price of this duel will be steep because neither side is allowed to withdraw. There's no turning back now." Nosha stepped forward and interrupted. "The young master has already made his choice. The heir of the Onparis family cannot go back on his word." Marcus, of course, understood that. Now that things had come to this, he could only pray for his son's victory. Then, as per their agreement, Marcus used a spell to temporarily lock Nosha's magic circle. He would not be able to use magic above the 4th circle until the match was over. Nosha, at this moment, was still grinning foolishly. It was obvious he was underestimating Miha and wasn't preparing at all. After a perfunctory greeting, Nosha was the first to attack. He pointed his scepter at Miha and activated a slowing skill. Nosha wanted to slow his opponent down and win quickly, but Miha saw through it all. He immediately countered with a confusion spell. Nosha's mind was thrown into disarray, interrupting the spell he was casting. His head felt like it was splitting, and he was utterly bewildered. How? Confusion is the most difficult of all 4th circle curses. How could he cast it so easily? But Miha answered with a contemptuous attitude, "You don't need to know, Nosha." After the headache faded, he immediately cast 2 spells, Fireball and Windblade. 2 streams of red and blue magic rushed wildly towards Miha. Let me teach you that the gap between magic circles isn't just about the types of spells. To prevent Miha from dodging, Nosha cast an earthquake spell to destroy the ground around him. Faced with 2 powerful destructive spells and unable to move easily to dodge, Miha didn't panic at all. He stood still and cast a magic shield blocking the attack. In contrast to Nosha's panicked expression, Miha was extremely calm. To be honest, the Viscount wasn't wrong, because a 4th circle mage like me clearly shouldn't be able to block those spells so easily. But unlike swordsmanship, magic is an unfair discipline. No matter how hard you try in swordsmanship, it's very difficult to close the gap between 2 swordsmen of different ranks. But magic is different. If you know how to calculate and have the right understanding, you can turn the impossible into the possible. Miha then held his hand out in front of him. Then he used the spells Magic Arrow and Multicast. Freely moving, consecutively exploding chaining spells, changing direction, destructive power, controlling the trajectory, attacking from multiple angles. The mana arrows layered with multiple buffs radiated a terrifying power completely different from before. Witnessing this, Nosha was so horrified he could barely hold the scepter in his hand. That's supposed to be a 1st circle spell. The incantations he just chanted were too complex. How can a 4th circle mage use such complicated chants? After finishing his chant, Miha looked straight at Nosha and said, "Let me show you, Viscount Nosha." This is what true magic looks like as he faced the dense barrage of mana arrows. Nosha quickly grabbed his staff and put up a shield just like Miha had moments ago. Seeing the arrows get blocked, Nosha gloated, screaming, "I've got a shield, I've got a shield. Hit me if you've got the guts." Although sweat was pouring down his face, he was still trying to act tough. At that moment, Miha just uttered a single word, "Explode." All the arrows instantly detonated. A massive explosion blew away Nosha's shield in the blink of an eye. From within the smoke, Nosha couldn't keep his composure. "Explode? How in the world are you controlling your mana like that?
What did you do? Miha calmly replied. You saw it yourself. I calculated it and forced the amount of magic to increase. But this answer didn't convince Nosha. He kept screaming, that doesn't count, you cheated, you definitely used something that isn't allowed. Being accused like that? Miha immediately punched the wall beside him. You've crossed the line, Viscount. I am fighting you under my family's name. The one Paris. I wonder if you're certain about accusing me of using a magic tool. Surely the Viscount wouldn't dare to cross that line, right? Though Nosha was trembling on his knees, he still refused to give up. Seeing this, Miha repeated the spell once more. Nosha created another shield, but just like before, it was useless. He gritted his teeth, determined not to suffer any more humiliation. All right, young master. You have surpassed my expectations. In that case, I will no longer hold back. I will show you what a 7th Circle mage is like. Learning from the previous 2 times, Nosha erected 2 separate layers of shields. This way, the mana flow would be cut off between the 2 shields, and Miha wouldn't be able to detonate the arrows anymore. After blocking the attack, Nosha decided to counterattack with multicasting. Seeing this, Marcus shot up from his seat. Normally, a 7th Circle mage can multicast up to 7 magic circles. But what the hell? Nosha could only cast 3 4th Circle spells at the same time. How utterly disappointing. But even so, this wasn't something a newly minted 4th Circle mage like Miha could withstand. Marcus held his head in despair, preparing himself for his son's defeat. After chanting the spells, Nosha laughed loudly. Young Master Miha, ha ha ha, even if your abilities surpass my imagination, you won't be able to withstand this. 3 of the strongest 4th Circle spells at once, fire, spear. As he spoke, he unconsciously clutched his chest. It was clear this was putting immense pressure on the magic circle in his heart. What a pathetic excuse for a mage. The spear of fire then shot swiftly toward Miha, causing a massive explosion that kicked up a cloud of smoke and dust. At this, Marcus hung his head in sorrow, while Nostra cackled with glee. But there's no way it would be that easy. As the smoke and dust cleared, Miha's figure slowly came into view. Not only was he unharmed, but he was also holding Nostra's fire spear in his hand. Witnessing this scene, Marcus and Nostra's jaws both dropped in astonishment. Miha gave his hand a light squeeze, and the fire spear immediately disintegrated. Nusha still couldn't believe his eyes. A mage who just advanced to the 4th rank, destroying my multicast magic. How is that possible? Miha then said confidently. Are you that surprised? Magic is most affected by one's natural-born talent. That's just how unfair life is, especially in the world of magic. The gap in power. No matter how hard you work, you can never defeat a genius. Nosha couldn't accept this reality. His hands trembled as he gripped his staff. Then he looked straight at Miha and asked, So are you saying my magical talent is inferior to yours? Miha smiled brightly and provoked him. Then prove me wrong. Hearing this, Nosha was completely enraged. He threw aside his staff, held out his hands, and unleashed his attack magic once more, Ice Spear Devil's Hand and Sharp Metal Magic. 3 attacks with 3 different attributes charged madly toward Miha. But Miha still only used a single magic arrow spell. All of Nosha's attacks were destroyed to his utter astonishment. How? How can you break my magic so easily? To explain it to this fool, Miha decided to demonstrate what true multicasting was. Countless magic arrows were created by Miha aimed straight at his target. Before attacking, Miha warned the Viscount, A moment ago you blocked my attack with a shield. I wonder if you can block all 10 of these magic arrows at once. Someone once told me that this is the art of explosion. Faced with such a dense barrage, Nosha didn't even have time to raise his shield. He was blasted to bits, almost losing consciousness. But how could Miha let it end so easily? He rushed forward, cast a strength spell on his hand, and gave Nosha a thunderous slap that sent him flying. Immediately after, a magic bullet appeared behind his back, knocking him forward again. At this point, Nosha wanted to surrender, but Miha punched him right in the face to stop him. In Miha's mind, there was only the resentment from his past life. The things I wanted to do before I died back then. My bucket list. I've clearly completed quite a bit of it, but there's one thing I still couldn't do, and that's this. So you're quite unlucky. Miha's eyes were filled with killing intent. He ignored his father's pleas to stop. Only when Marcus rushed over and grabbed his hand did he finally pause. Stop it, Miha. The match is over. You've won now. Stop. But Miha still refused. Stop! But I haven't heard him surrender yet. Of course he hadn't. With his mouth beaten like that, how the hell could he speak? Seeing this, Nosha used all his strength to raise his hands in surrender, but Miha didn't see it that way. Look, Dad. The Viscount hasn't given up yet, so he can still be beaten. Damn, this kid is vicious. Marcus couldn't take it anymore and held out his fist. Son, take a good look at these nice bulging veins on my fist. As expected of a father-son duo of mages who love to get physical. Seeing his father's big fist, Miha became as obedient as a puppy.
Now that I think about it, I believe violence is not the answer. Marcus then asked Nosha if he wanted to concede. As if grabbing a lifeline, Nosha nodded frantically. But what the hell? Miha asked his father to let him hit him one more time. To prevent things from getting worse, Marcus used a teleportation spell to send Nosha away for treatment. When only the two of them were left, Marcus finally spoke. Miha, your magic skills have improved quite a lot. I really didn't expect the technique you just performed to be that of a veteran mage with years of experience. Miha replied that it was just a coincidence. But he knew exactly who his father was referring to, the Archmage who stood apart from all other mages and had vanished without a trace. To change the subject, Miha asked, "Isn't it because you've always looked down on me from the start, father? What I did just now wasn't that difficult." Marcus looked at his son and said, "Right. But to close the gap with a 7th-level mage, you need real talent." "You mean that's my innate talent?" Miha proudly replied, "I'm your son after all." With a response like that, how could you argue? Marcus continued. "All right, if you say so, I'll believe you. So is this what you wanted to show me?" "That I'm very talented," Miha asked, confused. "What are you talking about, Dad?" Marcus said it plainly. "Viscount Nosha is my friend, but he's not a suitable teacher for you. So what did you want to show me with this match?" Miha felt that made a lot of sense. How could he possibly choose his own master this way? After thinking carefully, Miha replied, "It's not entirely like that, father. You had no intention of sending Viscount Nosha away. He's clearly the only one you treat as an equal. I know being the head of the family can be lonely, but I don't like him, even though I know this puts you in a difficult position, father. I don't like keeping a threat so close. From now on, I will control the Viscount father." After hearing this, Marcus understood why his son wanted this battle, and he was also very surprised by his son's future intentions. Elsewhere, Nosha, after being treated, sat there pulling at his hair. "This is insane. Did I really lose? Lose to a kid who just reached level 4. The Marquis already saw the match. How can I possibly change the outcome? What should I do?" Just then, a voice rang out. "Do you made an agreement, so now you have to follow through?" Nosha looked up to see Mika looming right in front of him. Mika gave a friendly smile and reminded him, "I trust you remember the price of our little match, don't you?" After this, Nosha would become Mika's student. Of course, that was the last thing he wanted. But just as he was about to beg, he suddenly realized something important. Wait, this is too strange. If he knew he was going to win, why would he make the prize a master-student relationship? Hold on. What if this was all part of his plan? He doesn't just want to humiliate me, he has some other shady plan. This young master is testing me. Yes, it's not over yet. I still have a chance. After rationalizing it in his head, Nosha spoke up. "The future of the family. Young master, you've laid low for a long time, but the incident with the Linda family made you realize you couldn't sit still any longer." Seeing Mika's serious expression, Nosha felt he had guessed correctly. He spread his arms wide and declared grandly, "I will help you. That's what you want, isn't it, young master?" But Mika couldn't care less about this nonsense. Instead, he gave a friendly smile. "My dear disciple, you're quite the smooth talker, aren't you? Now be quiet and call me master." Hearing this, a flustered Nosha asked, "Wait, young master, do I really have to become your student?" Mika replied seriously that it was a matter of course, which sent Nosha into a panic. He tried to find a way to stop this from happening. "My student? I'm a level 7 mage, young master." But before he could finish, Mika cut him off. "Shut your mouth. As a Viscount, you should know that a mage's promise is not something to be taken lightly." Of course, Nosha knew that. A mage's promise is a wager on their own magic circles. If that promise is broken, the magic circles will shatter. If that happened, Nosha would lose everything. He couldn't keep his composure any longer, slamming the table and shouting, "I have more magic circles and I'm older than you. How can I possibly be your student?" Mika had no intention of being merciful in the slightest. "Right here. I should have known you'd try every trick to get out of this. If you don't abide by the pact, you will suffer the consequences." Knowing he had no other choice, Nosha suddenly looked defeated and slumped into his chair. Afterwards, Nosha followed Mika to the training room. Though he didn't want to, he was forced to call Mika master. Otherwise, his magic circles would shatter. Seeing his new disciple was being quite obedient, Mika decided to fulfill his duty as a teacher. "Since I am your master, I will teach you a few things." Nosha, though trembling with anger, still had to obediently agree. "Yes." At this time, Mika was already calculating in his head. "Before I become even stronger, destroying a Viscount is of little benefit. In fact, Viscount Nosha is quite useful. He has reached level 7 as a mage and holds considerable power. First, he can help me with many things." Mika then asked Nosha if there was anything he wanted to learn. As a level 7 mage, Nosha was very confident in his knowledge and answered that there was nothing he needed to learn. But Mika thought otherwise. Aren't your magic circles unstable? Your magic is too. With that thing, your heart will ache in agony with just a light press. Just a light touch was enough to make Nosha writhe on the ground in pain. So pathetic. Seeing Nosha scream miserably, Mika felt no pity whatsoever. He knew exactly why he was like this. If you don't truly bind yourself to the magic circles already in your body, you can still create new ones, but your actual power won't increase at all. Even with many new magic circles. It's called being an apostle. His reverence for his friend and family head Marcus von Pergus made Nosha too hasty in his desire to become stronger. Thus he inadvertently turned himself into an apostle, and the price he paid was this frail body. After Nosha calmed down, Mika moved closer and said, I will teach you how to regain control of your chaotic magic circles. Transfer your mana to me. Hearing this, Nosha shouted anxiously. What? What did you hear from the Marquis? You did, didn't you? The family and the Marquis have their reservations about me. Ha ha ha. I see now. So that battle was the Marquis's plan all along. Nosha's mind was extremely unstable at this point, and he began to speculate wildly. Mika immediately refuted him. Don't make things up. Wasn't it all painfully obvious? From the moment you multicasted 3 level 4 magic circles, I knew something was wrong. You kept clutching your chest, a typical symptom for a mage. You're using a chaotic magic circle. Do you think someone like me wouldn't be able to tell? In any case, I've already made a promise. If you keep this up, you won't live much longer. Anything you do will only make it worse. You're about to die. Hearing this, Nosha trembled with fear. He didn't want his life as a mage to end like this. In his moment of despair, Mika offered him a chance. If you still want to live, then there's a way. Take off your mana ring. I will absorb that mana. I'll get the mana and you'll recover from your injuries. It's a win-win for both of us. What do you say? You'll lose 5 magic circles, but don't worry. With a master like me, you'll be just fine. Nosha panicked and shouted, No, lose 5 circles! Do you have any idea how hard I worked for them? Miha, indifferent to Nosha's feelings, stated bluntly, Hard work? No, those aren't magic circles. They're just malignant tumors. What good are 7 magic circles if you can't use them all? A child isn't an adult just because they can walk. You're just obsessed with power and authority. Those magic circles are meaningless. They're nothing but decoration. Do you think Father doesn't know about your true power? Hearing this, Nosha asked, You mean the Marcus knows everything? Everything Nosha did was just to prove himself to Marcus. And in reality, Marcus had known everything for a long time, but he pretended not to know. It wasn't the right choice. Nosha then recalled Marcus's words from their youth. My friend, I have overcome so many hardships to reach this position. I nearly lost my life several times, but in the end I made it. And it was all thanks to you. Everyone thinks I'm so great and all, but I know just how extraordinary you are. You possess a desire stronger than anyone else, which is why you never stood still and kept moving forward. Remember, no matter what anyone else says, the only person I can trust and watch my back is you, my friend. Nosha froze for a moment, thinking about everything that had passed. Finally, he made his decision. Master Miha, I accept your offer. Please take my mana. And so thanks to Nosha's mana, Miha successfully created his 5th magic circle. But his joy was short-lived as he fell into deep thought about the future. Life from now on. I've stopped one threat, but it was just a minor one. Compared to the disaster that's coming in the future, this is nothing. 7 years from now, exactly 7 years, according to Cassandra's prophecy, the Demon King will be resurrected. The consequences of ignoring that prophecy are catastrophic. The world isn't ready to face the Demon King, and their power is immeasurable. They are flawed creatures, yet no one can stand against them, even when they haven't reached their full strength. The Empire only realized it was too late when the level 7 knight, Keobayan Thep, was defeated by the Demon King. They were too slow in gathering the heroes, and half of the Empire was completely destroyed by the Demon King. They could no longer just wait for the temple to summon soldiers. The heroes formed a Demon King subjugation squad. Thinking back on it, Cassandra was the most important member. The poor prophet that no one believed. She's 2 years younger than me, so she must be 18 years old now. The power of prophecy. Her predictions were all accurate. She tried to warn everyone, even to the point of coughing up blood, but no one listened, and that was before I regressed. No one heeded Cassandra's prophecy to begin selecting warriors because no one believed her. A prophet who isn't trusted is meaningless. I don't know what happened to her after that, but she probably didn't meet a good end. Unless she also regressed, but that's impossible. Later, Miha put down his pen and wrote out his plan for the future. I'll register for the warrior selection. If I can get Leon to join too, I can lead the selection. So the next problem, what to do about Cassandra. As I recall, she's no longer at the temple. After her warnings were ignored, she left. I have no idea where she is now. I need to find a way to contact Cassandra as soon as possible. But how? What should I do? This really is a tough problem. Mika was racking his brain, unable to come up with a solution. Just then, the butler walked in and was a bit surprised to see Mika's disheveled state. The butler then announced that a guest had arrived, saying it seemed he had business with him. Mika didn't even have to think to know it was Leon Parkslope, which surprised the butler. After all, it was about time for their appointment. Who else could it be but Leon? The moment Leon saw Mika, he grinned from ear to ear. There you are. The training method. Mika calmly sat down and spoke. You're earlier than I expected. I thought you'd be busy preparing for your engagement ceremony. At this, Leon couldn't hide his excitement. Engagement. The training method is way more important than that. The engagement has never been my #1 priority, so hurry up and tell me the method. But things aren't that simple. All right about that. I have one more condition. Hearing these words from Mika, Leon's mood did a 180-degree turn. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, What? What kind of ridiculous joke is this? Didn't I come here just as you asked? Mika calmly continued, Yes, it's just one more little thing. It won't affect you at all. Your family's assets. You're in trouble, aren't you, right? The dungeon. The moment Leon heard that, he suddenly turned away, sweating bullets. Dungeon! I don't know anything! No matter how much Leon denied it, Mika could tell from his flustered expression. You're a terrible liar. A year ago you discovered that dungeon. A mana mine was found, and its owner, Count Parkslope, determined it to be a large deposit mana mine. Leon froze on the spot. How do you know that this guy really is naive? No wonder he was almost tricked into an engagement. Mika didn't just know about the dungeon. He knew other information as well. In truth, it wasn't a real dungeon. People only called it that because they didn't know what it was. Most of the expedition teams went missing. Before I was reincarnated, Parkslope had dispatched a total of 5 expedition teams to that dungeon, and most of them never returned. The reason their family needed an engagement with Princess Lindell was the financial pressure from those expeditions, so they needed to secure more backing. After realizing his secret was out, Leon could only clutch his head and lament, I thought this information would never get out. Was there a mole planted among us? Mika said that he just heard a rumor from the soldiers and made a guess, and Leon believed him right away. For that reason, he immediately asked, all right then, so what about that dungeon? Mika gave a friendly smile. It was once considered the greatest problem or the greatest shame of the Parkslope family, but now that dungeon will become their hope. Seeing Mika say he found it interesting, Leon looked bewildered. What almost every expedition team that went in never came back. It's called a dungeon, but you might as well call it hell. There's nothing you can do. Mika knew that very well. In the end, the Parkslope family remained determined to deal with that dungeon. So were they ultimately successful? Not a complete failure. But someone else did manage to explore that dungeon before them and took all the treasures inside. After some thought, Mika said he would help Leon and join the expedition team. Hearing this, Leon sneered. Ha! You mean you can explore that dungeon, something that even mercenaries couldn't do? Mika spread his arms and replied with a cocky tone, Of course. It's perfectly normal for a mage to explore a dungeon. Leon couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Are all mages as reckless as you? Where do you get this confidence? Mika immediately said, Your family has nothing to lose by me doing this. If I explore the dungeon, it's a win-win for both of us. If not, then it's as if nothing ever happened. After having it spelled out for him, Leon saw that it made sense. After thinking for a moment, he asked about the training method again. After getting Mika's assurance, Leon no longer saw any problem. He would go convince his father, but whether he'd succeed or not was up to chance. Afterwards, Mika also went to inform his father. After listening to his troublemaking son, Marcus buried his face in his hands, exasperated. I thought you were going to handle the Lindell family matter properly. And now what is this? I've heard rumors that the Parkslope family is the Lindells' next target for an engagement. Are you sure you're not going to mess everything up? Mika calmly replied, Of course not, father. I would never do that. I already told you earlier. I have a promise with Leon Parkslope, as you well know. A mage's promise is something that can never be taken back. Just thinking about this made Marcus's blood boil. He immediately took out his familiar staff, stained with the blood of monsters. It seems that Marcus, despite being a mage, prefers a more physical approach, and had carried this very staff around to bash monsters in his youth. Miha wanted to ask more about it, but I got scared and stopped. Then he said he had another reason besides keeping his promise, but that it had to be a secret. This guy is seriously asking for a beating. Marcus tried to stay calm and set the staff down on the table. Can I trust you? Miha immediately shot back. Haven't you always trusted me, father? Seeing his father's sorrowful expression reminded Miha of the past. Even at his worst, his father had never stopped believing in him. The thought brought a sharp pain. I was filled with regret because after my father died, I just kept running away from reality. That's also why I didn't dare to become a warrior. Marcus, after giving it some thought, stood up and looked his son straight in the eyes. This little brat. What about the matter with the Lindell family? You can still handle it yourself, right? Mika answered firmly. I've already told you, father. Everything is connected. I can't tell you the details. Unable to persuade him, Marcus could only relent. Fine. Do whatever you want. Mika bowed to his father and prepared to leave. Just then, he sensed a presence somewhere in the empty space of the room. Father, do you have a visitor? Marcus immediately denied it. No, did you see something? Miha glanced around for a moment, then said he must have imagined it. And with that, he left. Once he was alone, Marcus sighed. I wonder who that kid takes after. Suddenly, a voice rang out. He takes after you, of course, head of the house. He's just like you were, though you've changed a great deal since then. Marcus wasn't surprised at all and asked back, but what do you think? It seems the boy was aware of your presence. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged from a black mist. That's to be expected. My magic circle is rather unusual. It makes complete concealment difficult. Marcus then turned around. And that magic circle of yours never does seem to fade, does it? If you're the one watching over the boy as his butler, then you must have noticed something, right? Well, damn, so that's the butler. I never would have guessed he was a mage. The butler replied, The young master truly has changed a great deal recently. He's become more resolute, and his magic has grown considerably stronger. Marcus acknowledged this, and the butler continued, Indeed, one cannot become that strong through magic alone. It must be the young master's inherent talent, perhaps only now. Is he beginning to realize his own potential? Well, that's not too surprising for someone of our bloodline. After all, it was our ancestor who created the family. It's not strange for an one Paris of this day and age to only be realizing that talent now. The talent of an heir. After discussing a few more matters, the butler rushed to Miha's side to join him on his journey. The head of the house has ordered me to accompany you. He doesn't know what kind of dangerous trouble you might find yourself in, so he ordered me to follow and protect you, young master. That was a pretty convincing performance. But Miha had known the butler's true colors for a long time. He was just playing along. After greeting Leon, the three of them began their journey to the Parkslope family's domain. Upon arriving, Miha was seen resting his chin on his hand, looking out of the carriage with a bored expression. Leon quickly asked, Why the long face? Is our territory that terrible? Miha replied, No, actually, I'm quite surprised. Your family has done a very good job maintaining this barren land. My father would call this a fine territory. And it's not just about appearances. The rhythm of the residents' lives and the natural landscape are not bad at all, especially this miles-long Helen Forest road paved with these minerals. You'd need to constantly import enough to cover the entire surface. To put it more clearly, a flashy exterior is useless. What matters is the contentment of the people. Your father is an excellent lord. You should be proud of him. Leon was visibly delighted. To hear that from a member of the One Paris family, you're right, our land truly is magnificent. It's all thanks to the work of my father, a man I respect, and who is worthy of that respect. Everything you said is true. Miha had always been proud of the Parkslope blood in his veins, even if he was the last one to carry it. For the rest of the journey, Leon spoke endlessly and proudly about his domain. After arriving, Leon informed his father of his companion. The moment Count Dodgy's Parkslope heard the name Miha Onoparis, he lost his composure so badly he had to gulp down a handful of pills. It seems his health isn't very good and he requires medication when he gets agitated. Once he had calmed down, Leon announced his guest again. As my son told me, Mika Onapurgis is currently on our land. Dodgis calmly asked, Well now, that's a surprise. Where is he? Upon learning that Mika was in the drawing room right downstairs, Dodgis became extremely serious, then proceeded to down a whole bunch of pills. Leon rushed in to stop him. Father, you can't take any more of those. But he was unsuccessful. Let go of me, anyway. I'm going to die buried under a mountain of work soon enough. Just let me get to heaven a little early. After chewing the pills like they were candy, Dodgis calmed down. Ha! All right. I've accepted the fact that Mika Onpurgis is waiting for me downstairs. Are there any other problems? Leon reported that aside from the minor issue of the dungeon rumors, there was nothing else. Upon hearing the word dungeon, Dodgis's mood became unstable again. He laughed like a madman, then took out a piece of paper and began writing a letter of resignation. I should have done this a long time ago. You can handle the rest. I should resign for my own mental health. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly tried to dissuade him. No, father, how can you just resign like this? I haven't even explained everything properly yet. Only then did Dodgis put his pen down and slowly listen to his son. Speak. Obviously, the One-Purgus family's standing is higher than ours. No, it's not just that. They're one of the few families in this empire that you can count on one hand. If they find out about the dungeon, it'll be stolen from us. Leon quickly explained, I'm not so foolish as to not know that. He made an offer that I had to accept, so obviously I accepted it. Dodges still didn't understand what could have made his son agree so easily. Leon continued, Yes, it was the complete MANHWA breathing technique. Hearing this, Dodges stood up in shock. Leon went on, He knows MANHWA breathing technique, and based on that I made a trade with him. After learning that Leon had confirmed it directly and had already sealed the pact with Mika, Dodges fell into deep thought. That means, whatever it is, it's so important that he was willing to trade the technique for it. He absolutely must have it. Just what could be in that dungeon? After a moment of thought, Dodges decided he would meet and speak with Mika directly. Elsewhere, the butler was still putting on a great performance. He clutched his head, bowing to the ground. He was drenched in sweat and kept wailing, We're doomed. Seeing this, Mika played along. Butler, why are you so anxious? As if waiting for his cue, the butler shouted in a panic. You really don't know, sir. The Parkslope family is not one to be trifled with, especially when it comes to the dungeon. Just thinking about how the family head must feel gives me a headache. After listening, Mika calmly asked, You seem to know a lot about it. Are you a lord as well, butler? Without a shred of hesitation, the butler replied, No. Then he looked away. It seems he struck a nerve. In his mind, Mika had already calculated everything. The old man isn't wrong, but he's missing one key thing. I know everything. For example, how dependent the Parkslope family is on the MANHWA breathing technique, and the fact that the Count sees the dungeon as a thorn in his side because of their continuous failed attacks. This deal was already in the palm of my hand. Mika then reassured the butler. It's all right. Once I speak with Count Parkslope, everything will become clear. But the butler was still unconvinced. You think he will agree? Even if you are the young master of the One-Purgus family, Mika declared confidently, I assure you he will be down here within 1 minute. At this point, the butler thought Mika was just spouting nonsense. But suddenly the door opened and Dodges entered with an extremely serious expression. Skipping the pleasantries, Dodges got straight to the point. I hear you're interested in the dungeon. A complete contrast to his panicked state from before, he appeared extremely confident and in control of the negotiation. Mika didn't show any weakness either. The desire to explore is a mage's instinct. A dungeon is a fitting choice. Dodges rested his chin on his hand and said, Exploring a dungeon, you say? Nothing satisfies a mage's curiosity better. But I think you already know what's inside that dungeon, and that it's worth more than the MANHWA breathing technique. My son may be crazy for the Malia technique, but I am not. Facing Dodges, Mika felt a bit of pressure. It was as if the man could see right through his purpose for coming here. But that was only because Mika was letting him think that. He was still controlling this negotiation as he pleased, like moving pieces on a chessboard. Mika looked directly at Dodges and said seriously, I don't know exactly what is inside the dungeon. I am simply interested and wish to explore it. But let me ask you a question. Do you think the Parkslope family as it is now has enough power and influence to actually conquer that dungeon? Dodges answered without any concealment. No, I won't lie. We still haven't found a suitable partner. However, we will not be partnering with someone from the One-Purgus family. Mika wasn't surprised by this answer at all. He immediately made another offer. Then how about you partner with me? After hearing this, Darius asked him, You mean just you, not a One-Paris? Mika confirmed it again, adding that he didn't need a full party. Darius was starting to be swayed at this point. He asked Mika how long he wanted to explore for. Mika smirked and held up a finger. Just 1 day. Darius was a bit stunned by this confidence. He further inquired about the conditions if the expedition were to fail. Mika calmly said, Melia's mana technique. I'll give it to you no conditions, but if I succeed, I'll take half of the dungeon's resources. And with that, the discussion was over. The result was exactly what Mika had hoped for. The next day, a party of 3 Mika, Leon, and the butler Modin arrived at the dungeon. Leon shouted, Are you insane? Just the 3 of us. Modin, off to the side, nodded his head frantically. You'd have to say he was a pretty good actor. Mika let out a sigh. He knew this would happen. If you're scared, you can just go home. Unable to take the provocation, Leon charged forward. Who's scared? I just think we're short-handed, The Parkslope family never backs down from a challenge. Just as Leon was about to enter the dungeon, Mika used magic to stop him. Don't act on your own. There's a trap at the entrance. If you go in without proper preparation, you'll die. Modin chimed in from the side. Oh ho. So from the very first step, we can't just walk in normally. A simple but effective form of protection.
Leon listened to the two of them, completely confused, his face just blank. Mika continued, "To put it simply, this is a living dungeon, one of the rare few. This dungeon needs to consume energy to sustain itself just like a living creature. If we just walk in like this, we'll become its food just like those mercenaries. But it's a different story if you feed it enough mana." Mika then cast a fireball towards the dungeon. The fireball flew into the deep, bottomless darkness of the dungeon and gradually disappeared. The space then suddenly fractured like a sheet of glass. Mika told the group, "Stay calm. That's just a sign that the door is open." Suddenly, the entire space seemed to shatter, and an intense white light burst out from the dungeon. Mika wasn't surprised by this scene at all, because he already knew the first tomb of Acer. The dungeon famed for being impregnable, a relic of the past that contains a holy artifact. The first holy artifact of the relic in his previous life. Mika and his party had cleared this dungeon, and found the Fong Dong relic. With this, the party could resist some of the Demon King's attack spells. But Fong Dong was a relic that grew with its owner, so it needed time to reach its full potential and couldn't be used recklessly. But unfortunately, the owner of this holy artifact was that moron of a warrior. To be precise, 1 week after obtaining the artifact, that idiot secret, the one who was so sure he would use Fong Dong properly, ended up accidentally destroying it. Damn it. What a useless burden. For some reason back then, Mika felt he wasn't worthy of being a hero compared to that idiot. But things were different now. Mika wouldn't let that happen again. He was determined to become the master of Fong Dong. Afterward, the three of them held torches and cautiously entered the dungeon. Looking around, Leon wondered aloud, "This place is so strange. It's completely different from what the expedition team described, plus it feels really bizarre." Mika explained that it was because time had been frozen the moment the dungeon was formed. Leon was completely stunned to learn this. Wait a minute, time is stopped. Isn't time stopping a saint-level ability? Mika didn't deny it. That's right. And to create a dungeon this massive is something only a true saint could do. It was beyond Leon's comprehension. He had no idea what the hell was happening in his own territory anymore. Just then, Mika signaled for them to stop. As soon as Leon looked up, he saw an army of goblins waiting up ahead. Leon suggested they should act and eliminate them before they could sound an alarm, but Mika stopped him. "Hold on, don't be so hasty. Don't be. You should remember this is only the first entrance." Leon, with his battle-crazed brain, couldn't calm down. "So what, we just let them sound the alarm? What if they call for reinforcements then?" Mika calmly explained, "This isn't a dungeon, it's a tomb. A very well-fortified tomb. Moreover, it wasn't created to be cleared by just one person." Mika then approached the wall and used a knife to scrape some crystal dust off the lettering. He explained, "If the goblins smell this, they'll go crazy. More importantly, this stuff has a hallucinogenic effect, just like pleasure water. If you envelop this with magic and throw it anywhere, the goblins, out of greed, will kill each other to get what they want. In short, it's an explosive with a hallucinogenic effect." Mika then proceeded to demonstrate. He used a piece of cloth and threw the bombs he had just made into the room where the goblins were. The bombs exploded immediately, scattering the crystal dust. Everywhere, the goblins, after inhaling the stuff, were completely high and started hacking each other to pieces. Leon and Moden's eyes went wide with shock at the sight. Only Mika remained perfectly calm. To think there would be materials like this in a tomb. Could this be a coincidence? No, impossible. Knowledge over strength. The knowledge to cleverly use magic to defeat a goblin combined with these two things. We can easily pass the first stage. It's very difficult to discover these tricks in the tomb if you haven't experienced it before. After a while, all the goblins were dead, either from the high or from killing each other. Mika calmly stepped over the pile of corpses and headed for the next stage. Just then, he detected a reaction from a magic item on one of the goblins. Mika went closer to check. He discovered a space pouch. Not only that, it was the highest grade, too. In his past life, he never found out this thing existed. Of course I didn't. That bastard Duncan Fritz used his ultimate skill and blew everything to dust. Thinking back on it made Mika's blood boil. He clutched his head, looked up at the sky, and screamed, "Oh God, oh God, oh God." I warned them so many times. That damn Six Fritz, standing nearby Leon, asked Moden, "What's going on?" Moden calmly replied, "He has these episodes every now and then." "It's nothing." Mika then slumped helplessly onto a goblin corpse, looking dejected. Leon held the space pouch and wondered if there were any other items, but Mika had already searched everywhere, and he hadn't found anything. Suddenly, he realized there was a problem. For a reward to appear in the middle of the path like this before even clearing the first stage was highly unusual. There had to be a reason. Mika then checked the space pouch again, and sure enough, there was a line of text on it. "Defeat the greediest goblin in the dungeon." This seemed to be a clue for the next stage.
After a moment of thought, Mika immediately guessed it was the goblin leader. Modin wondered how he could come to such a conclusion. Mika explained as he walked over to the leader's corpse. The one who is the greediest can only be that goblin. He's also the biggest and most powerful one, isn't he? We have to take the stone from his body and put it in this pouch. Just then, Leon demanded to be the one to cut the stone out. He claimed he was more skillful and better with a blade than Mika, but Mika was having none of it. So the two of them decided to have a contest. There were two leaders. Whoever extracted the better stone would get the space pouch. And so they both climbed onto the two goblin leader corpses, and they began. Leon drew his sword and unleashed a series of flashy slashes. In no time, he had perfectly extracted the stone. But just as he was about to show off, he saw Mika already holding a stone in his hand. Looking at the pure light emanating from the stone in Mika's hand, Leon knew for certain that he had lost. Leon fell to his knees and whimpered like a puppy. Mika then dropped the stone into the space pouch. A key of light flew out of the pouch and transformed into a glowing door. This definitely wasn't the path Mika took in his previous life. After a moment of thought, he concluded that this was a shortcut. The three of them didn't hesitate for a second. They stepped through the door of light and onto a long staircase. Leon took the opportunity to quietly ask Modin, "Pardon me, but who exactly is Mika? He doesn't seem like someone my age." Modin replied, "If you're curious about the young master, he's no different from the rumors." Leon, still unconvinced, asked again just to be sure, "What you mean? Those rumors are true." Modin closed his eyes and said, "That's right. In the past, the young master truly was unskilled, uncharismatic, and unwise. I will say only this much, because that is all the young master has permitted." Watching Mika's figure and hearing Modin's words, Leon seemed to understand something. An eccentric. Most people try to hide their shameful past. Perhaps he has accepted his past as part of himself. Suddenly, Modin continued, "However, he suddenly changed a great deal. I was also very surprised by it. From Modin's expression, you could tell he was both happy and worried about this change. After all, he was the one who had watched Mika grow up." Just then, Mika stopped walking. They had finally reached the end of the path. "It seems we've skipped a few things, but we've somehow made it here anyway." The fourth gate. Before them stood a massive, towering stone door with strange patterns carved into it. To have made it this far, Mika had no idea what awaited them behind the door. In his previous life, Mika's party had fought their way through and received the reward at the third stage. It seems the fourth stage was hidden for some reason. And since the meaning of the characters written on the gate was, "Don't try to find out," Mika decided to go straight in. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, you're going to open the door right now." Mika explained that since there were no hints or anything else, thinking about it was pointless. It's better to just turn off our brains and charge straight ahead. We might find something that way. Before entering, Mika used magic to create a thin barrier for Leon and Modin, just enough to protect them from physical and mental harm. After that, the three of them walked straight through the door. The moment they stepped inside, they were transported to a dark, cold space and separated from each other. Mika immediately used a light spell, but it didn't have much of an effect. It's huge in here. The light spell only illuminates a small area, so we still can't tell how big this place is. I can't pinpoint where the butler and Leon are either because it's too dark. I'm not too worried about the butler, though, but I need to hurry because of Leon. Just then, the space suddenly transformed. Beneath a blood-red sky, a familiar figure appeared. It was Leon from my past life, drenched in blood. The moment he saw Miha, he spoke. "It's been a while, hasn't it, you bastard Miha?" Miha immediately recognized it as an illusion. He didn't care at all and asked bluntly, "Your impersonation is pretty convincing. I'll give you a solid 8 out of 10. Now where's the real Leon?" Hearing this, the illusion of Leon let out a loud laugh. "What's the rush? Why don't we sit down and reminisce about old times? Before it could finish the sentence, Miha waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I can't be bothered." Hearing this, the illusion's eyes widened in shock. "Can't be bothered, you say, so you can just ignore all of this. You ran away from this place, and you still have the audacity to say that. Do you really think you're capable of doing such a thing? You're just a coward who only knows how to run away on his own." As it spoke, it moved closer and shook Miha. This was an illusion created from Miha's own memories. This place was the battlefield where his comrades had fallen. The person standing before him was his closest friend. But none of it could shake Miha's resolve. "Now you're down to 7 points. I'm docking you points." The Leon I know would never say things like this. "You're tainting my friend's name." Get lost. With just a single shout, the illusion completely vanished. The darkness faded away, revealing the true scenery of this place. This place, It turned out to be a beautiful forest with countless mana crystals all around. Before Miha could take in the view, Modin came running up out of nowhere. "There you are, sir. I've been looking all over for you." It seemed he was fine and unharmed. Modin sheepishly said that it was thanks to the shield Miha had created. Although Miha knew the truth, he didn't bother to call him out on it. If Modin wanted to keep up the act, then he could just let him. The two of them then scouted the surrounding area. This place held a colossal amount of mana crystals, enough to make a count wealthy. Just then, Modin suddenly pointed ahead. "Huh. Young Master. Isn't that young Master Leon? He doesn't look well at all." Right now, Leon was on the ground clutching his head, his whole body trembling violently. He was being tormented by his inner demons. "You are our hope, young Master. You are the most anticipated successor of the sword. Saint, we believe in you. Young Master, you can bring glory to our family," drowning in those familiar voices. Leon gradually sank deeper, losing his sanity. "I grew up with the expectations of my father and the servants. I know they care about me deeply, so I always pushed myself harder than everyone else, without ever resting. That was my everything. No, it had to be my everything. Why did I even come here? I don't know anything anymore." Just then Miha's appearance made Leon fall completely into darkness. "Miha Wanaparis, if he dies, this entire dungeon will belong to my family. That's right. The most important thing for me to do is bring honor to my family. That also means sacrificing an ally. If that is what will bring honor to my family, I am more than willing." At that moment, both of Leon's eyes turned black, just like the illusion Miha had encountered. He held the sword in his hand and flashed a sinister smile, but that smile was instantly wiped from his face when he saw Miha's magic arrow. What is this terrifying magic? I don't think I can win against this monster, especially since he knows all of my mana skills so well. Will I die if I fight him? And just like that, Leon's inner demon was scared right back into hiding. Turns out in the face of absolute power, any problem can be solved. Afterwards, Leon's eyes returned to normal. To avoid getting skewered, he quickly spoke up. "I'm back, Miha." Only then did Miha retract his magic. "Good. All right, then. We've wasted enough time here. Let's get a move on." Leon could feel it. This guy was truly terrifying. If he hadn't snapped out of it, he would have been riddled with holes by now. The three of them then continued deeper into the forest. The further they went, the thicker the fog became, and once again the three of them were separated. But Miha wasn't the least bit worried. First a forest and now fog. This mist seems real, and they must have created it for a purpose. I doubt the butler and Leon can find me right now, which means it's calling out to me. After walking forward for a while, Miha emerged from the fog. A mysterious girl was there to greet him. The moment Miha saw her, he spoke up. "Are you the one in charge here?" The girl found his calm demeanor strangely unsettling. Usually people are a little more surprised. Seeing her reaction, Miha feigned distress. "As you can see, I'm actually very worried right now." After Miha stepped closer, the girl continued. "Tsk. Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Anyway, that's not important. I suppose I should introduce myself first, shouldn't I? I am..." But before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. "I already know who you are. Seth, guardian of the holy relic, the first apostle of the god Asa." Hearing this, Seth was completely stunned. Just as she was about to ask, Miha cut her off. "You don't need to explain anything unnecessary. I've already proven I'm worthy, haven't I? Besides, I believe I'm qualified enough to receive the reward you've prepared. Don't worry, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. That's why I came here." But the book never mentioned anything about a wish, so Miha quickly corrected himself. "I just had a feeling you would wish for something." Although it was very confusing, Seth eventually made a decision. "All right then. My duty is to hand over the holy relic to someone with the right qualities." She just held her hand out in front of her, and suddenly a magic circle appeared over the table from which a pendant flew out. "This is the reward you mentioned. It's also the holy relic that contains my power. As long as you carry it with you, it will transform into a shield or a spear to protect you whenever you need it. I've never given it a name before, but I think we can call it Seth's Tempest." Holding the reward in his hand, Miha looked utterly astonished. "This is strange. This is definitely different from the item before my regression." Seeing this, Seth spoke up. "There's no need to doubt it. I assure you, this item will not disappoint you. How could I possibly give a fake item to the person who passed through the fourth gate?" After hearing this, Miha gripped the necklace tightly. "It seems this is the real item. Does that mean the item that caused hundreds of people to sacrifice their lives was just a fake all along?" He immediately asked Seth to confirm. "If one only reached the third floor, is there any way to receive the real item?" Seth answered without a moment's hesitation. "No, there isn't. However, if you think carefully, there is a way at the third gate. But if you can't figure it out, then you are not worthy. It would be a waste for the holy relic to fall into the hands of someone unworthy. Looking at Seth's determined eyes, Miha finally understood the situation. The item his party received in his past life was just a secondary reward. After Miha put on the necklace, the pendant suddenly glowed and transformed into a stream of blue light that surrounded him. According to Seth, this wasn't an ordinary necklace. It was a complex barrier that could protect both the body and the soul. It will protect its owner from any attack, once per day. It might change depending on Miha's level, but for now the limit is only once. This thing is basically a cheat completely different from the one-time use item from my past life. With this, Miha could escape death once every day. At this moment, Seth's body was gradually fading away, but it seemed she had already accepted this. It's time for me to go. My mission was to hand over the holy relic to someone worthy. Now that I have completed this mission, I must depart. Miha thought for a moment before speaking. It seems the time-freezing spell surrounding the dungeon is about to wear off. If you don't disappear, what do you plan to do? Although Seth was already prepared for this, she still felt a bit of reluctance in her heart. It can't be saved. To repair the old magic barrier, you would need knowledge equal to or greater than a 9th circle mage. Basically, it's impossible, but it would have been nice if I could have witnessed for myself how the world has changed. Hearing this, Miha stepped forward, towards the magic circle that sustained the dungeon. With the knowledge of a 9th circle mage, this magic circle is mere child's play. Didn't you say you wanted to witness it for yourself? I'll make it happen so you can see the world with your own eyes. After just a few manipulations, Seth's body suddenly glowed and transformed. When the magic circle was fixed, Seth's body had shrunk, floating in midair. Why has my beautiful body become so small? But Miha found it rather cute, so he told her not to worry. Hearing this, Seth flushed red and shouted, flailing her limbs about. Do you have any idea that I'm an apostle serving an elder god? Miha then explained. I'm sorry for making you so small, but in order to extend the time freeze as long as possible, I had to do it. Upon hearing this, Seth asked in astonishment, Wait a minute, are you an Archmage? A 9th circle magic spell? Miha immediately denied it, which surprised Seth even more. Then that's impossible. You were able to recreate the time-freezing spell without possessing a 9th circle magic spell. Something like this has never happened before. Miha then smiled proudly. Seth, I'm a genius with outstanding talent. Hearing this, Seth was at a complete loss for words. If he says it like that, I can only accept it. How the hell am I supposed to argue with that? Elsewhere, Leon's father, Darius Parkslave, stood looking out the window and sighed helplessly. Ha! A lot of time has passed, hasn't it? Perhaps I put my trust in useless people. I hope no one got hurt. Just then a knight ran up and reported, My lord, just now young Master Miha Vonaparis has returned after conquering the dungeon. Hearing this news, Darius froze completely. He couldn't even believe what he had just heard. Immediately after the work of transporting the mana crystals out of the dungeon began, the appraiser that Darius had brought along was moved beyond words upon seeing the pile of mana crystals. My lord, in all my life I have never seen such pure mana crystals, and there's such a huge amount. I can't even imagine how much all of this is worth. After hearing this, Dajis glanced at Mika, who was standing beside him. Ha! Even professional expedition teams couldn't conquer it, yet you managed to do it so effortlessly. Mika just smiled and said, It actually gave me a little bit of trouble. Dajis replied, But you don't look like you ran into much trouble at all. Mika confidently responded, I never make a promise I can't keep. Dajis then reconsidered. Perhaps I was too blinded by the rumors. How could I have forgotten the true nature of the One Piece family? His bloodline is definitely not just for show. Looking at Mika, Dajis could see the image of his father as a young man, a genius mage who had braved every danger. Just then, Mika spoke up. Well then, as promised, I'll be taking half of the spoils from clearing the dungeon. Hearing this, Dajis looked regretful. I know. If only I'd known this would happen, I would have haggled for a bit more. Mika gave a knowing smile. The Count may act like this, but it's doubtful he truly considers this a loss. The pressure to conquer the dungeon was mounting, and he had spent a great deal of money for that purpose. To conquer the dungeon, yet he had yet to see any return on his investment. He must have been very worried about it, and I was able to help him through that difficult time. Then Dajis brought up what Mika had promised. As you know, that Mulier Mana technique, it's best to learn it as early as possible. So I want you to fulfill your promise as soon as you can. The sooner the better. He really is a good father, always wanting the best for his son. And of course, Mika had no reason to delay. Well, I guess we don't have to wait any longer. Why don't we start today? 4 days later, rumors about Leon being taught swordsmanship by a mage had spread throughout the domain. Everyone was astonished to hear the news. A mage teaching swordsmanship or vice versa was considered nothing but a joke on this continent. In reality, Leon was running for his dear life from Mika's barrage of magic missiles. As he ran, he whined, "You said you were going to teach me the MANHWA technique," while Mika controlling the magic missiles spoke. "I am doing that right now." And here I thought I was being quite gentle. Sepp, who was sitting on Mika's shoulder, saw this and spoke up. "Did the definition of gentle change overnight or something?" "Well, I admit your training method is quite interesting. This isn't a bad idea. You're creating a natural flow of mana and making him aware of it. After all, knights don't need to use mana with precision, so I don't think this is a bad way to train him." Although Leon tried his best to escape and fight back, the sheer number of magic missiles meant he still got hit occasionally. There were even times he collapsed in pain. "What the hell is this? What kind of training is this?" Seeing this, Mika calmly replied, "I learned this mana technique from a qualified person, so you don't need to worry about that." Leon lay sprawled on the ground, panting. He cursed what kind of crazy bastard created this technique, but he would never guess that the bastard was Mika himself. Mika had once been trained like a demon. Now he was just paying it all forward. "That's right, you bastard. That's your future right there." After tormenting Leon to hell and back, Mika told him to try circulating his mana the way he usually did. Although Leon didn't understand, he obediently did as he was told. Even though he only circulated a little bit, Leon already felt his body become much less tense. Mika then explained, "The way you circulated mana to defend against my spells was actually part of the training to familiarize yourself with the way you're circulating it now. Your mana, that is, that's the most important step. If you keep practicing without forgetting this feeling, you will naturally perfect your technique." After hearing this, Leon's eyes became incredibly determined. His resolve was stronger than ever. Mika also felt extremely satisfied with this attitude. He'll get it soon enough. Things will happen even faster because I've shown him a shortcut. I can't wait for it to happen. The final destination of the MANHWA mana technique. After the day's training session ended, Mika went to a private space. Set felt this was unnecessary because besides Mika, no one else could see her. But Mika had already informed the Count that this would be his inviolable, private time. Mika's purpose was to test the power of the item he had just received, Set's Tempest. After channeling a small amount of mana into the pendant, a large blue tornado was created. Set said teasingly, "Well, aren't you a show-off? Are you trying to test out the storm? You can definitely use it for purposes other than self-defense. If you need a guide, I can help. I've been in charge of it for quite some time, so I know a fair bit about it, Miha." His claim that he could do something even she didn't know about annoyed Setch. "What? How dare you talk about using Tempest in front of me?" Miha then explained, "You may think I'm too young to understand how a sacred artifact works, but a vortex is the natural state of mana. And for something like a sacred artifact, there are infinite ways to use it." Miha then closed his eyes, sensing the flow of mana moving around him. "Tempest doesn't belong to me, but as a magician, I'm truly interested in it, so I've been analyzing it frequently. And I've come up with a hypothesis about it. Perhaps I can use that thing with my circulation method. My free circulation. The basic principle behind the free circulation method is da-mana circulation, and da-mana circulation has many limitations because of the vortexes and all the flaws in the free circulation method. They're all because I can't control those vortexes properly. However, what if I use Tempest to solve this problem?" When Miha opened his eyes, the mana inside him seemed to merge with Tempest and then explode powerfully. Seeing this, Setch shouted, "Are you insane? Are you using Tempest for your mana circulation? Stop it, you'll destroy your body." But what happened next shocked her. Miha's mana flow was easily brought under control, and it was no longer out of control. This had been part of Miha's plan from the very beginning. After helplessly losing Tempest, I started gathering information on sacred artifacts to find some common ground between them. I reviewed all the data I collected, and from analyzing Tempest, that's when I realized that sacred artifacts can be controlled. Now it's time to put my theory to the test. After finishing his preparations, Miha immediately created a temporary magic circle using Tempest and fusing his mana. It was incredibly easy and took no effort at all. Miha then wrote out an incantation for a 6th-tier magic spell, Firefield. Instantly, the surrounding area turned into a giant sea of flames. Seeing this, Setch's jaw dropped in amazement. 6th tier. How can you use a 6th tier spell at your age? Are you going for 7th tier now? Stop it! Even if you try to use a spell of a higher tier than your own, it's impossible. But before she could finish her sentence, Miha had completed the 7th tier spell, Gravity. The ground around them was crushed into fragments and began to float in the air. At this, Setch was utterly speechless.
A week had passed since Leon began training in Mulier's key cultivation method. He could now fundamentally control the technique. He cheerfully swung the sword in his hand to show Miha the results of his training. At this rate, Leon would surely become a sword saint within a few years, and that would be a huge asset for Miha in the upcoming war. Just then, Leon spoke up, asking, "By the way, what are you planning to do about the temple? The oracles, I mean. I thought you taught me Milia's key cultivation method because you wanted to join the temple's hero selection." Miha then suddenly remembered something important. He had almost forgotten being so focused on obtaining his first sacred artifact. "Cassandra, I needed to confirm where she is before I can go to the temple with peace of mind. How am I supposed to find Cassandra now?" While Miha was lost in thought a night from house, Parkslop ran up and announced, "Young Master, my apologies, Young Master Miha, but we have a visitor, so I came to inform you." Leon, hearing this, asked, "A visitor? I don't think we were expecting anyone." The knight hesitated, not daring to speak plainly. Seeing his expression, Miha immediately guessed that the visitor was Alien, his former fiancée. Waiting in the drawing room, Alien looked around and began to size the place up. It's really nothing special, both their influence and their history. But in order to become a knight, I need to prove myself to Father. My past mistakes have caused the entire house of Lindell so much trouble. That's why I must defeat Leon Parkslop, the one hailed as the sword god, in a duel to prove I am worthy of becoming a knight. Just then, Miha pushed the door open with a friendly smile. "Hello, hey, Lily." Seeing him, Alien's jaw dropped. "Huh, Miha, why are you here?" Miha calmly sat down and asked in return, "What do you mean by that?" "I was properly invited here, you know. Aren't you the one who just dropped in unannounced?" Ashamed of her past transgression, Alien lowered her head at a loss for words. Seeing this, Miha continued, "Don't worry, I don't hold a grudge against you. We called off the engagement very smoothly, and I even gained more fame from it." After Miha had handled everything, the House of Lindell announced the news to the public. Both families had agreed to nullify the engagement, and not because Miha One Paris had failed to meet the standards. After that, the rumors that Miha wasn't qualified also died down. He was very satisfied with this outcome. But who knew how Alien felt? After hearing him, she shyly asked, "Then, where is young Master Leon?" Mika answered without hesitation that he's taking a shower and will come talk to us when he's done. "So what brings you here today?" This guy sure asks questions like he owns the place. For some reason, Alien felt an invisible pressure and stammered, "As someone from a family of knights, I just want to observe the swordsmanship of other families. Of course, you must think I'm shameless." But Miha immediately cut in, "No, that's not it at all. I never thought that. She truly has a talent for swordsmanship. In the future, the more strong people I have by my side, the better. There's no reason for me to hate her. If I can make use of her, all the better for me. Wait a minute. Maybe I can make use of her." Mika then smiled warmly at Alien. Alien felt a chill run down her spine. "Huh. Why is he suddenly looking at me like that?" Mika then stood up and spoke. "The fact that you came here to observe other families' swordsmanship shows that you want to become stronger. If that's the case, I'll give you an opportunity." Hearing this, Alien didn't understand a damn thing. "An opportunity? What do you mean?" Miha continued. "Leon is a bit stubborn. I don't think he'll like you suddenly showing up here like this. That's why I want to lend a hand." After his shower, Leon was called to the training grounds again. This made him a little annoyed. "What is it, Miha? Why did you suddenly tell me to come to the training grounds?" As soon as he saw the expression on Miha's face, Leon became extremely wary. That expression! My senses are telling me you put on that exact expression whenever you're about to do something stupid." Miha's face turned more serious. "I'm very hurt that you think of me that way. So what can I do to make my expression look more innocent?" Alien, who was standing nearby, didn't understand what the two were talking about, so she peeked her head out. The moment Leon saw Alien, he understood Mika's intention. "Miss Lindell, if she's here with you, don't tell me." Just as Leon thought, a few hours later, Alien was screaming as she dodged magic arrows. "You said you were going to teach me." "That's why I followed you here." Miha laughed and said, "But I wasn't lying. There are plenty of opportunities for you to learn. Look beside you." Alien looked to her side and saw Leon, who wasn't running away but was deftly blocking the magic arrows with his sword. But because she was distracted, she was hit in the leg by a magic arrow and fell flat on her butt. When Miha approached, Alien asked, Is the difficulty level different for me and young Master Leon?" Miha replied, "No, of course not. It's just that you have more openings, so you're easier to attack. I hope you learned a lot." Hearing this, Alien immediately stood up. "I have learned a great deal. But compared to me, young Master Leon seems much more skilled." Though she said that, Alien still thought of herself as useless and kept blaming herself. But Mika didn't see it that way.
It's not that she doesn't have weaknesses, but she's definitely a natural talent. I'm sure of it. She could have become much stronger and helped. Me know all of us, but in the end she couldn't. That's why I'm going to make it so she can become stronger. Mika then held out his hand and said to Alien, "Now I'll tell you what I really wanted to tell you. Let me introduce you to my instructor." Alien immediately slapped Mika's hand away. "I didn't come here looking for an instructor, and I doubt that you, a mage, are qualified to talk to me about an aura method that would suit me." Just then, Leon walked over after taking a break. "He looks pretty trustworthy, you know. After all, he's the one who taught me the aura method." Hearing this, Alien's eyes widened in shock. "A mage? There's no way a mage could guide someone in an aura method." Miha quickly explained, "It's true that I can't perform the aura method myself, but if I understand the theory behind it, I can still teach it to others." After glancing at Leon, Alien realized she had been a bit rash. She immediately bowed and apologized to Miha. "I understand. If the one who can use the method says so, then it must be true. I apologize for my rudeness." Miha hadn't expected Alien to actually apologize. It seemed he had misjudged her. Afterward, Alien asked to meet the instructor Miha had mentioned. But in this world, the only things that fall from the sky for free are rain and bird droppings. And Miha said bluntly, "Do you really think I would give you that information for free? It's only natural that I receive something of equivalent value in return." Alien thought for a moment, then said quietly, "Do you accept deferred payments?" "Of course not." Miha refused instantly. Left with no other choice? Alien sighed and took a purple mana crystal from her bag. Even someone as experienced as Miha was astonished by this item. "I never thought I'd see a flawless mana crystal here," Alien said seriously. "I knew you'd recognize it. I originally intended to use this for negotiations, as it's a rare item that helps lower the difficulty of conquering a dungeon." Hearing this, Mika started to vaguely guess Alien's purpose. When she came to the Park Slope family, she planned to negotiate using an item essential for dungeon conquering. This means the Lindell family already knows about our family's dungeon situation. Park Slope. Just as you'd expect from the crafty Miha, he didn't hesitate to take this perfect mana crystal. "Well, now works for me. I think that's enough. You've probably heard of the Lawless Judge, haven't you?" The moment he heard the name, Leon shouted, "You mean that freak from the Western region? One of the few sword masters on the continent who doesn't hail from any empire." That's exactly who Miha was talking about, the hegemon warrior of the West, William Arielon. She was the one who defeated the commander of the 7th Legion, one of the 12 commanders of the demon army. After hesitating for a moment, Elian spoke up, asking, "Even if you are from the One Paris family, how could you possibly convince someone who isn't even a border official of the West?" But before she could finish her sentence, Miha cut her off. "You don't need to worry about that." Then Miha turned to Leon and said, "Leon, you remember what we talked about before, right? About that temple?" Of course Leon remembered. He asked when they would have to go there. Miha said they would leave tomorrow and Elian would need to come with them to the capital. Hearing this, Elian was alarmed. "I'm sorry, but why me?" Miha immediately replied, "Didn't you want to learn sorcery as soon as possible? That's why I'm inviting you to come with us. There's a reason for all of this." Miha had made his plans based on his memories. It should be right around this time. Normally, she's near the border of the Western Empire. The hero selection event, which no one trusts, and the appearance of the lawless judge in the capital. During that period, this is the perfect opportunity to handle them both at once. Elian, not understanding what was happening, shouted, "But this is still too sudden. Why are you suddenly telling me to go to the capital? You have to explain it to me first." But Miha's answer was incredibly simple. "I just thought it would be cool to become a hero." No matter how much Miha wanted to tell the truth, it would have sounded too absurd, so it was best to keep it a secret. That night, Miha sat in the dark room thinking with his eyes closed. Just then, Seth, who was beside him, spoke up. "Those kids are pretty interesting. Unlike you. That's how people their age are supposed to act. Why can't you be a little more like them, huh?" Miha, still with his eyes closed, replied, "You see, I'm a little messed up." After all, Miha possessed the soul of a middle-aged man, so how could he possibly act as childishly as the other young people? Seth then turned his attention to the perfect mana crystal on the table. "A perfect mana crystal. An amazing item. What do you plan to do with this?" Miha immediately took out his spatial bag and placed it next to the stone. "I know. I'm going to use it just like any other mage would. I'm going to craft my own artifact." Seth was already used to Miha doing the impossible, so he remained perfectly calm. "Seriously, you never fail to show me something new." "It's the same every time. So what kind of artifact are you planning to make?" Miha sat looking at the stone and the pile of materials, thinking for a long time. "Man, with this many materials, I could make a lot of things. But like I said, I'll use it just as any mage would. I'm going to create a support. Hearing this, Seth was puzzled. But don't you need a cradle to hold that mana crystal? It's in the right place. To handle extracting that much from the mana crystal, you'd need a tree with at least 100 years of holy power. At that moment, Miha flashed a confident smile. I already know how I'm going to get it. Seth immediately flew up in front of Miha. You sure are confident. Miha looked at Seth and said with a smile, well, it's not entirely unrelated to you, you know. The cradle I plan to use is a branch from the world tree. As soon as Seth heard this, he was utterly shocked. How did you know I was connected to the world tree? Miha replied, it was easy enough to figure out. Of course, I'm not saying I'll create the support right now. I'm just planning and preparing. Mana crystals are very powerful items, and we'll refine them to create an orb. The consequence of a failed refinement. A high-grade mana crystal can be so powerful it could blow away an entire territory. But that won't happen. Before his regression, Miha had refined mana countless times. Without hesitation, he channeled mana into the mana crystal and began the refinement. Countless orderly mana circuits gradually appeared inside the crystal. Witnessing this process, Zet couldn't help but get curious. Heh, are you really planning to refine it by navigating the hundreds, even thousands of mana circuits inside? At this moment, Miha had to concentrate more intensely than ever. He needed to constantly maintain an activation spell, and as for the amount of mana required, there was surely no need to hold back. After that, he engraved the mana crystal with a whole slew of special spells for mana control, spell amplification, and binding. Zet's curiosity flared up again. How could you possibly achieve a level of mastery that only high-level mages are supposed to possess? But Miha simply replied that it was just a matter of talent and patience. Hearing that, Zet was left completely speechless. If that were true, there would be archmages running all over the streets by now. Next came the final step. Miha made a small cut on his finger and dripped his blood onto the mana crystal. He just needed to alter it a bit so it would take on his mana attribute. After absorbing all the blood, the mana crystal began to change shape, transforming into a perfect black orb. Zet moved closer to observe the orb and wondered aloud. It doesn't have any color. You can usually tell a person's mana attribute from the color of the orb. Miha then explained, I don't have one of those. I was born compatible with all types of magic. Its color simply changes based on the type of magic I use, that's all. When Miha cast a fireball spell, the orb immediately turned red. This is truly a cheat-like talent. I don't get how Miha could have been so useless before. Holding the orb, Miha carefully evaluated its mana consumption. The drain was significantly reduced and the power output was increased. It's time to test this thing's maximum power level. Mika then turned his gaze towards the distant mountains, signaling the misfortune that was about to befall it. Just as expected. The next morning, Leon reported that the entire orc encampment on the mountain had been wiped out last night. It was the camp of a troublesome monster species, so this was good news. But the issue was the origin of the event. Leon's father, Ko, had been scrambling all morning to find out what happened. But Leon would never have guessed who the culprit was, sitting right in front of him. Seeing Miha's indifferent attitude made Leon a little suspicious. Why do you look so unconcerned? Or, did you already know about this? Wait a minute, was it you? Even with his collar grabbed, Miha tried to act cool. The orcs in your territory were pretty tough. I'm speechless with this idiot. Meanwhile, in the Holy Nation, Archbishop Naren was reporting to the Pope. Your Holiness, regarding the previous prophecy, I have announced it exactly as you requested. But seeing Naren hesitate, the Pope spoke up and asked, Is something not going well, Archbishop Naren? Naren continued, Yes, I don't think people are taking this very seriously. The Pope had anticipated this would happen. I suppose there's not much we can do, because it would set a bad precedent. But a prophecy is still a prophecy. Why don't we keep an eye on it for a while? By the way, have you found that child, Cassandra? Without hesitation, Naren reported, We still haven't found her. Perhaps it would be better if we don't find her. The Pope then spoke in a cryptic tone, A prophet whom no one believes is nothing but an ordinary person. And in the worst-case scenario, it could be disadvantageous for all of us. But I wonder if leaving her be because of those potential consequences is truly the right course of action. I'm not so sure. I don't think we should simply ignore that child's prophecy. Why don't we wait a little longer? Perhaps we can find at least one person willing to work with us. Let us hope the Lord will answer our prayers. Back with Mika and Elian, after learning the reason they were heading to the Holy Nation's capital, she was a bit displeased. I thought prophecies weren't considered reliable anymore. And even if they are true, they're difficult to interpret correctly. It was understandable why Elian thought that way. It was just an uncertain prophecy, even after it's been interpreted. There aren't even any clues to suggest it will come true. And at this point in time, there's no significant benefit to being a hero. Heroes are only useful when an evil force needs to be defeated. To placate Elian Miha had to find a reasonable excuse, but it's still useful. We can establish relationships with people in the Holy Nation. Elian seemed somewhat convinced. She then asked about the lawless judge. Miha replied, "There's a way to contact them so you don't need to worry too much about it. Once we get to the capital, we can take care of all of that." Now Miha's biggest worry was finding Cassandra's whereabouts. He turned to ask Modin about the information he'd investigated earlier. As expected of a butler from House 1 Paris, Modin had found the information Miha requested about the prophetess Cassandra. It seems the Holy Nation has dispatched people to search for her location. After hearing this, Mika asked, "So even the Holy Nation hasn't found her yet?" Modin replied, "As of right now, that is correct. However, there are rumors that she was seen with a certain knight near the border of the Holy Nation. Furthermore, it seems she left a small message before she disappeared. She said, 'I'll be waiting.'" Could these words have been meant for Miha? Could Cassandra know about Miha's identity as a regressor? After carefully preparing the carriage and horses, the group used a teleportation spell to travel to the capital. I'm seriously at a loss for words, suffering from teleportation sickness. Leon was constantly retching. He ran over to Miha and whined. The horses and carriage were all ready. So why did we have to teleport? Because it's faster, obviously. Thanks to that, the group arrived at the capital in no time. It was Leon's first time in such a luxurious place, and he was a bit overwhelmed. Wow, the capital looks amazing. It's a world of difference from other cities. But for wealthy nobles like Miha and Elian, this place wasn't particularly special. Is that so? I admit it's flashy. But I don't think it's much more than that. You have a point there. All Leon could do was bemoan his fate. Disgusting bourgeoisie. The bleak appearance of the capital brought back many memories for Miha. A lot of memories. As he was about to head to the main sanctuary, Seth suddenly spoke up. "Miha, look over there." In the direction Seth was pointing, a big tall guy was grabbing a little girl in a hooded cloak, by the collar. It seemed she had told him he would get what he deserves and he was taking his anger out on her. Seeing this girl gave Miha a strange feeling. He immediately cast a shield spell in the direction of the two strangers. But the person Miha protected was surprisingly the man. If it hadn't been for him, the man would have been cut down by a knight in iron armor. Miha then ran over and questioned the knight. "Are you out of your mind? How dare you draw your sword in the middle of the capital? If you don't want this to escalate, put that sword away now." Miha's face was dead serious. He would use magic to subdue him instantly. If his opponent showed any intention of resisting just then, the little girl from before stepped forward to stop them. "Stop, Sir Alai." Then the girl turned towards Miha to greet him. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Miha immediately asked back, "We've never met before, have we?" The little girl answered cryptically, "I suppose we haven't, until now." Those words made Miha pause. "Until now?" Don't tell me, she's already seen it. Just then, Leon arrived and cut off his train of thought. "Miha, why don't we get out of here first? Look around, everyone's staring." Mika was about to leave as well. But there was one thing he needed to do first. In the crowd, the man from earlier had been paralyzed by Miha's magic. Finding himself being frisked, the man repeatedly threatened, "What are you doing? How dare you search me without my permission?" But Miha paid him no mind and pulled out a pouch. "What do you mean, why? I'm just returning stolen property to its owner, that's all." Hearing this, the man panicked, repeatedly claiming it was his. Miha then took out a cross necklace from the pouch and held it in front of his face. "You're not even a cleric, and you don't have the mark of loyalty to the Holy Nation." After hearing that, the man fell completely silent, unable to say another word. Miha then placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered friendly, "Sir Pickpocket, tell that sewer rat that a nightmare is hunting him so he understands my meaning clearly." The pickpocket was about to shout out Miha's identity, but Miha covered his mouth. Miha then returned the pouch to the little girl. After thinking for a moment, the little girl asked, "Should I introduce myself to you now?" The knight, seeing this, tried to advise against it, but the little girl stopped him. "It's all right. I have foreseen this." Witnessing this scene, Leon and Alien had no idea what was going on, but Modin suddenly popped his head out and said, "The little girl must be a prophet." At that moment, the girl removed her hood and introduced herself. "That's right. My name is Cassandra." Isn't this the person Miha had been desperately searching for? Was this a coincidence? Or was it foretold elsewhere in the city's sewers? The pickpocket, after escaping, immediately reported to a mysterious man. Upon hearing the news, the man became furious. "What did you say? A nightmare is hunting me. I thought he was just some useless mage brat." The pickpocket, terrified, tried to explain. "I'm sorry, I tried to get that money pouch, but that brat got in my way." Hearing this, the mysterious man sneered unpleasantly. "You dare return after failing, and what's this? If it weren't for that brat, you would have succeeded. Useless fool. He waved a hand and the shadows seemed to come to life. It lunged forward and dealt with the pickpocket. Only then did the pickpocket remember Cassandra's warning, but it was too late. All that was left was nothing but a dry skeleton. Just then, a woman wearing a steel mask approached. What happened? The man laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! I completely forgot I had a great master swordsman by my side. The woman immediately pointed her sword at the man's neck and said, "Stop this nonsense and answer me. If you don't, I'll kill you." The man wasn't scared in the slightest. "If you kill me, you'll never find her. Calm down. If you do something for me, I'll give you the information you so desperately want." The woman had no choice but to accept his request. And this matter involved Miha. It seemed danger was heading his way. Back with Miha after introducing herself, Cassandra stated her wish. "I have been waiting for this day, Miha. I have something to discuss with you, Lord Miha." Then she turned to Miha's 3 companions. "Please excuse us, but this is a matter only for Lord Miha's ears." The 3 of them immediately understood and found an excuse to leave. Just then, Miha stopped Alien and whispered, "If you run into a dangerous situation, remember this Kariyaman." It seemed he already knew something terrible was about to happen. After everyone had left, Miha's friendly attitude immediately changed. "So what is it you wanted to talk about?" Cassandra clasped her hands tightly, then gathered all her courage and exclaimed, "I want to ask you something. Did you also once receive the blessing of prophecy?" Since she was a child, Cassandra could see events in the future. It came to her like an instinct. Accidentally seeing such things was not a pleasant experience at all. Sometimes she saw the death of a friend, and other times she saw a carriage get destroyed. Cassandra tried her best to prevent that future from happening, but the results were horrific. The more she struggled to prevent a death, the more she was forced to witness horrifying incidents happen time and time again. The birth of the Demon King and the end of the world. It was the same when she saw that. With no other options, Cassandra turned to the Pope, but no one took her prophecy seriously. She had to endure so many terrible things, a horrifying pain that she could not share with anyone. It was unimaginable. But just as Cassandra was about to give up, one of her prophecies faded and was replaced by an image of a man she was about to meet. Miha won Paris was her last hope, but Miha's answer was, "That's not me. I'm sorry, but I'm not a prophet, nor do I have any similar talents." Cassandra was devastated upon hearing this. Her last hope was cruelly extinguished just like that. But suddenly Miha continued, "However, I might still be able to help you."
"I believe your prophecies, the birth of the Demon King and the end of the world."
Tears welled up in Cassandra's eyes. How can you believe me?" Miha spread his arms wide and said with a laugh, "Maybe I'm just trying to trick you. I'm a mage and I'm interested in all things. I also want to see whether or not you can change destiny, and whether your prophecy refers to a future that will happen no matter what. I'm curious about everything related to this matter, and you are the perfect person to help me prove it." Cassandra was utterly astonished. "In the worst-case scenario, I thought I'd be turned into a laughingstock because no one would believe my prophecies. So I never imagined he would say something like that. Even so,
I can say one thing for sure. He truly believes in me."
Cassandra's tears now were tears of happiness. Never in her life had she smiled so brightly.
"Ah ha ha, you truly are a peculiar one. Very well. If you are willing to trust me, then from now on, I will trust you too."
Elsewhere at the temple, Leon was submitting an application to become a hero to one of the staff members. His face was beet red with embarrassment. "That's right. I'm here to register as a hero, so hurry up and get to it." The staff member looked at the registration form and asked, I see. And the person you're with is—" Leon shouted his name. The staff member's face showed he couldn't be bothered to speak. Coming here with a famously useless bum to apply to be a hero. "What is this, some kind of joke? If you've come here to mess around, just leave. We're looking for real heroes." Leon was so ashamed he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. He just wished Miha would get there as quickly as possible. But the person who approached was a woman in a steel mask. She immediately drew her sword and pointed it at Leon's group. "I know a child came here. I'm asking you, where is that child now?" Her question was accompanied by a suffocatingly powerful aura. Leon and Alien immediately drew their swords and took a fighting stance. Neither of them knew who this woman before them was. They only knew that she was a master swordswoman. The woman repeated her question. "I'll ask again. Where is the prophet child?" Leon knew instantly she meant Cassandra, but there was no way he would rat her out, so he spoke defiantly. "Ha! I don't see any reason to tell you." The woman instantly moved with unimaginable speed, grabbing Leon's head and slamming it into the ground. "Is that so? Then I guess I'll have to give you a reason." Alien, who was standing beside him, was knocked away by the shockwave. Fully aware of the difference in their power, Alien could only resort to a threat. "This is a temple. You won't get away with this in the kingdom's temple." But the woman had no intention of stopping. "I don't care. They'll never find out who I am anyway. And if they want to do something to me, they'll have to pay a hefty price. Do you really think the current emperor would do that? For your worthless lives." In this perilous situation, Alien had a sudden flash of insight. "Wait a minute. Cassandra, the prophet we met in the capital, and her guide Miha. He promised he would find me. Could this really be just a coincidence?" With no other choice, Alien could only scream the name Miha had told him, Kariaman. Hearing this name, the woman seemed to lose her mind. She changed targets, lunged forward, and grabbed Alien by the throat, lifting him into the air. "How do you know that name, speak?" Alien was completely helpless, unable to resist at all. He could only pray for Miha to arrive quickly. Just then, Miha appeared. "That's enough, Lady Millennium. I'm the one with information about the child." Millennium immediately turned to him and asked, "Who are you?" Miha calmly replied, "I am from the One Paris family. Why don't you speak with me instead of taking your anger out on uninvolved people?" Millennium burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, how naive." Her entire body radiated a terrifying, killing intent towards Miha. Without a moment's hesitation, Miha used a division magic circle to increase the number of circles, and by casting a shield spell just in time, he barely managed to block Millennium's attack. Miha knew it would be difficult to fight back, so he repeatedly called for a peaceful talk. "I only want to talk to you. It's not too late to stop. Why must we fight like this?" But it seemed this approach had no effect. And since the division circle only lasts for 5 minutes, Miha had to attack immediately if he didn't want to get himself killed. He continuously cast spells on himself to increase his speed and reaction time. After dodging all of her sword waves and successfully closing in on Millennium, he used a super gravity spell to throw a full power punch. But why would a mage rush into close combat instead of attacking from a distance? It's baffling. Miha's fist collided with Millennium's sword, and he was immediately knocked far away. From start to finish, Millennium hadn't even moved a single step. Leon, struggling to lift his head, yelled, "Be careful! He's not even acting like a knight anymore. You have to fall back and wait for reinforcements from the Holy Temple." Millennium stood his ground, raising his sword straight to the sky. A colossal aura enveloped the blade as he brought it down in an earth-shattering strike. "You are the one who stepped forward to challenge me. So show me what you are made of." Faced with this attack, Miha knew he couldn't possibly dodge it. He chose to stand his ground, but he had no intention of dying. Just before the attack hit him, he activated Storm of Lightning. A mana vortex erupted and enveloped Miha. Although he blocked the fatal blow, the sudden massive release of mana caused him internal injuries and he coughed up blood. But this was no time to worry about that. Seeing that Miha was still alive, Millennium was utterly astonished. "How could you possibly nullify that attack?" Miha stood tall and replied, "A secret. Everyone's entitled to a few secrets, aren't they?" Seeing Miha's posture, Millennium was instantly reminded of that old snake Marcus. "Well, of course. A son. Has to be like his father, doesn't he? Otherwise, people would say he's the neighbor's kid, and that would be a tragedy." After a moment, Millennium finally calmed down and sheathed his sword. "Fine, I acknowledge your talent. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get to the point. How do you know that name?" Miha replied, "It was just a coincidence. He was a devastated young boy, and he seemed to be heading somewhere. He asked me for some water, so I gave him some and asked where he was going and what he was doing." Millennium couldn't control his emotions and rushed closer. Where did the boy say he was going?" But there was no way Miha would tell him that easily. "I'm not giving you any information without something in return. Besides, I don't think he wants you to know where he's going." Millennium stepped forward and placed a hand on Miha's shoulder. He pleaded earnestly, "Even so, I absolutely must find that child." Miha continued, "I understand it's very important, but there's something else you should know before you go looking for him. Have you considered how that child must feel when he seems to be trying to run away from you?" Millennium's eyes widened in shock at those words. Elsewhere, the man called Rat looked over the kidnapped children. He assessed them. "Why do they look like this? How are we supposed to sell them for a high price looking like this?" His subordinate immediately tried to explain, "But perhaps the clients who want obedient slaves will be pleased with them." But before he could finish, he was punched in the stomach and fell to the ground. "You idiot! You can find that type in any back alley. Do you really think those freaks want them to look like this? They're rich people who want to force the defiant ones into submission. If I were in a bad mood, I would have fed you to the shadows already." The subordinate, lucky to be alive, bowed his head repeatedly, thanking him. The rat broke into a vile smile. "That's right. I'm in a very good mood right now, because I've managed to get the great swordswoman on my side. I told her I'd give her information, but I never specified what kind. She didn't even realize her own child was once behind these very bars. Kuriyaman, I thought that child would be connected to the lawless judge. Just then a subordinate ran in out of breath to report. The rat saw him and immediately asked, "Information on the prophetess." The subordinate stammered out his report. "About the prophetess." "Boss, I think she's in the sanctuary." As soon as he heard this, the smile vanished from the rat's face. At the sanctuary, Archbishop Ackley, after hearing Miha's story, asked in alarm, "The capital's underworld is targeting the prophetess." Miha was extremely serious. "That's right. They intend to take all of her prophecies for their own purposes." But it seemed Ackley still didn't believe it. "Even if they are uneducated rabble, I don't think they would do something like that to defy the Empire." Miha pressed on. "What if I told you they aren't just some ordinary criminal gang?" Ackley was startled. "Are you implying they are involved with heretics? Do you have any proof? If you accuse someone of being a heretic without proof..." Just then, Milliam stepped forward. "I will explain." Ackley did not look pleased. "Sir Milliam, you tried to kidnap the Empire's prophetess." Milliam had no intention of defending himself. "If Lord Miha hadn't stopped me, I would have succeeded. And that is why I will help you fight against this underworld organization. That's right. I will help you eliminate the leader of the underworld, the rat." Hearing this from a sword saint, Ackley was finally convinced of Miha's words. "What have you found out?" Milliam revealed, "The rat's power is the ability to control darkness." Upon hearing this, Ackley asked in shock, "Wait, did you just say darkness?" Milliam replied gravely, "Since you're one of the few archbishops in the Empire, I'm sure you understand the significance of this, don't you?" Ackley then grit his teeth and uttered a name. "The abhorrent monarch." Miha immediately replied, "That's right, one of the 12 monsters who follow the current Demon King. The abhorrent monarch is hiding in the capital." Hearing this, a stunned Ackley fell to the ground. Are you certain? If a subordinate of the Demon King truly exists, then this is a grave problem." Miha sat down, looked the Archbishop straight in the eye, and asked, "Let me ask you something. The prophet foretold the advent of the Demon King. Don't you think that as an Archbishop you should have known that?" Ackley was rendered speechless. This reaction was exactly what Miha had anticipated. He probably had nothing left to say. If he were to oppose him, he would be opposing the entire Empire. A subordinate of the Demon King, someone long thought to have vanished, had been hiding in the capital all this time in a region under his direct responsibility, and he had failed to notice. This would easily tarnish his reputation. Miha then said, "Allow me to handle this matter for you. I will defeat the abhorrent monarch. For you, Mulung. I just need you to promise me one thing." Archbishop Ackley still didn't quite understand Miha's intention for wanting to get involved in this mess. So he asked again, "What do you mean?" Miha immediately answered, "The hero selection. I don't think that's too much to ask, is it? Even if it's just his incarnation. Defeating the abhorrent monarch is more than enough to be hailed as a hero." After careful consideration, Ackley made his decision. He imbued a quill with his mana and began to swear an oath. "I swear in the name of the Archbishop. If the incarnation of the abhorrent monarch exists and you defeat him, then I will support you in receiving the title of hero." The promise was written down by the quill and would be held by Miha. After receiving his guarantee, Miha and his team began their journey to eliminate the abhorrent monarch. As soon as they left the temple, Milliam spoke up to thank Miha. "Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, he would still be using me. And since you told Lindell's child that name, you must have already known about my situation." Miha replied, "My knowledge comes from what I deduced during our short conversation. For example, the fact that you were nearly taken advantage of by that sewer rat." Milliam stopped, clenched her fist, and asked, "Let me ask you something. Do you think you can find my son?" As a sword saint, Milliam needed to prioritize defeating the abhorrent monarch first. But as a mother, finding her son was more important to her than anything else, more than even the fate of this world. Hearing this, Miha turned his head and asked back, "And if I say I can, what will you do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Milliam plunged her sword into the ground and knelt before Miha. "I have no desire for useless mind games, especially when it concerns my son. So allow me to be direct. If you find my son, and I can restore my precious relationship with him, then I will gladly offer my sword and my honor to you." This was an oath of honor from a widow who had lost her husband in the lawless region. The culprits behind the murders were a group called the Roju. Although she succeeded in her revenge, her heart was still filled with hatred, and she wanted to find the true reason for her husband's death. And what she realized was lawlessness. She thought that because there were no laws, enforced in this land. Monsters could roam freely, and that was why there were so many victims. And since there was no one to stop her, she became the punisher of the lawless. That is the past of the lawless judge, and now she will do anything to prevent that tragedy from repeating itself with her son. Meanwhile, the sewer rat, upon hearing the news, angrily punched a dent into the wall. "Damn it, I can't believe that punk won Paris! Caused me this much trouble. Everything's going off track. I should get the hell out of here first." Just then, his shadow transformed into a monster and spoke. "You must not. Stay here." This was likely the abhorrent monarch who had lent the sewer rat the power to control shadows. But the sewer rat had no intention of listening and staying here to die. "Now is not the time for that. I have to wait for another chance." The shadow then grabbed the sewer rat's leg tightly. "You are violating our agreement." The sewer rat struggled to break free. "So what if I am? Agreement or not, my own life comes first." At that moment, a subordinate reported that the place was under attack and the Sword Saint was about to arrive. Hearing this, the sewer rat grew extremely anxious. If he stayed here, he'd never escape. But he had greatly underestimated the power of a demon. If he violated the agreement, his soul would be devoured. The shadow immediately lunged forward, seized the sewer rat, and merged with him as one. The abhorrent monarch had decided to join the battle himself. At the same time, the sewer rat's henchmen were being mercilessly slaughtered. Not a single one of them could withstand a single slash from the lawless judge. Witnessing these sword skills, Alien knew that this was the path he would pursue. Miha, witnessing Miriam's power, wasn't particularly surprised. He knew full well that she wasn't using her full strength yet. After all, this was the capital. But that didn't mean Miha let his guard down. He was aware that the source of all this trouble was the sewer rat, or rather the incarnation of the abhorrent monarch. After taking over the sewer rat's body, the abhorrent monarch had fully descended. The first thing he did was assess the vessel. "This body isn't much of a prize. In that case, I guess I'll have to eat a little something more. I thought eating the prophet would be enough, but a subordinate of Asa. I can't believe I'm sensing the presence of that detestable Asa in a place like this. Model. I'll just keep eating more and recover my memories. It seems the person he mentioned is Seth, who is next to Miha. The more he eats, the stronger he'll become." At that moment, he flashed a disgusting smile, then looked towards the prison cells behind him. "I just had an idea. Humans tend to feel very responsible for their young. I should exploit that emotion." Meanwhile, Alien had also joined the fight. While fighting, she continuously tried to copy the Sword Saint Miriam's fighting style. "This isn't working. I have to become more unpredictable. This violates Lindell's teachings, but what am I supposed to do? I can't stop thinking about it." Lost in thought, Alien paid no mind to the condition of her sword or her body. After fighting for a while, she couldn't take it anymore and coughed up blood. The unstable sword aura also caused the sword in her hand to crack. Just then, Miriam spoke up after observing everything. "You have talent. Park Slope's son has become a true swordsman, and he's training with methods that suit him. But I think you and he are different." Upon hearing this, Alien immediately bowed. "I sincerely beg you, please teach me swordsmanship." Alien understood that this was a rare opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. And it seemed this was also Miha's intention when he brought her here. Miriam immediately accepted her request. "Very well. Follow me. I can teach you many things." Although Alien was overjoyed, she was worried about Miha since the most troublesome rat hadn't been dealt with yet. Seeing this, Miriam said, "Don't worry, that kid can handle it." On Miha's side, Seth was also a little worried about his condition. "Are you going to be okay? Your fight with the Sword Saint earlier must have taken a lot out of you." Miha was now touching the floor using magic to survey the area. "I'm fine, really." After scouting the area, Miha's expression turned a little grim. "I was a bit curious about what he was up to, and he's doing exactly what we predicted. The abhorrent monarch is currently in the children's hiding place, and he probably won't gain any benefits from eating children. That's right. He's keeping them as hostages. That sewer rat has now completely turned into a monster. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, savoring the screams of pain and despair from the children. He sat smugly in a chair, waiting for his opponent to challenge him. The moment he saw Miha, he said contemptuously, "Took you long enough to get here." Miha calmly replied, "Sorry, did I keep you waiting long?" The abhorrent monarch gave a vile laugh. No, it's fine. Watching these kids struggle in pain is quite entertaining. I'm quite lucky to have witnessed this." "That's right. All the Demon King's commanders are this disgusting." Miha was all too used to this, so he wouldn't be provoked by it. Seeing that his taunt had no effect, the abhorrent monarch continued, "I thought I'd only get to eat that little prophet girl. I never expected she'd bring along a teammate. Thanks to you, I'll be able to grow stronger much faster. After hearing this, Miha crossed his arms with a look of contempt. And the abhorrent monarch was shocked. How can he be so confident in himself? Asa's divine artifact. No, he already used that. After observing for a moment, he concluded that Miha was just bluffing. He then raised his hand and used his dark power. Humph! Now that my meal is here, I suppose I don't need these other things anymore? Following the direction of his hand, Miha realized that was where the children were being held. He immediately used a shield spell, blocking the countless arms of darkness heading that way. Seeing this, the abhorrent monarch smirked. I quite like this. You'll be a useful pawn for me. Miha then asked Seth to go protect the children and not to worry about him. Although Seth was worried, he decided to follow Miha's orders. Seeing Miha lose Seth's protection, the abhorrent monarch immediately unleashed his dark power. Oh ho, so you've given up the protection of your comrade. How foolish. Countless tentacles of darkness lunged toward Miha, but he quickly teleported into midair to dodge the attack. At that moment, he calmly analyzed his opponent's power. His darkness can transform freely. However, it's definitely weaker than it was before my regression. Although the abhorrent monarch missed, he immediately launched his next attack. Let's see how long you can scurry around like a rat. Seeing this, Mika took action. He immediately used multicasting to launch a counterattack. First, he used Wind Slash to sever all the tentacles, stunning his opponent. You blocked all of them. I can't use the children as hostages. The battle is tense and you can't afford to lose focus. But I wonder how long can you last without your comrades to protect you. Darkness. At that moment, the darkness expanded, transforming into monstrous mouths, aiming to devour Mika. Mika instantly used Teleport and Accelerate to flash beside his opponent. But the abominable monarch wasn't surprised at all and burst out laughing. How foolish! Do you think closing the distance gives you an advantage? He immediately commanded a tentacle to pierce through Mika's shoulder, but it was all part of Mika's plan. He grabbed the demon's head and began to recite the hymn aloud. Virtue be kind and be giving. Remember the sincere hearts, the silhouettes of the departed? The steps they left were brief, yet their traces are long and eternal. The demon felt as if all its power was being stripped away. He screamed in agony, unable to believe that a mere mortal knew of this. The hymn of virtue. Its words had been long forgotten, even if only for a moment. But the Demon King had always kept his eye on this world, and every time he did, heroes would appear. Heroes who wrote a hymn to seal their fiendish enemies, a hymn that had to be carved into their very souls. Before his regression, Mika never had a chance to use the hymn. The demons were always on high alert, but now things were different. After finishing the hymn, Mika made a declaration, "This will be your end, O monarch, abominable Beelzebub." His true name being revealed left the demon utterly shocked. He knew that the people of this era had almost forgotten the Demon King and his subordinates, but he would never know why. Mika just clenched his fist and the demon disintegrated into a cloud of black dust. Witnessing this, Seth was extremely horrified. He's gone. She couldn't believe that one of the Demon King's 12 most powerful subordinates had been defeated so easily. But all Mika cared about was the children's safety. Seth, still in shock, replied, "The kids are all fine, but that's not what you should be asking. More importantly, you just obliterated him without much effort at all. When a demon general is destroyed, they unleash a terrible disaster." Just as Seth said, the demon's corpse had transformed into a giant, grotesque heart with eyes and a mouth. This thing was continuously emitting a disgusting aura. The eyes stared intently at Mika and the mouth spoke. "How foolish. Did you think killing me would be the end of it? You have single-handedly brought a catastrophe upon this world, with your arrogance and foolishness." But Mika just smiled brightly without a hint of worry. "Do you really think I'm stupid enough to kill you?" And without any preparation, Mika then used chalk to draw a complex magic circle around the demon. Seeing this, the demon scoffed. "A spell, haha, it's useless. Unless you're an 8th-level mage or higher, nothing you do can stop my curse." But Mika was completely confident in himself. "That's only true if I don't fully understand the curse." Seeing this, Seth tried to stop him. "A demon general's curse is completely different from a normal one, even if you have—" But Mika cut her off. "The symbol of the Demon King's one and only enemy. I still have this." Mika knelt on the ground, placing both hands on the magic circle he had just drawn. The mark on his neck also began to glow. An immense amount of mana was instantly released, lighting up the circle. Witnessing this, Seth gaped in astonishment. "Are you planning to use that?" "Don't tell me you've mastered the holy relic in such a short amount of time." What Mika was doing was analyzing the curse. In essence, a curse is also a type of spell, and the origin of all spells is their form and formula. Just like in mathematics, one can solve a problem to reach a conclusion. So what if you reverse the process? What would happen? The spell would return to its primordial state. As time passed, the demon grew smaller and smaller. Confused, it screamed, "What are you doing?" This is a futile effort, but those words didn't faze Mika. Completely dispelling it is probably impossible, so this will have to be enough. I just need to weaken the curse. The rest shouldn't be too much of a problem for her. The person Mika was referring to was the sword Saint William, who was ready and waiting outside, feeling his end was near. The demon decided to risk it all in one last attempt to drag everyone down with it. Seeing this, Mika told Seth to envelop the demon in a storm. The demon then exploded, releasing a death curse. But the curse was contained by holy mana, unable to escape. With this level of curse, the sword saint could have handled it easily. Just then Miha started walking forward when he got the chance. Seth asked him what he was trying to do, and he smiled. "I want to confirm a few things. It's rare to get a chance to experience a demon's curse for myself. It'll be quick before the curse disappears." As soon as he finished speaking, Miha walked straight into the curse, ignoring Seth's attempts to stop him. Meanwhile, the butler Modin stood with his hands clasped, observing the curse from a distance. He was with the sword Saint Milliam. "How pitiful. My young master has pushed that man too far." Milliam clicked her tongue. "Tch! I've been wondering where you've been hiding all this time. So you were with the House of Oneros?" But it seemed Modin had no intention of admitting it. "Heh. I don't know what you're talking about. How could I possibly have a connection with such a venerable person?" Milliam said she'd been told that Modin knew how to deal with what was coming next, but Modin just said he only knew because he'd heard the young master mention it. Milliam then wondered if Miha knew about him. Even Modin himself wondered about that. "But there are more pressing matters right now. Why don't we deal with this first? Use your aura to bind it. Follow my lead." Milliam had no objections. She coordinated perfectly with Modin, which brought back some memories from her past. With their combined efforts, a blinding light enveloped the curse and crushed it. Instantly, the abominable monarch's traces completely vanished. The next day, Archbishop Ackley grabbed Miha's hands, beaming with a wide smile. "Ha, well done. Honestly, I didn't expect things to go this smoothly." After all was said and done, Bil-Zebop, the 7th general of the Demon King's army, had been eliminated. It all happened silently under the peaceful watch of the capital. But this was enough to give the army a warning about the potential danger of demons. While Ackley was profusely thanking him, Miha brought up their prior promise. Ackley immediately returned to a serious demeanor. "You mean the hero selection?" "Of course. I will publicly support you in becoming the hero. However, before that, did you know the Empire already has its eyes on someone? Regardless, I will certainly support you, but I think you should also be cautious in every situation." Hearing this, Miha looked annoyed. "I know that all too well. How could I ever forget him?" 6 feet seagulls. Right, it's that idiot. After settling everything, Miha left the temple. Just as he stepped outside, he immediately ran into Elian, who was waiting for him. "Thank you. It's because of you that we've come this far. My master said she will be leaving right away. There is someone she must find at all costs." Hearing this, Miha encouraged her. "Then you should follow her and learn well." Elian hesitated. "Yes, that's why I came here to say goodbye, Miha. I'm sorry. Even though the engagement was something neither of us wanted, we could have at least tried to accept it. But I didn't do that. If you can accept my apology, I hope that our relationship can improve from now on." Seeing Miha smile, Elian blushed beet red. "What are you smiling at? Is it strange?" Miha chuckled and said, No, it's not that. As I've said before, I no longer have any feelings for you. So just be yourself, okay?" Those words helped Elian lift a great weight from her heart. She was now able to smile brightly back at Miha. "Well then, perhaps this is where our rivalry begins, huh? Just you wait. I'll catch up to you soon enough." After saying goodbye to Elian, Milliam also came to see Miha. "Are you done talking with my student?" Miha was already prepared for this conversation. "Yes. I heard you'll be leaving right away, so I came to fulfill my promise. I'll tell you where your son is." At the Holy Papal State, the pontiff held his head in shock after hearing the news. "That abominable monarch was found in the capital? That's impossible. What in the world happened? I thought the appearance of that archdemon would surely bring about devastating losses." Another archbishop spoke up. "Well, that much is obvious. But he was eliminated?" The pontiff was completely baffled upon hearing this. He didn't think anyone was capable of such a feat. Before a disaster could occur." The archbishop continued. "It seems he died less than a day after he appeared. According to Archbishop Ackley, this was done by one person. This is a letter from Archbishop Ackley, Your Holiness." After receiving the letter, the Pope read it carefully. The gist of it was the young master is missing. One Paris single-handedly took down the demon that appeared in the capital. This was witnessed by Archbishop Ackley, and not only him, but little Cassandra as well. Oh ho, this is incredible. Doesn't that make him a hero? Back in the capital, Miha was still talking with Miriam. Kariaman doesn't like the way you handle things. That's why he chose his own path instead of joining the Vigilante Corps. He wants to become a holy emperor. How could that brat possibly have escaped the sewer rats? The answer is simple. He joined some other power, a power that not even the sewer rats can touch. That would be the Kondo Mercenary Corps. Just hearing this name, Miriam was utterly astonished. The Protectors of Freedom. He joined them. Kondo is a large mercenary corps founded on the idea of freedom. It's not easy for a mercenary group to be recognized for its honor, yet they are very different. They are a legitimate mercenary corps respected by both the Empire and neighboring kingdoms. Miha stepped closer and continued, "You know of them as well, don't you? Once you become a part of Kondo, you must give up your old name and take on a new one. You must find the Kondo Mercenary Corps. Your son is with them, with a mountain." Although she was overjoyed to hear news of her son, Miriam hesitated for a long time. But is going to find the boy really the right thing to do? Miha immediately asked, "What do you mean? You've been looking for him for so long." Miriam continued, sounding a little sad. "If the boy truly needed my help, I wouldn't have to think twice about it. But he has already chosen his own path. He doesn't want to become someone like me. Everything I do only ends up hurting him. I haven't been a proper mother. I'm not even sure if I have the right to look for him anymore. Right now, I'm just so lost." Miha stepped closer and took Miriam's hand. "You should think about that. That after you find him, you should talk to him first. His choice can come later. Even if children abandon their parents, parents never abandon their children. This is a special medicine I made. It will surely be useful for your son. Please keep it safe until you can give it to him." Miriam seemed to find new courage after hearing these encouraging words. She clutched the vial of medicine in her hand, her resolve hardening. "You're right. I can't just give up like this. Thank you, young Master One Paris. One day I will repay this favor." After saying that, Miriam left under the beautiful twilight sky of the capital. Alien also went with her to practice his swordsmanship. And now, Miha had to console the remaining member of the group. "Do I really need to be here? Why the long face? Did Lady Miriam scold you or something?" Leon was huddled in the corner, sniffling. "It's the opposite, actually. I was completely useless in front of her. I couldn't do anything during that whole incident. And yet, she didn't scold me at all. I'm not even worthy of her disappointment." Miha didn't think that was entirely true, but he couldn't let something like this bring Leon's spirits down. Miha tossed a necklace to Leon and said, "This is a symbol of your efforts to help everyone in the last battle. We've passed the first trial, now it's on to the parish." Hearing this, Leon was confused. "The parish? Wait a minute. Wasn't our deal just to come to the capital together?" So Miha resorted to a little goading. "What, you didn't hear what I just said? I guess I'll have to reconsider my judgment of character. This is exactly why you should follow me. Don't tell me the future Holy Sword is going to let something so trivial get him down." Being praised as the future Holy Sword made Leon blush with delight. "Who do you think I am?" Just then Modin, who was standing nearby, spoke up. "The young master is right. I'm sure that will be very useful for you. Isn't that the point of challenging yourself and overcoming your limits to become a hero?" He was trying to act all cool, but when Miha asked him where he'd been, Modin suddenly turned into an actor. "I just ran into some old acquaintances and got caught up talking with them, ha ha ha." At that moment, Cassandra appeared out of nowhere. "What's important is to have a trustworthy companion. It seems you've received support from Archbishop Ackley. He is a very influential person, so he will be of great help to us. So now I'm thinking of offering my help to you. For the road ahead, perhaps it's time for me to return after my period of rest. What do you think about receiving help from the prophetess of the parish? Will this be of use to you on your journey?" And so a prophetess slot was added to the party. Miha was getting closer and closer to preparing for the war with the Demon King. 4 days later, after Miha had rested and recuperated, his wounds had mostly healed. In the battle against the demon general, he had recklessly used himself as bait, and if the wound had been off by just a little... "So you went to see the naked girls, did you?" Miha understood that he needed to reach 6th Circle magic as soon as possible. The remaining commanders of the first demon squad wouldn't be as weak as that loathsome demon lord. Just then Seth suddenly spoke up. "There's something I've been wanting to ask you for a long time." "What are you?" "I want to know where your knowledge and skills come from. If you really trust me, shouldn't I know these things?" After hearing this, Miha thought to himself, "She has a point. Trust is built on how well you understand the other person, but I don't think telling her I've traveled back in time is a good idea, even if Seth doesn't tell anyone else about this. I still have to be extremely careful, that's right, I'll say this. After a moment of thought, Miha answered the question. You're not the only one guarding Ace's tomb. Seth was a bit skeptical and asked back, really? But wasn't I the first person you met? Miha confidently continued, There's one exception, the records of Toast. Hearing this name, Seth was completely astonished. Wait, you mean that ancient record still exists today? Without hesitation, Miha replied, That's right. Basically, Miha wasn't entirely bluffing, as he had truly absorbed the records of Toast before he traveled back in time. Toast's tomb was one that his group had conquered before. As for Toast, a strange record of his had been spread throughout the world. It was called the Records of Toast. Although this sounded plausible, Miha's experiences were truly unbelievable. Seth then asked Miha about the next tomb, but Miha's current goal was to become a hero first. The tomb was near the parish, so he would take the opportunity to clear it out. If he plans carefully, he can avoid as much danger as possible. After clearing up her suspicions, Miha asked Seth, Now that you mention it, there's something I don't understand about the records. What is the true nature of the entities we call gods? Currently, the god of the continent is Hekao, the god of wisdom. In my previous life, before Ace's tomb was discovered, Hekao was the only known god. Seeing Seth standing there frozen, Miha asked again, Are there really only two gods in this world if Asa was so great? Why haven't we learned more about them? At this point, Seth only said a few vague words. The amount of information I can tell you right now is very limited. Just call it an unfortunate tragedy. From this, it seemed Seth also knew what had happened to Hekao. Miha asked another question. So I'm guessing you won't tell me what? It will happen if I collect all the holy relics, will you? Seth didn't deny it. For now, that's the case. That's also why Toast didn't provide any more information than what was absolutely necessary. But that was all Miha needed to know. For now, that is. After changing his clothes, Miha went out and spoke to Leon about staying here for a while. The reason being that news of him destroying a demon had surely spread throughout the kingdom, and his father had most certainly heard this news. When he came here, Miha hadn't informed his father, and soon his father would come here and spank him. Hearing this, Leon became agitated, grabbed Miha by the collar and yelled, Wait, are you saying he already knows? The most powerful Archmage in the kingdom. Your father has already figured it out. Are you crazy? What about me? I'm here with you too. This is bad. I hope we can still get out of here in time. But it was already too late. The moment Miha saw dark clouds gathering in the sky, he immediately cast Mana's shield. Thanks to that, they both managed to survive a gigantic bolt of lightning. Witnessing this, Leon's jaw dropped in astonishment. What the hell is happening? But Miha just calmly looked into the distance and said with a smile, That's just the One Piece way of saying hello. It's so good to see you, father. Marcus then stepped out from the dust and smoke, his entire body radiating killing intent, and flipped him the bird. Shut up, son. You just have to love the way this father and son greet each other. Meanwhile, Clay was sipping a cup of coffee and musing to himself. I never thought I would be the one to select the hero. But now that a demon general has appeared, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Mika One Piece. I can't think of anyone more worthy of the title of hero. Just then, Chissy, an earth-shattering tremor occurred. Clay, thinking the demons were attacking, was terrified. At that moment, a subordinate also ran in, panicked, to report Archbishop Marquis. One Piece is using magic to attack his own son. Back with Miha, he was running for his life to avoid being beaten to death by his father. The attacks were mostly lightning magic, perfect for spells with a fast cooldown and low energy cost. He probably doesn't want me to get hurt. Just as I'd expect from my father. He has studied magic in great detail. And taking full advantage of his specialty, Miha dodged while saying, I have great respect for you, father. This sentence made Marcus even more furious. What did you just say? You and that damn mouth of yours should just stand still and take your punishment. Immediately after, a dense barrage of lightning surrounded Miha, but he remained unfazed, using teleportation to dodge every attack. Just as one lightning bolt was about to strike his back, it was blocked by a sacred artifact. After escaping the lightning storm, Miha turned back to face his father. Father, do you really think I'm aiming for the title of hero? Just for fun. Marcus didn't deny it. Seeing this, Miha continued, This generation of heroes is very different. Have you heard the news about the appearance of one of the Demon King's army commanders, father? Marcus didn't pay much attention to the matter. I've heard. But is it really that serious? I think it's just propaganda from the churches to get their attention, that's all. But Miha was dead serious. What if I told you it wasn't just fabricated propaganda? Marcus immediately became serious. Tell me the details. After listening to the story, Marcus asked cautiously, Are you saying one of the commanders of that wretched Demon King's army has appeared? It seemed he still didn't quite believe it. Miha continued. The Demon General's appearance was real, and it died after being cornered by several heroes. Upon hearing this, Marcus asked grimly, "Son, do you have any idea what nonsense you're spouting? A Demon General appeared and did nothing. How is that possible?" "This sounds completely absurd." Just then Ackley stepped forward. "It is the truth, my lord. Do you remember me? I believe we met about a year ago." Even so, Marcus was still skeptical. "What do you mean, it's the truth? Has the bard already found this so-called new hero?" Ackley smiled brightly, turning towards Miha, who was standing beside him. "Indeed, a hero did appear there. And to be specific, that person is standing right in front of you." Marcus immediately froze. "All I see is my foolish, precious son." Just then he noticed the mark on Miha's neck. "Just as I thought. You've shown me some interesting things before, haven't you? Is this related to the appearance of the Demon General?" Miha grinned. "I knew you'd notice, father." Seeing his son admit it, Marcus immediately used instant teleportation to go and confirm. A moment later, Marcus returned. "I've checked the demonic energy density in the capital. I admit it felt as though a Demon General could have appeared there. But a hero, it doesn't fit the One Piece name." This was just as Miha had predicted, as the House of One Piece wasn't particularly concerned with religious matters. Miha then spoke up to explain. "Father, the reason the title of hero has fallen out of use is because we've faced no danger from the Demon King. However, what if the prophecy comes true? The title of hero only reappears when humanity foresees a calamity of destruction caused by the Demon King. The title of hero will become greater than ever before. It will help rally the different factions to stand up against the Demon King." But Marcus remained adamant, warning him, "The old men of the church are not people you can easily fool. What you're talking about is not something that can happen so easily." At that moment, Miha activated the Storm Sacred Artifact, leaving Marcus utterly astonished. Ackley, on the other hand, was so startled he fell to the ground. "Don't tell me. That's divine power." Miha's entire body was now enveloped in shimmering holy power. "No matter how cunning or skeptical they are, it will all be useless because I have a god on my side. With this, the churches and the other powers will have to be cautious and reconsider my appearance. I also have the right to choose the comrades who will accompany me in this battle against the demon race's army." When asked if he had chosen any comrades yet, Miha pointed at Leon, who was eavesdropping nearby. "There's one person right here." Leon froze upon seeing this. "Who, me? What's going on?" Even Marcus couldn't help but tease his son. His eyes are screaming, "It's not him." Miha just smiled brightly at Leon. "No, it's definitely him. I promised him a surprising gift, and that is the chance to fight alongside me in this war." Leon immediately understood the situation and played along with Miha. "That's right. It is my honor to fight alongside him. He is someone who can stand against the demon army. He's not so foolish as to dive headfirst into something without thinking it through completely. I'm sure you understand him even better than I do, right?" Hearing this, Marcus recalled the events of the recent past. He could completely trust this son of his. He then turned to Archbishop Ackley, who was still on the ground. "Do you think you can stay by my son's side in this battle? Instead of the church," Ackley replied without a shred of hesitation, "I, Archbishop Ackley, swear it before God." Having received this confirmation, Marcus could finally rest assured. He stood up and turned to leave without a second thought. "Miha, do what you want. I will no longer stand in your way." Having gained his father's trust, Miha felt even more confident about the journey ahead. This time, "You will defeat the Demon Lord and change the disastrous future." The next day, Leon pushed open the door to Miha's room and shouted, "Hand it over! I'm sure you said you were going to give me something." "Right? He may look like a moron, but Leon will definitely be a reliable ally." Miha pointed and told Leon to lie down. Then he used his hand to write out a line of incantation, sending Leon into a deep trance. "From now on, reflect upon and feel your inner self. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Leon slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a desolate and dark place. Leon was completely bewildered with no damn clue where on earth he was. A voice whispered, "Hey there." It came softly from behind Leon. "You see it too, don't you? This place is just an illusion, or you could call it the world within your subconscious." A creature with a face as black as a moonless night explained it to Leon. "Meaning this place isn't real." The creature suddenly flew into a rage, as if scalded aggressively, drawing its sword and lunging at Leon. Leon's eyes widened in fear as he swung his sword to fight back, but this monster, it was insanely strong. In a panic, Leon's sword pierced through it. He screamed in shock as the scene before him suddenly turned into an endless void, scaring him witless. The monster had reappeared behind him at some point. It wore a provocative expression, as if it had just witnessed the most entertaining show. Leon switched to a defensive stance and approached it. "You're not fooling me again this time." Using the Melia first form technique, spirit energy shot out from within Leon, flying towards the monster. At that moment, it let its guard down, leaving all its openings exposed. It was far too arrogant. But who would have thought before the sword could even touch a single hair on the monster, Leon was slapped so hard he went flying, bleeding, and passed out cold. "You thought I was too arrogant to defend myself." "Correct. It seems you still don't understand my training method, do you? It's to die and repeat." The monster kicked Leon to the ground and spoke with arrogance. A while later, Leon woke up from the dream cursing. Leon wanted Miha to send him back there immediately, but Miha stopped him at once. "Wait. Before you go in, you need to review how you fought in the last trial and test out other strategies before you attempt the next trial." Hearing Miha's words made Leon want to pull his hair out. He didn't even know what the hell that monster he just faced was. "That was you from the future," Miha thought to himself. Saying no more, Miha told Leon to rest up for their departure to Paris tomorrow. "I'm thinking we'll visit a few other places." "On the way to Paris, we'll make a trip to the Elvenwood," Miha suggested. The next morning, they were all gathered at the location. After contacting Helen's group, Miha let them know he was here. Besides the World Tree, he was also here to open 1 or 2 farms of some kind. The first thing was to actually get into the Elvenwood in this god-forsaken place. Miha briefly noticed the tangled roots of the World Tree under the ground. Currently, the roots of the World Tree enveloped this entire world. No matter which direction the roots were in, they all tended to connect back to the source. Based on their current shape, Miha guessed that the World Tree's condition was getting worse and worse. Miha clasped his hands together, wanting to risk it all, using a spell to follow the roots, to see where they led. Before Miha was reborn, the World Tree had already withered and died. Before the Elven Queen could save the tree, she died at the hands of a high demon. But now Miha's group needs to do everything they can to save this world. And that's how the 8th Elven Queen, Jiha Gigi Fresco, joined Miha's group. Trying to communicate with a high-level entity like the World Tree brought back some very unwanted memories, Miha thought standing there. The voice of that blue-haired girl, Set, piped up with a whine. Her soul and Miha's were bound together, otherwise she wouldn't have bothered coming to this place. Miha gently asked Set for information about the World Tree. The World Tree is a branch root directly connected to Osa. To be more specific, the World Tree is a survivor, and we are the ones who were sacrificed, Set said in a low voice. So the guardians of the tomb are the sacrifices, while beings like the World Tree are the remaining survivors. Maybe I'll understand more about this later, Miha thought. Standing before the World Tree, a dazzling faint light appeared. Jean Rachel, the soul of the World Tree, appeared at the same time. She greeted Miha. She also recognized Set because Set had previously been acknowledged by a holy relic and had even protected Jean Rachel's older sister. Miha currently holds Tosh's records, which made him secretly guess this was related to the Demon Lord or similar entities. Jiha's face suddenly turned pale because everything was happening exactly as she had predicted. The remnants of that evil entity had left behind incredibly severe consequences. As she spoke, her entire body suddenly cracked into pieces and gradually dissolved like sea foam. The remaining parts of the Demon Lord are extremely difficult to deal with. If only I could have completely destroyed them. Then perhaps things would have been different, Jean Rachel said. Now Miha understood why the World Tree was being destroyed. You're enduring this all by yourself. That thing nearly brought destruction to this entire realm, Miha asked her. If I were to put it in human terms, I have voluntarily drunk a poison with a 100% mortality rate. I'm sure it will completely kill me within 4 days. It would be better to consider my job done then, but until that time, I still have a little while. Jean Gresso replied, I understand. So the Demon Lord's remnants haven't completely corrupted her core, have they? That means we still have a chance, Miha said in a low voice. Before Mika was reincarnated, Jizrael had decided to perish together with the Demon Lord's remnants. However, the Demon Lord had been waiting for the moment she departed from this world. And he attacked this world at that exact moment. This means that in the end, her choice led to her own meaningless death. However, things are different now. We need to eliminate them before they can reach her roots. In the 4 days we have left, I will definitely restore you completely, Miha asserted to Gresso with conviction. His boss also advised Gresso to trust Miha. Gresso, who was still sniffling, didn't even have a chance to feel moved before Miha gave him a shock by saying he wanted to be paid up front. I don't need this for my own benefit, but to resolve this entire matter. Miha thought then pointed a finger to the sky, indicating that of all the branches of the world tree, Miha wanted Gresso's oldest and finest. The elf was kneeling before the world tree, praying to be shown the way to save my sapling. Some call me the Holy Mother, others call me the world tree. Darkness is threatening to devour me. However, it is not too late. There is a man who shares my light. If you journey with him, hope will shine upon us. The world tree finished saying. A deep, warm voice suddenly rang out from behind him, and it was none other than our Miha. Miha led the elf through a familiar path. Even after the forest was ravaged, and no one was left, this path remained. Miha figured he should probably change the fate of the current Spirit King. Even though he's old, he's not useless. Keeping him alive brings many benefits. Normally, he would die at the hands of the Demon Lord's unsealed remnants. But Miha was determined not to let him die like that. By the way, did you come here alone, sir? It's not that I don't trust you, but this forest isn't that easy to get in and out of, the elf said. Those outsiders don't follow the usual rules. Miha chuckled in response, waiting as the courtier rushed over from a distance to report an intruder. Miha smirked. It's about time they showed up. In the sky at this moment, there were 4 unidentified flying objects being chased away by the villagers. And who would have thought it was Leon and his gang of troublemakers? Miha was about to give them a piece of his mind when they cut him off, claiming that Miha was the one who abandoned them first, which shut him up. The old coughing butler had a grim face. He demanded that Miha take responsibility for all of his subordinates' wrongdoings. Okay, you asked for it. Miha immediately had his men tie the butler up right then and there to stop the headache. Regarding the World Tree branch, Miha said he had already received his payment in advance. But he still needed their help. A moment later, the elf led the whole group to the spirit palace where his father resided. Elves and spirits had coexisted since the dawn of time, and the one who holds the title of Spirit King is chosen by both races to lead them. In other words, he is an elf acknowledged by all spirits. And this is where the Spirit King and the elves live. To the elves, this is the most sacred place. A few spirits flew out from the bushes, affectionately rubbing their cheeks against Miha's face. They usually aren't this friendly with outsiders. You truly are the World Tree's representative. Aren't you? The elf said. Arriving at the main hall's entrance, the elf opened the door. Appearing before them was the Spirit King with a magnificent and majestic aura who greeted them. Miha bowed his head respectfully. Please do not be alarmed, father. The World Tree appeared before us for a moment, the elf said. The Spirit King was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this. He wanted his son to prove it was true. Just as the elf was wondering what to do, Miha patted his shoulder with a confident smile on his lips. A second later, the Spirit King watched in astonishment as Miha pulled a branch of the World Tree from his person. The Spirit King understood immediately. The fact that Miha possessed a branch of the World Tree meant he was acknowledged by the tree itself. This is the most convincing proof that I have seen, the World Tree, Miha thought to himself. I, Jiren Hadass, the current Spirit King, bow before the emissary. I implore you grant a salvation to my people, he said earnestly, suddenly kneeling at Miha's feet. Miha stated that he had a matter to resolve. I intend to forge an artifact with this branch that can neutralize the poison slowly corroding the World Tree. Therefore, I plan to borrow your forge. I am referring to Lake Eeyore. Hearing Miha's words, the Spirit King was a little surprised that Miha knew about Lake Eeyore. Lake Eeyore is the forge used by Eeyore. The Spirit Blacksmith forged equipment for the Spirit Kings there. Then, without delay, I shall lead you there. The Spirit King said, No, I intend to ask another favor of you, your majesty, the Spirit King. The thing that is corroding the World Tree is a remnant of the Demon Lord. That's right. The enemy of all living things. It's exactly what you're thinking, Miha replied. But I do not sense any evil energy, the Spirit King said timidly. That is because the World Tree currently has the upper hand in terms of power. This is the best she can do. She is asking for everyone's help, but her call is too weak for anyone to notice. They are both trying to do what's best for each other, but they cannot communicate. We have to solve that problem. But the issue is, when I begin forging the artifact, that remnant will detect it and interfere. A disaster will befall the Spirit Forest. We cannot waste any more time. We must resolve this issue quickly. Miha's words left everyone stunned in shock. The Spirit King clutched his head for a moment, then quietly called for his son. Quickly take Miha to the lake. Miha silently resolved to risk everything to protect everyone. After asking the group for their support, Miha, filled with fiery determination, set off. The elf led Miha to Lake Eeyore as requested. How did Eeyore use this lake to create magical tools? No one knows. There are no clues to tell us how it's done. You wouldn't happen to know, would you? He asked. Of course Miha knew, because Miha had created countless items here. Earth used this lake in a special way. Perhaps he wanted to keep it all to himself. However, he's not actually a blacksmith, Miha realized. Just as he threw that branch into the water with all his might, the surface suddenly began to bubble furiously, as if boiling at 100 degrees Celsius. To be more precise, Earth is a mage, Miha thought to himself. The legendary elven master blacksmith is actually a mage. Though he's a very talented mage, his abilities clearly have some limitations. That's why he made a decision that if he couldn't succeed in becoming a mage, he would succeed in another way. And in the end, Earth became a master of magical items. I think the fountain in the name is a metaphor. It's not a real fountain. While it is just a fountain with ordinary water, when mana is mixed into it, it becomes something else entirely, like a liquefied form of mana. Miha immediately extended his hand and cast a structural analysis spell. A ray of magic surged from his staff, transforming the churning water's surface into strands of World Tree mistletoe. It's a special component containing the life force of the World Tree. The problem is, refining this type of item to 100% perfection is nearly impossible. However, what if I use a more thorough magical method? Miha smirked. Then he gently reached out, preparing to control the mixed water to refine the mistletoe. This process will take about 4 days. I've finally made it to the fountain. This place must still hold many other gifts from Earth. The items of the former kings must be around here somewhere. Go and find them yourselves. I need to focus on this first, Miha told El. Understanding, he nodded cheerfully. Their 4-day countdown began. 3 days later, things were progressing better than expected. With the help of Leon and his group, the female mage still felt a little anxious. As they stood around talking, she could only hope Miha could make her wish come true. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble and crack apart with a deafening roar. The very thing they feared most had appeared, a massive serpent with glistening black scales. It was roaring, spitting venom, and spewing webs with terrifying ferocity. Faced with such a fierce beast, they were all scared, stiff, trembling so hard they couldn't move. An immense fear washed over them. It came with an incredible power that I could feel. I don't think I can win against this thing. Damn it, why am I so weak? If only I could be as strong as the person I saw in my dream. Miha, when is he going to show up? Leon gritted his teeth. His brow furrowed as he thought of Miha. The jet-black serpent, brimming with killing intent, prepared to face the Elf King's group, and Leon head-on. A whole army stood in formation. On command, they drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows like rain upon the serpent. It shrieked in pain as the arrows found their mark. It roared furiously and charged at them, but was blocked by the elves' magical barrier. The monster's attacks grew more and more savage, and the barrier couldn't withstand the force. It began to crack and splinter. Meanwhile, Miha and Set had just successfully set up the orb system after 3 arduous days. Everything went more smoothly than I thought. A complete success. Miha thought, now all I have to do is embed the orb into the scepter. Holding his breath, he fitted it into place. A blinding light suddenly erupted, filling the sky. Meanwhile, with the serpent fiend, its violent frenzy had caused a few to cough up blood and collapse. They had reached their limit, and the barrier, unable to hold any longer, was about to shatter at any moment. The monster's overwhelming force shattered the barrier. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, scorching the serpent and burning it to a charcoal-black crisp. Mika had arrived just in time. Everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed. If Mika hadn't ended things quickly, this place would have been reduced to rubble. Normally, using a single level 5 spell like Holy Light wouldn't have been so effective. However, with this scepter, a scepter made from the precious materials of the World Tree, things are different. However, the fragments have been on the World Tree for more than just 1 to 2 years. There's no way it wasn't affected during all that time. Thinking it over, this must be a fragment of the Demon Lord. If I can take it down in a single blow with this scepter, the World Tree won't have to suffer anymore. However, this isn't the only thing I've prepared. As Mika flew closer to the monster, he thought anxiously. The serpent fiend shrieked, bearing a maw full of sharp fangs, and snarled at Mika. Just as it was about to lunge and snap him up, an arrow brimming with magic power shot from afar, striking the monster head-on. As dust and smoke billowed, it was clear this was an arrow forged by Eon, a famous treasure known for containing immense divine power. It was the elf who had provided timely support for Mika, with an arrow the right person at the right time. In the thick black dust, the serpent's skin, seared by the heat, had nearly peeled off, revealing a stark white skeleton. Mika nodded to Seth, then charged headfirst toward the monster with determination. With his eyes full of confidence, Mika and Seth had entered the monster's hideous body. I think it is indeed a fragment. I can confirm it's quite similar to the Demon Lord, she said, inside the belly filled with blood and demonic energy. The fragments are slowly turning into demons. They don't look very strong since they're unstable, but Mika still needs to be careful. It seems they can regenerate as long as they remain inside the fragment. Facing the demons that were rushing toward them, Mika tapped his scepter, causing a magic circle to appear and expand. Mika then used Holy Gate, a spell he had successfully created himself before his regression. The difficulty of casting this spell far surpassed other incantations, even causing Mika to cough up blood. It's an anti-demon lord spell I prepared for situations just like this. However, this is the only thing I can do to solve the problem. Mika wiped the blood from his mouth and unleashed a critical blow, annihilating the horde of demons. The impact left Seth gawking in astonishment. She was worried Mika was overexerting himself, and she was right. The amount of mana this spell consumed was enormous. If Mika wanted to use it with other spells, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes. I need to solve this within that time, Mika told himself, working so hard that he broke out in a sweat. A moment later, Mika finally found the Demon Lord's eye deep inside the Serpent Fiend's body. It opened its giant bloodshot eye, and stared fixedly at Mika, then continuously swung its tendrils toward him. The spell only has 3 minutes left. Mika was caught in a dizzying whirlwind from that eye. As it prepared to cast a teleportation spell, only 1 minute remained. Mika pulled out a sign stone and slammed it hard against the monster's fleshy wall. With only 30 seconds left, an arrow carrying immense blazing energy. It shot from an unknown location, cleanly severing all the eye's blood-filled tendrils in a single pass. Outside, the Serpent Fiend shuddered in agony on the verge of collapsing. It swayed and staggered. Come on now. Did you really think that the entity known as the World Tree would do nothing while I was preparing to kill it? Mika smirked, standing before the eye. There was always a chance for Mika even before his regression. Even if all his efforts failed, and he were to die, everything always has its purpose. Mika then used the unique level 7 spell Jean Rachel, aiming directly at the eye. Countless sprouts subsequently burst forth, taking over the monster's entire body. I hope that someone will find these tiny sprouts. That way, even if the fragment completely absorbs the tree, it can still leave a part of itself behind. This spell is exclusively for the World Tree, Mika said with a radiant smile. The World Tree and the elf were moved to tears by this sight, for the path to a new beginning had been opened. It was a form of hymn. Tiny fragments from within the Serpent Fiend's body formed a surge of energy that struck the World Tree, causing it to become lush and green, sparkling as if by magic. The elf remembered Mika's earlier promise to save the World Tree. He was deeply moved, vowing to himself that he would definitely move forward. Jean Rachel was very grateful to Mika. Now she could take care of the forest and her children once again. Don't worry about it, you can thank me later. Before that, I've already fulfilled my promise. Isn't it time for the World Tree to complete our pact? Mika asked. Yes, it is. But it seems this pact isn't very fair, is it? You need essence to nurture your magic circles, right? But the essence merely increases the number of magic circles. Personally, I think that's too cheap a reward for what you've done to save my life. Instead, I will give you a part of myself, Gresso declared. Hearing such a firm declaration made Seth panic. A part of you. Then how do you intend to maintain the order and balance of this world? You only just regained your freedom. Why are you making things so hard on yourself? I really don't get what Jireso is thinking from now on. Jiso said that your ability isn't just limited to gathering mana. You can also store the energy of the elements within your own body. This is her gift to Mika. She then gave Miha a strand of her hair and told him to tie it to his hand so she could transfer magic from Jireso into his body, allowing Miha to faintly feel the power of the World Tree. It's circulating all throughout me, healing my wounds, and the mana circle in my body is moving non-stop. If this were normal, my body would have already become a complete mess. But thanks to the energy of the World Tree, my wounds are healing quickly. Miha gritted his teeth, feeling it go deeper into his body. It's all done. You're now a promising level 6 mage. That night, the whole group of elves ate and drank merrily until midnight. It was the first time Miha had seen them this happy, and their joy was contagious. The Spirit King approached, sat beside him, and asked, "How are you feeling, Miha?" "Yes, much better, thanks to you, your majesty. Prince Jiha is a genius. He has spread your wisdom and even organized a meeting with the spirits. And he even has the ability to befriend the Spirit King," Miha added. "It seems you think very highly of my son. As a father, that makes me truly happy," he replied cheerfully. Miha silently stared at him. Before I regressed, there was one thing Jiha always said over and over. "My father is a wonderful person." He was right. I'm so glad I was able to save him. Miha smiled at the thought. Just then, the Spirit King pulled Miha before the crowd and boisterously declared that he would leave the forest to help Miha anytime he needed. The elves all roared in agreement with the declaration. They cheered and chanted Miha's name, praising him to the high heavens. Miha was so happy he was grinning from ear to ear, but suddenly he froze.
I feel like I've forgotten something.
The Pope had invited everyone to a meeting. One of them guessed that he was planning to choose a new reserve hero again. That's right. I have discussed it with Archbishop Ali and he has agreed, the Pope replied. But Your Holiness, the candidate we're discussing has the blood of a mage in him. As you know, when it comes to heroes and their purpose, we have yet to determine what that is. Yet another person spoke up, giving the Pope a headache. He couldn't understand when these servants of God had become so self-serving. Everyone we are to simply follow God's word. We do not have the right to decide. It has been decided that we will nurture a hero to prevent the coming disaster. However, why can't we eliminate a candidate? Before he could finish, Archbishop Killen slammed the table aggressively in protest. We must make that brat serve, for our benefit. And you come here saying things like that. If he is the one chosen, he will easily surpass the candidates from other academies to become the hero. Becoming a hero is not the only path. There are countless ways to help others. The Pope concluded, ending the meeting. He felt today had been meaningless, but at least he was finally able to state his opinion and buy some time.
Miha, I wonder what kind of person you are, he wondered.
Meanwhile, Mika was saying his goodbyes to the elves, with both sides happily promising to meet again. Do you plan on becoming the hero? I believe you are the right person for it. However, the other nations will not like this. Countless people use false prophecies to start wars. That's why we confined ourselves to the Spirit Forest, Jihan said. Miha already knew that. That fool just assumed everything in the Holy Kingdom was right. And the memory of trying to escape their control. Mika squeezed his eyes shut, recalling the old days. Jiha could only wish Mika safety, hoping the blessed tree would protect him on his journey. Good luck. I'm sure you'll have it. Do you remember what I told you? You don't have to shoulder everything yourself. Nothing will change if you do it all alone. I hope you've realized that from this experience, Miha. Pointing a finger straight at Jiha's face, Miha lectured him. Jiha's main problem is, while he saved countless lives and kept doing so, Jiha became trapped in the past, unable to escape. Jiha has always been a nobleman, but it pained Miha to see him that way. Now that I'm back in the past, I want to help Jiha, Miha thought. Hearing Jiha promise to take his words to heart, Miha was extremely pleased. He hoped Jiha would walk the right path from now on. Mika had also gained Jiha as a friend on his journey to save the world. On the way to their next destination, he noticed everyone was constantly wondering about his identity. Mika decided to just come clean. I guess it's time to tell the truth. All right, I'll tell you all. I can solve nearly impossible problems, because I can hear the voice of God. What the fuck? The whole group froze instantly. They thought they'd misheard frozen solid. What the hell did Miha just say? They simply refused to process it. Mika remembered his first encounter with that bastard. His hair shone like the sun and his eyes were gold. In terms of looks, he was the perfect image of a fairy tale warrior. But who would have known that this warrior would be so reckless, a self-satisfied man chasing after the image of a hero, with no regard for his own actual abilities? Because of that, many people died. However, that bastard refused to admit his mistakes to the very end. Anyway, back to the present. Miha said he could hear the word of God. Leon and the others were extremely doubtful. He's bullshitting. Seeing their curiosity, Miha gave a smirk. Let's just say God told me to tell them all to get lost. They were stunned. If you overwater the soil, the tree will rot. Unfortunately, the current Holy Empire is already completely rotten to the core. That is why I'm saying this. In the name of God, Holy Kingdom, piss off, Miha said arrogantly, flipping a sharp middle finger. Now our work here is done. Why don't we just flip the board on the elders of the Holy Nation? Miha said with a smirk to everyone in New York, the capital of the Holy Nation. They had already seen the Spire of the Saints, the symbol of the Holy Nation, which proved they had arrived at their destination. The gatekeeper asked them countless questions. Miha simply presented the letter of invitation from Archbishop Ali, making the man jump. After signing for confirmation with his blood, Miha successfully made his way inside, even though the great elders of the Holy Nation are cautious when choosing warriors. But even if they lose their title, a warrior is still a warrior, Miha thought. Leon, riding on Miha's coattails, felt that Miha was truly impressive for attracting their attention. Miha now looked even more imposing with his glowing tattoo and supreme scepter. The divine power radiating from him made the surrounding crowd gasp in awe. Look at that and make sure to report this to the old nobles of the divine nation who sent Nguyen here. Miha secretly calculated in his mind, having already laid out a plan to deal with a few intruders in the chaotic crowd. Seeing the old butler nagging in his ear, Miha suggested that he go and get some rest. Just as Miha predicted, a few of those strangers had already reported him radiating divine power back to their master. Bishop Kylan found this hard to believe because the One Paris family are mages. There's no way a mage could use divine power. Mana and divine power cannot be combined. Their fusion is only rumored to exist in old fairy tales, and nothing more. And that would be a divine edict. Not only that, among the young master of House One Paris's group, his subordinates also discovered Cassandra. The moment the subordinate finished his sentence, Killian's eyes widened in astonishment. Intermediate priest Sihan came to the door to personally welcome Miha. At a glance, Miha felt Sihan was quite young to be an intermediate priest. Miha asked Sihan to lead the way. As for his other attendants, he was sure they could take care of themselves. Or maybe I should tell them, Miha thought to himself. He quietly called Cassandra over and whispered in her ear that Archbishop Killen had likely sensed her presence. Yes, of course. They are the ones most wary of my prophecy, after all. Then what should I do? She asked, worriedly. Do as you wish. No matter what you do, I will support you. Miha looked into Cassandra's eyes and stated firmly under the twilight sky. Their intense gazes locking on each other gave her strength. She promised Miha she would do what she thought was best right now. Sir Miha, please wait. The reason I left the Holy Nation, I think I need to tell you why. Cassandra hurriedly reached out and grabbed Miha before he could go inside. A moment later, the door in front of them closed. Cassandra felt that telling Miha was the right thing to do because she trusted him. Seeing Leon awestruck by the scenery of the Holy Nation, Cassandra began to tell him her old stories. I was incredibly impressed when I first came here. When I was young, I lived in the slums. But that's all in the past now. The Holy Nation was my light. The place that brought me out of the slums was the Holy Nation. That's why I've always wished that it would never change, just like it was before. Sir Miha told me to act as I see fit. If they don't want to listen to my prophecy, then I'll have to create a reason for them to believe me. Cassandra clenched her fist, steeling herself. I have to be strong. Meanwhile, Miha had followed Sihan inside. I heard that you performed a divine miracle at the front gate. Is that true? Sihan suddenly asked with curiosity. A divine miracle? Don't tell me my little display at the front gate has already been spread around like that, Miha thought, startled. He then asked, It was divine power. What's so strange about a mage being able to use it? Miha turned to ask Sihan. Sihan's eyes sparkled brightly as he said he truly wanted to see a hero who could use magic. So the Holy Nation still hasn't chosen its next hero. Miha had always assumed the chosen one was Christopher and no one else. Ah, yes, he is a good person, but how should I put this? You know how people often say you have to make up for what you lack in one area with other qualities. That's the feeling I get from him. While rambling on, Sihan glanced at Miha's cold expression, grew startled, and hurriedly apologized. Who would have thought Miha would suddenly grab Sihan's hand, lean in close, and whisper, I find you interesting, causing Sihan to freeze up, goosebumps rising on his skin. Intermediate priest Sihan. I'll have to remember him. I'm sure he'll become very important in the days to come, Miha thought to himself. In a flash, the two of them arrived before the Pope's chamber. After explaining everything to Miha, Sihan asked for permission to wait outside. Miha boldly pushed the door open, curious to see what Pope Gregorius's face looked like. As the door swung open, the first thing Miha saw was an unbelievably familiar face. The two stared at each other, sheer astonishment flooding their faces. A few minutes earlier, Miha had pressed Cassandra, asking if she left the Holy Nation because the others didn't believe her prophecy. That's not the only reason. The prophecy known to the public is far from the truth. The true prophecy is that the Demon Lord will plunge the entire world into a sea of fire. Chaos will spread like wildfire with blood flowing in rivers across the entire continent. However, facing the Demon Lord is a lion with a mane the color of shining gold. Around the lion's neck is an object, an inverted sun. The sun is the symbol of the hero, so there's a definite possibility that people will understand this as a prophecy. Thinking about the future collapse of the hero, she replied in a low voice, The power that the hero represents for the Holy Nation has always been beyond our comprehension. And now the hero suddenly has to face such a negative prophecy. Of course, they do everything they can to keep this information from getting out. The worrying part here is the description of a lion with a golden mane. Mika pondered and pondered until he suddenly jolted, his eyes widening as he remembered a character with a mane of shining gold. It was Siegfried standing tall right in front of him. Welcome, my lord. Hearing his mocking greeting, 1,000 venomous curses rose up in Mika's throat, but he had to restrain himself. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress himself.
Calm down, he thought. Greetings, O representative of the great holy nation, the eyes of the wise Hakao. I am immensely grateful for this audience with you. But may I ask who this person is? Mika turned to Lord Gregorius with the question. This is the prodigy from the Golden Lion Knight, Sir Siegfried. He is also a candidate for the title of hero. Both of you are candidates. It's highly likely that soon, and one of you two will have the honor of bearing the title of hero, he replied. At that moment, Siegfried approached Mika and extended his hand in a friendly gesture. The two shook hands to Mika's utter and complete frustration. Mika immediately saw that Siegfried was trying to slowly channel holy power into him during the handshake, attempting to gauge how strong Mika was. All right, then I'll play your pathetic little game, Mika thought, gritting his teeth. He then used the freedom circulation technique, making it so that after his opponent channeled his power in, he couldn't pull his damn hand back out. It made Siegfried do nothing but grit his teeth and tense his entire body. At this rate, he's going to die, Seth whispered a warning in his ear. Only then did he finally let go. Siegfried was drenched in sweat, his face completely stunned by Mika's terrifying power. It seems you possess pure holy power. In terms of purity, your holy power might even surpass my own. Have you received an epiphany? Gregorius asked Mika. Yes. He just nodded without hesitation, lying as smooth as butter. Impossible. After the prophetic war, the supreme god Hekao gave up on granting epiphanies to humanity. Even his highness hasn't received an epiphany, Siegfried shouted in frustration. The hero has been a special existence since birth. For a hero, even orders from the Pope mean nothing. It is because Hekao walks alongside and supports the hero that I say she is most wise. What you, a mere knight, just said is not simply an insult to the hero's dignity. It is a grave blasphemy to dare drag the supreme deity from the heavens down, just to compare her to mere mortals. Mika unleashed a torrent of righteous reasoning that silenced Siegfried, who bowed his head and apologized to him. Mika intended to use this as a pretext to talk about the epiphany that he had received. But unexpectedly, at that moment in the corner of the room, the figure of a strange girl suddenly caught Mika's eye. He clearly remembered there was no one sitting there a moment ago. She glanced over, and upon realizing Mika could see her, she immediately grinned with great interest. The woman snapped her fingers, freezing time, then spoke in a high-pitched voice, inviting Mika to guess who she was. Very few people possessed a miraculous ability like freezing time. Among those people, there's only one person I can think of, Mika thought with a sinking feeling, then uttered the name, Hekao. Spot on, but that playful expression and attitude of yours, and doesn't seem very godlike at all. More like Seth, actually. You're nothing like you used to be. I have the right to say that, as I am the origin of all magic and the other half of Asama, Hekao said haughtily to Seth. What do you mean, other half? It's more like you're a fragment that fell off of him. You're always trying to defeat him, and yet who was it that was crying their eyes out just yesterday? Before Seth could finish, Hekao grabbed her by the head and slammed her to the ground with a thud, making her see stars. Embarrassed, Hekao shifted her attention to Mika. You have received a part of Asa, and perhaps you will receive even more in the future. That means you are his successor. However, the way you look at me is a bit disrespectful. It seems you have no intention of serving me. This world is slowly withering away, and the great demon continues to expand its army, yet you've done nothing but stand by and watch. And I'm still supposed to worship you. Wouldn't that be rather strange? Mika replied bluntly. Hekao found Mika quite interesting. She revealed that she hadn't answered Mika's summons for a specific reason. Her response couldn't reach him. I am called a god, an existence on par with him, but that doesn't automatically make me perfect. To put it simply, due to certain issues, my children cannot hear my voice. That is why they denied my oracle before. To be precise, you are currently the only human I can communicate with. Therefore, I want you to pinpoint the reason for me. If this can be resolved smoothly, then it will be beneficial for both of us. After speaking, Hekao snapped her fingers, returning the flow of time to its original state. At this point, Mika was about to tell Siegfried about the oracle. Thinking about Hekao's words, Mika told himself he had to handle this as soon as possible. First, he had to cast his net. O ye who are longing for salvation, I have been informed that the current state of the holy nation is utterly rotten. His words immediately made Siegfried and Gregorius turn pale and break out in a furious sweat. Mika quickly gained the upper hand with that prophecy, telling Gregorius, Furthermore, I've known for a long time that you have 2 children. One is within your control, but the other is not. And that is why things are not going according to your plans. Threatened by Mika, Gregorius turned pale, gasping for breath. It may sound vague, but I assure you, you will understand it in your own way. Besides,
Even if that's not the case, it doesn't matter. I just need to do as I say, which means the prophecy has come true.
Gregorius is too tense, Mika thought with delight, and suggested they end their conversation there. It will be fine. Everything will happen just as foretold. Mika put on a dangerous air, leaving him with a cryptic remark before leaving the room, which threw him into utter confusion. Soon Mika would make everything follow the order he had set. Leaving the palace, the characteristic tattoo of this place was still imprinted on Mika's hand. Damn, at this rate my body will be covered in these marks soon, he thought. Now let's head to Cassandra, Mika said. Meanwhile, with Leon's group a knight, a strange knight appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. Where is the one who delivered the prophecy? I want to see him, he demanded aggressively and rudely. This pissed off Leon's group. Seeing no sign of the person he was looking for, he lost his patience again, brandishing his sword and pressing forward, unexpectedly looking through his mask. He realized the person blocking him looked somewhat familiar. A brutal glint immediately flashed in his eyes as he deliberately moved closer. Cassandra rushed forward from behind, blocking the path between the two men and telling him to get out of the way. Being obstructed, Haben, the vice-captain of the Holy Knights, resorted to using force to threaten them, making Leon break out in a cold sweat. But Leon still refused to leave her side and just stood there stubbornly. Haben felt he had no choice but to get physical with this stubborn guy, Leon. Perfect. I was just wondering how much stronger I've gotten, Leon thought. Eager for a fight, Leon charged at Haben. The two clashed in mid-air, the sharp clang of steel on steel echoing loudly. Unable to stand it anymore, Cassandra finally revealed herself. Haben, and she came face to face, somewhat speechless. Even with your status as vice-captain, I never expected you to dare show up here so abruptly, she said angrily. Lady Cassandra, the Archbishop, deeply regrets what happened. Things are different now. Please come with me, Haben said. As soon as she heard him, she knew for sure that this man was on Archbishop Killian's side. That man is an old codger who is extremely strict about maintaining order and hierarchy. If she were to go back now, she would never have any hope of escaping the Holy Nation again. Cassandra expressed her refusal, but Haben insisted that she come with him. Just then, Mika suddenly appeared like a god in a flash of fiery light, startling Haben for a moment. I have already promised to protect Lady Cassandra, so you don't need to worry, just go about your business, Mika said in a cold voice. When the man arrogantly retorted that Mika had no authority to stop the Holy Knights, even as a future hero, Mika scoffed. He threatened him back with the laws of the Holy Nation. This guy must think I haven't paid attention to the details surrounding becoming a hero. That's because the laws related to heroes in this empire aren't widely known, Mika thought to himself. Lady Cassandra did indeed leave the Holy Nation without giving one prior report. However, she is staying with me, a hero candidate. In that case, it can't be considered leaving the country without a reason. What I'm trying to say is, you have no legitimate reason to be here. Do you need me to discuss this matter directly with Archbishop Killian? If not, then please leave. And don't try anything stupid. Mika's face darkened as he pointedly told Haben to scram. After he left, Mika suggested he'd like to talk with the group for a bit. Inside a room, Mika asked Helen to quickly take off her helmet so he could confirm a few things. The more time passes, the more I feel that something isn't right. This person feels somewhat familiar. Could it be? Despite Cassandra advising Mika to give Helen some time, it was too late. She didn't want to keep hiding anymore. Everything would end here. My name is Ada Nebrant, a hero candidate of the Holy Nation and Helen's younger sister. She took off her helmet, revealing flowing blonde hair and shimmering golden eyes. Everything was exactly as Mika had thought. Then can you tell us now, what was the reason for Cassandra to leave the Holy Nation, and why did you have to obey? Mika asked. My brother and I were abandoned as children. Our lives revolved around the dark streets of the back alleys. I'm sure everyone knows what happens to children in those alleys. What else can they do besides become tools for others? This world is too cruel. It's difficult for children to change their fate unless we're being used, or in the worst cases, we were violated. Those were things that often happened to us. However, a certain man found us. That person was Archbishop Killian. Thinking back on it now, it's a bit strange that we weren't discovered sooner. After that, our lives changed. The Holy Temple became our home, and we never had to search for food in the trash again. However, at the same time, many things started to become strange. When my brother was told he would become a hero candidate, he began to show an unusual arrogance, and that's when he stopped listening to others. And the first thing my brother did upon becoming a hero candidate was to sever the limbs of the prophet. To be clear, it was the Archbishop who manipulated my brother. Ever since the prophecies were proven true in one way or another, he has been using them for his own purposes.
It seems he made it appear as if everything that happened to them was because of those
destructive prophecies, Ida bitterly recounted.
Although I thought Cassandra's disappearance was related to Archbishop Killian, but never imagined he was directly involved in everything, Mika thought. If this is true, it means I'm holding on to the weakness of an archbishop who denies the prophecies from Hekau himself and his hero candidate. I wonder what does that have to do with this? I guess I'll find out soon enough. Miha figured he'd also soon learn Cassandra's nickname, the Skeptical Prophet. Even though she's a prophet, no one believes her when she spreads the truth. Even the archbishop would move quickly on it. That only benefits Siegfried, but it won't be a problem. And the reason why is, the only reason Siegfried can be the center of attention is because of that facade he puts on.
We just need to shatter it,
Miha said with a sly grin. Meanwhile, Siegfried was remembering when his sister started looking at him with eyes full of anger. The warmth gradually faded, and in the end, all I could feel was coldness. Why I didn't do anything wrong. And yet why couldn't my own family, my own flesh and blood understand me? He was dejectedly waiting for the archbishop to appear. Do you remember the young master of House Walpurgis who came to participate as a warrior? He's with the prophetess and your sister, that girl Ida. Hearing this, Siegfried's heart skipped a beat. His face went pale. He never expected the Holy Father to know about that. You'll find out soon enough. It must be done at all costs. God's will for us is clear. First, God does not grant favor to the idle. We must also use our own true abilities. In any case, I will not believe that girl's prophecy. The important one is that young Walpurgis boy. The Duke's role is crucial, the archbishop said in a cold voice. Siegfried remained silent. He wanted to prove himself even more to surpass Mika, and the archbishop would be the one to help him do it. Siegfried glanced over and noticed someone hiding across the way, secretly watching him. A week later, Miha was still engrossed in thought about who would be chosen. In recent years, a fierce debate has raged within the church between the priests and the archbishops over which faction is most suitable to become the symbol of the church. And in this situation, Archbishop Killian, along with several other archbishops, has declared his support for Siegfried to become a member of the Order of Holy Knights, a talent who embodies the pristine image of the Holy Kingdom. Of course, that decision needs careful consideration, Miha thought. Leon must have a headache on my behalf because the other side already has more than half the votes. This number, while sounding absurd, was very convincing as it was based entirely on the champion selection statistics which no one but the bishops was allowed to touch. There are bishops in the church who have remained neutral, such as Bishop Ali. Until there's a definitive result, that number means nothing. Mika told himself that Siegfried probably thinks he'll be chosen as the champion if nothing unusual happens, but that's not actually the case. First, the reason Mika is participating in the selection of a warrior at this time is quite complex. One of those reasons is the archbishop's murder. It's been a long time since it had anything to do with demons. Only after getting entangled in many complex situations did I begin to actively prepare for the champion selection. I should have been able to grasp the entire situation clearly to prevent the archbishop's murder and eliminate the demon culprits. For that reason, I locked myself in the temple for a whole week. Miha's thoughts turned to Cassandra. She had said that Siegfried had refused her request. She had been so sure he would agree, but for some reason he refused so stubbornly. No, there's no way he would refuse her because he's one of the few people who believed in Cassandra until the very end. Miha was puzzled. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The Pope, completely shrouded, entered. His profound gaze fell upon Cassandra. The two embraced, overcome with a mixture of joy and sorrow. Afterwards, they didn't forget to thank Miha. Mika also had many things he wanted to say to him. The Pope noticed the symbol of Hekau on Mika's hand and was slightly startled. He has already said that the church must be reformed. That will require the Pope's help, Mika said with a smile. The next day, that damned archbishop was absolutely furious. He was slamming tables and chairs, all because of what happened a few hours earlier. Miha had officially won, to the utter surprise of the court officials. Archbishop Naren is the Pope's closest aide. His declaration of support carries the same weight as the Pope's, he thought, gritting his teeth. The priests sat back down at a round table. They whispered and gossiped about how there was no way that little Walpurgis whelp could build a reputation for himself no matter how many archfiends he slayed. That still wouldn't be a compelling enough story for everyone. In fact, it's something that should be controlled and kept from the public as much as possible. If we are to act for the sake of justice, shouldn't we be prepared to get our own hands dirty? The archbishop said with a sinister, boastful smile. A week had passed since Miha had defeated Siegfried. Just as expected, Archbishop Naren has already made his move. Cassandra and the Mark of God. As the Pope, he is forced to support me. Now there's only one problem left to solve: the death of the Archbishop. To be more precise, the assassination of Archbishop Naran Miha thought. This incident has further weakened the position of the Pope, who already had little support to begin with. If you look at who benefits the most, Archbishop Kilian's faction becomes the prime suspect. However, it's still too early for Miha to draw any conclusions. Suddenly, the butler appeared out of nowhere behind Miha, startling him. He had been on leave for a week and had only just returned. "I have something to say. This past holiday was not relaxing at all. To think that the Holy Kingdom would harbor such scum. Surprisingly, they were from the Order of Holy Knights. Furthermore, there's something else I heard from another person. The Archbishop known as Kilian was emanating the aura of a dark energy. It felt like something terrifying was following him." The butler reported this, and Mika nodded, saying he'd investigate later. However, given the butler's dedication, Mika wanted to reward him with something. Mika offered to teach him a suitable method to improve his health, which made the butler incredibly grateful. Mika promised they would definitely discuss it again once the current matters were resolved. That very day, Mika told Leon about his plan to join the Holy Knights. Mika wanted to bring Leon along because before Leon hadn't been able to fight a match with the vice commander. As soon as Mika finished speaking, he tossed Leon a small sword. He then softly ordered Leon to channel his aura into it to see its effect. Leon obeyed, and just like that, a powerful sorcery spell erupted, dazzling him. Call it a magic sword or a magic tool, whatever you like. It's not just a simple, sharp sword. Try spreading your aura throughout the entire tool, Mika said. Leon did as he was told, and the magical power spread throughout the sword, flowing into the user's body. This astounded Leon. This was a sword technique used to summon an opponent. Even though he couldn't communicate with it, it would make his training much easier, Mika explained. Leon felt that the power radiating from this sword was very similar to what he had seen in his dreams. Receiving so many things from Mika like this couldn't help but make Leon feel guilty, as he hadn't done anything for Mika yet. "I'm sure you'll be of great help to me in the future. If you want to thank me, then get stronger." Mika smiled lightly and patted Leon on the shoulder. Moved, Leon gripped his sword tightly and promised to become stronger. Afterward, Mika and Leon went to meet Vice Captain Haben, but they were stopped by soldiers at the entrance. "They don't want to let me in. There must be some special reason why they can't let me in right now." With that thought, Mika ignored their protests and walked straight inside. He had only taken a few steps when Haben, with a face as cold as stone, appeared menacingly before him. "What reason do you have for coming here?" Haben asked. Mika replied, "A reason? Oh, I have one. Sir Leon here wants to finish the fight between you two from before," Mika replied with a sleepy smile. Haben froze, trying to recall if he had ever crossed paths with Leon before. "First, my apologies for not being able to welcome you properly after the previous events. However, I want to make it clear that we don't have to fight every time we meet," Haben said coldly. Leon smirked and asked, "Are you scared?" This made him a little angry, and Mika fanned the flames. "So you're not going to settle things with a duel? Should I take that as an attack? Even though I'm only a reserve hero, I believe it's my duty to fight against corruption and evil in this holy kingdom." All of this made Haben's blood boil. "Do we have to do this right now?" "I understand. Please come inside." Both Mika and Leon followed him inside. The place was filled with soldiers training diligently. "So as not to bring shame upon our Lord, we train relentlessly," Haben said. "There was a time I admired the Holy Knights. Seeing them like this now feels a bit strange," Leon remarked. Mika could sense Hekao's powerful presence in this place. She could feel it too. Something gave her an indescribable sense of unease. The flags bearing Hekao's symbol looked strange, but it seemed no one else noticed. This place, which had the most loyal and powerful disciples, was the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, demonic energy shouldn't be able to exist in the capital of the Holy Kingdom. No, it's still possible, because a demon was born possessing a certain power. It uses dirty tricks to slowly kill its target little by little. It cunningly imitates the target's appearance and actions. However, it has one weakness: if it imitates someone, it will forget that it's an imitation. It completely becomes the subject, thinking and acting just like them. I wonder who it could be. Mika racked his brain. In response to his questions, Haben had stated that there were no problems within the Holy Knights. It seems he's telling the truth. I can't read anything from his eyes. I guess I'll have to investigate myself, Mika thought, then touched his forehead and cast a probing spell. From his memories, he didn't notice anything worth his attention. Wait a minute. It seems Mika has discovered something. This feeling. It seems to be coming from the basement. There's something below him. No matter how many times he asked Haben, he insisted 100% that nothing was wrong. Mika could only smile and say to Haben, "If we were to go down there, well, it wouldn't be a problem for you, would it?" Upon hearing this, Haben looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, stunned for a few seconds. Mika immediately noticed his strange reaction. He knew there was no way. The vice captain would be completely unaware of what was happening in the Holy Knights, but he couldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Seeing that he wanted to check the basement, Haben offered to accompany them, but Mika refused. He preferred to go with Leon. I'm sure he'll step out. The moment he realizes something is wrong. Let's go. Mika looked at Haben's pale face, calculating silently. And just as he expected a moment later, Sefrid appeared and Mika pointed straight at him. Announcing he wanted to come along made Sefrid freeze for a few seconds, completely confused. Seeing Miha head straight for the basement, Sefrid couldn't figure out what he was planning to do. Miha sensed that something was being hidden in this basement. Without answering him, he continued walking downstairs. You once said that I was arrogant. Can you tell me why? We barely even know each other, Sefrid asked. Mika paused for a moment, then sighed and said, Do you really think the holy nation can do no wrong? It seems all the bishops are given holy orders and it's made to look as if they don't cause any problems. They always know how to justify everything. Have you ever thought about the impact your actions have on the people around you? Just that one sentence from Mika made him turn pale and stammer that he always thinks carefully before acting. And is that why you abandoned the prophet? Shut your mouth, you bastard! The moment you abandoned her, you lost any claim to what is right. You're just using justice as an excuse. Did the bishop tell you that her prophecies were a calamity for the common people? Have you ever gone out to see the world for yourself to consider whether his words were true, not the path the bishop laid out for you? Have you ever thought of doing something of your own free will? This conversation is pointless. When you asked that you weren't expecting me to say anything positive, were you? Mika's every word made Sefrid break out in a cold sweat. Nothing would change if he had no intention of changing. An event like that would simply never happen. Using the light of his aura, Miha illuminated the entire basement. Sefrid scoffed, thinking there was nothing here. But he was dead wrong. With both Sefrid and Miha there, after a blinding flash of magic, a massive blood-soaked brain appeared. What was that you said? Nothing here, was it? It's similar to the thing that's troubling Jigresso, but it's much weaker, Mika said as he drew his sword and sliced the brain to pieces. These are the remnants of the demon god. But it doesn't seem to be the only fragment. Mika was certain there had to be tens or even hundreds of them scattered across the holy nation. No, this can't be all. If Heko specifically asked for my help, the problem can't be this simple. I can't be careless, Mika muttered to himself. Witnessing this, Sefrid was scared stiff, unable to understand what the hell this thing was. What you should do, what is right. Think it through, Mika said, pointing a finger straight in Sefrid's face. At that same moment, Haben was sitting pensively thinking about Mika. He never expected him to lie low at the first sanctuary for a whole week only to suddenly reappear now. Is there really something there? I've never seen anything suspicious there before. But that look on his face, he knew something I didn't realize. Lost in his troubled thoughts, he completely forgot about his duel with Leon. As I said before our previous fight, it wasn't an official match. The title of Vice Commander of the Holy Knights Order isn't something one gets easily. It's not that I haven't heard of you, Sir Leon. However, compared to me, your skills are nothing. Hebo suddenly shot to his feet, his eyes burning with hostility as he drew his sword. Leon smirked. So you want a taste of what Hebo is like? A first time is always a little awkward for both parties. You must think I'm no great challenge. He isn't quite a master yet, but his skills are on that level. However, compared to him, he's still far inferior. Let's do this, Leon said with a cunning smirk, dashing toward his opponent with the force of a raging bull. Hebo countered with a swift swing of his sword. Each of his strikes grew faster than Leon's, making the situation increasingly dangerous as the two clashed violently. Hebo noticed the other knights watching from across the way and grew tense. If I can't show them an overwhelming difference in skill in this fight, I'll lose face in front of the Holy Knights Order, he thought. As the battle raged on, a deafening earth-shattering explosion suddenly roared. Mika emerged imposingly from the cloud of dust and smoke, walking forward to make an announcement. The Holy Knights Order will suspend all activities effective today. The news hit the knights like a bolt from the blue. They jumped in shock. The reason Mika gave was that several demons were hiding beneath their headquarters, and Sefrid had already consented to this. Therefore, until Mika and his group could find the demon, no one is allowed to leave the headquarters. As he finished speaking, Mika raised his scepter, combining the power of the World Tree and Hekau with a storm of lightning. He created a wave of holy power that enveloped the entire castle. Step forward! Who just coughed? Mika demanded in a stern voice. A knight named Millicent suddenly began coughing violently. but he staunchly denied being a demon. "Give it up. I see you're an outstanding actor," Mika said as Millicent shuddered, denying it vehemently. "You killed a man and put on his skin. And just like that, you blended in with humanity. How disgusting. But what can I do about it? I can't possibly manage this many." The moment he finished speaking, Miha lunged forward and slammed Millicent on the head. Knowing he could hide it no longer, Millicent revealed his true evil face. The hidden magic surrounding his body began to pour out. Millicent had wasted years only to have it all ruined by Miha in a single moment. This method and this situation truly enraged him. "Now I remember. The assassination of Bishop Narin. You must be the one with the power to pull something like that off. It's you, Delos," Miha said, glaring daggers at the demon who had already revealed its grotesque true form. "This demon behind the curtain, Delos, is the commander of the 6th Legion, and he's Mero's right hand. He is but a small fraction of that woman's power. In the end, you're nothing but a loyal lackey of hers." Provoked by Miha, the demon flew into a furious rage. It frantically stretched out its hands, creating a magical storm of dust and mist that confused and terrified everyone. Now that his identity was exposed, the plan to assassinate the bishop had collapsed as well. He had no choice but to take the life of the most troublesome person here, which meant Miha surmised the target would be one of the reserve heroes. Delos tried to sneak up on Miha from behind, but the moment he touched Miha's shoulder, the stormy power of lightning struck, knocking the demon to the ground. Miha grabbed its neck with one hand, yanked it into the air, and spoke softly. "Mero, I'm sure you're watching me. I don't know what plans you have for this place, but I will crush every single one of those plans one by one. Just a little friendly warning for you." Miha quickly used his holy lance to pierce through Delos's stomach in front of the admiring and astonished eyes of everyone around who watched Miha's badass-looking purification. Seeing the monster sent back to the earth like that, Siegfried felt a slight discomfort. Even though he was a reserve hero, he had never realized that a colleague right beside him was actually a demon. Why was I even made a reserve hero? Isn't fate just too cruel? If you have shortcomings, you just need to work your hardest to make up for them. The gods will never abandon those with the will to strive. Trying to be a little more positive, Siegfried was flooded with Miha's past words, and his face darkened. He clenched his fists, trembling as he choked on his anger. "Does everyone understand now? Demons will do anything to hide among us. If you don't raise your guard, you'll become their prey, before you even know what hit you. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. I can't believe not a single one of you could find the demon disguised as your colleague. Perhaps this would be difficult for an ordinary person, but I expected more from all of you. I thought you were noble and powerful holy knights. I've heard some rumors that some of you have started associating with the bishops, just for a little personal gain." As Miha was rambling on, Haben suddenly shouted that they are the Holy Knight Order who serve the High Lord Hekao, so they always maintain neutrality. "Is that why you attacked the temple in the first place?" "I could understand if you were trying to drive out demons as part of your duty, however." "Never mind, no need to explain. You don't even have the right to explain. Sir Siegfried would surely agree, right?" Haben and Siegfried were sweating buckets from his lecture. Suddenly, Siegfried roared with a look on his face that said he feared no one. "You're right, but before that, I want to confirm your strength for myself. I want to challenge you. If you want to challenge me, then let's wager something of equal value." "You can only be truly serious when there's a risk involved," Miha said. Miha wanted to bet the holy pendant that Siegfried always wore. Once he gave the okay, the battle between the two men officially began. Miha recalled something from before. He had already used the absolute defense of the storm once. It could have been used as a trump card in this battle, but he figured it was fine, because he knew Siegfried's abilities like the back of his hand. Right now, Siegfried was being eaten away by despair and self-loathing, all because he had lost faith in his own ability to become a hero, and that just made things even better for Miha. With his sharp tongue, Miha would frankly admit he had no good feelings for Siegfried whatsoever. His opponent was now just as fired up for a fight as he was. The two of them charged, beating the hell out of each other. Siegfried went all out from the start, afraid of losing to Miha. His attack speed was just wow. Miha used a 5-layered shield with his multicasting technique. He blocked Siegfried's move, then followed up with a blinding reflection that left Siegfried stunned and dazed. But he wasn't done yet. Miha also unleashed 100 Swords. A skill improved from the 2-circle spell, Mana Sword. Because this was a spell once used to help Christopher in the past, it wasn't lethal, only painful. Siegfried awkwardly held his sword tight, trying to fight back. After a loud explosion and a cloud of smoke billowed into the sky, he vanished into the smoke as if he'd never been there. The clever Miha had already seen through his opponent's every move. Miha knew exactly that Siegfried would charge straight at him from the front, so he had already prepared another spell in that incredibly short time. Siegfried hadn't been able to destroy all the Mana Swords, And now Miha hit him with a multicast spell, causing him to collapse onto the ground in exhaustion. But Miha didn't want to end it, because there were still 10 swords that hadn't activated yet. It's far from over. Looking mysterious and cool, Miha brought a finger to his lips, whispering to Siegfried after the final strike. Siegfried had been beaten to a pulp, lying unconscious every which way, and foaming at the mouth, while the surrounding crowd whispered amongst themselves, feeling that Mika had been a bit too heavy-handed. Having lost in love, and now the race, Siegfried was ready to die. Mika cheerfully accepted the holy pendant from his opponent. "I'll make good use of this," Mika replied. "This holy pendant is an artifact. It amplifies holy power and enhances recovery abilities. On top of that, it has a hidden function that most people don't know about, but Mika felt it wasn't time to use that hidden power yet. Using it to amplify his own abilities was more than enough for Mika. After his defeat, Siegfried was as deflated as a popped balloon, admitting to himself that he was still too weak for this fair fight. A fair fight, you say? Allow me to ask you something. If this weren't a one-on-one duel, would you have used other tactics? For instance, attacking me from behind or using hidden weapons?" Mika's words startled Siegfried, making him feel a pang of guilt. "I would never. That wouldn't be fair for a hero," Siegfried answered adamantly. "Even if it meant hundreds or thousands of people would die. What's the point of being a hero if you can't protect the people?" Mika added coldly. Pushed into a corner by Mika, Siegfried stammered for a long while, unable to say a word. He could only bow his head and tremble as he watched Mika walk away. Mika didn't want to hear any more from Siegfried because he could already imagine what he was going to say. "Don't you think you went a little too far? With that Siegfried guy, another hero candidate?" "He doesn't seem like a bad person, even if he is a bit of an idiot," Leon asked, running to catch up with Mika. "If he were anyone else, I wouldn't have acted that way. But being a hero candidate means shouldering a much greater responsibility than you think," Mika said. Suddenly, Mika stopped dead in his tracks, staring intently ahead. In front of him was Archbishop Killen emerging from the first sanctuary. He must be here for Cassandra, Mika thought to himself. Leon was just as surprised. He wanted to know what Mika would do next. "I'm going to confront him." True to his word, Mika immediately approached Killen. Their eyes met, overflowing with affection. The two of them exchanged gleeful, totally not fake, beaming smiles. They greeted each other as warmly as a real father and son. "I never expected to see you here." "It seems this old man's luck hasn't run out yet," Killen said, gripping Mika's hand tightly. "Ha ha ha, you call it luck. Well, I suppose you're right, since the prophetess has been brought back safely. She didn't fall into the hands of those demons. We're all truly lucky." The two words, "those demons," struck a nerve with Killen, making him a bit antsy. Mika continued his verbal jabs. "I'm sure they were demons or something of that sort. There's no way someone from the Holy Nation would do such a thing. And if they did, I wouldn't be surprised if they were struck dead by lightning. A person of faith going against a prophecy? Can you believe it? For someone like yourself, I'm sure you would never become such a foolish person." "Right." Being mocked by Mika, Killen was extremely annoyed, but still forced a smile as if nothing was wrong. He mentioned he had something to do before leaving and was about to tell Mika about the candidates for the hero position, but was unexpectedly cut off by Mika. "I don't care. The one who chooses the hero isn't you, but our holy god, the wise Lord Hekau." Killen let out a loud laugh, then turned and walked away coldly. A foul, disgusting smell emanated from him or from someone near him, making Seth quite uncomfortable. She was startled as a thought came to her, a thought that Mika was having at the exact same time. The demon Mika had defeated, Delos, was the murderer. And before Mika's regression, he had become famous for his own achievements. However, there was an interesting fact: he had a twin brother named Lutos.